cut like barbers. Now niggas Forrest Gump. Smoking on his Compton. But bitch, I'm in Chirac. Well, you disrespect me yet? Bitch, that's where you die at. All these fucking lab rats. Now I get my mouth strapped. Niggas wanna fake kick. Wanna know where my house at. That life ain't bout that. I'm about pushing scouts back. Pull up for your block, bitch. Let my niggas out that. Foreign cop, cloud that. I hire y'all this Tuka pack. I hire y'all this ID pack. I hire y'all this Tutu pack. Smoking on that thing like. Smoking on that fat head.
Yeah.
Right up 446.
Yeah.
Nigga flat dead.
Yeah.
Bout that. I'm about pushing scouts back. Pull up for your block, bitch. Let my niggas.
I don't know what type of shit niggas really think I'm on.
Cloud that.
But it could be that.
Tuka pack. I hire y'all this.
No jumper pack.
I hire y'all this.
Whack pack.
Smoking on that.
I stop fucking playing with you.
Smoking on that fat head. Right up 446. Leave a nigga flat dead. Shoot up 47. Flying off like Batman. Boy, I got a bad bitch. Put that bag on that head. I hire y'all this Chief Keef. Got me feeling like Superman. That bitch called Chief Keef G. Bitch, I'm not no moo man. All these damn.
Let me get this straight real quick. Yo, Big Ack in the building, man. The biggest. Straight up, the biggest. The biggest. Hey. Ack in the building. How y'all doing today? How y'all doing today? We gonna straight be on bullshit because, you know, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I actually think this was an orchestrated play, but I did play into it. Let me tell you this, man. When you see the enemy setting up a whole situation, they setting up their little weak-ass plays, don't duck it or dodge it. Meet it up front. I see that nigga Adam, he hit me up. He said, Ack, you want to live stream on Monday? That's random. No, I've been trying to get this thing on the phone. Can't answer the phone. Hey, I want to talk about your bitch getting fucked. No answer. Yo, I want to talk about this nigga nutting your bitch. No answer. No answer. Randomly. Oh, I want to talk to you, Ack. Oh, okay. Big Ack is here for it all. Now, it's very ironic. You know, I'm like, you know what? We're going to stream. By the way, we still going to stream. We still going to stream. We're going to stream in 2 hours. But I see strategically, and I do think, I seen, no jumper ever since they've been battling with their subsidiaries or used to be subsidiaries. Now they're competitors back on Fig and Community and the Fig Community world, I guess. They do a lot of in drama. I don't know how the numbers been looking. I don't know who been winning. I don't know who's pulling more views, more streams. I don't know. I don't really care. I mean, it's, I've just warned back on Fig and also even Community, don't make this be a Rurian Mall situation. While y'all hot when y'all just leave, but then y'all fizzle out. That's the main thing. Try to keep it fair. Anyway, I see, remember we supposed to be on live stream. Ironically, because I noticed it wasn't taped today. Ironically, somebody just sent me this. Wack claims Blueface slept with Academic's girl. What? Let's listen to the clip.
Nephew, forgive me. Axe hating on Blueface because Blueface knocked his broad down. That's it. No, because you notice how he came out of nowhere with it?
The Shay girl?
Wack who? Wack who? Now I need names. We gonna go with this to the end. Who? What? Where? Receipts. You the nigga with receipts. Where? Who? Please let me know. I get it. Listen, Wack, you was trying to, like, I don't even know why you even said some weird shit like this. Wack, you was trying to do a podcast with me. You literally told me, yo, Ack, I was trying to do the pod with you. You didn't move fast enough because you wanted me to holler at Spotify to get you a situation. Now you over there with Adam. I get you. Do your thing. I like y'all show. Don't just throw me into y'all shit for some who, where, what? Where's the receipts? Where is the receipts? We ain't gonna, I'm gonna be honest. Wack know me too. We ain't letting Wack off the hook with this. We gotta find out if it's his line or Blueface line. So now, who said what and which girl we talking about? Let me hear the clip.
I ain't gonna tell you which one.
Which one? How many girlfriends do I got? I don't have 20 girlfriends. I've dated one girl that y'all know prior to the person that y'all even know about now. Angelica. And by the way, I'm gonna be honest. I would not vouch for Angelica. And Angelica, if you see this, don't. But I wouldn't vouch for you. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know what you've done after me. I don't give a fuck. But I could only talk about when you're saying this. When you're saying girlfriend, you're not saying ex. You're not saying somebody he's fucked with in the past. Like anybody could say they fuck like Selena. Selena's not my girlfriend. When you're saying girlfriend, that's a current. That's like me saying I fucked Blueface baby mama. That's not his baby mama to be. That's two people, which means I would have either fucked Kershawn or fucked the one with the chin. Again, I haven't. But what I'm trying to say is that what is Wack talking about? The reason why I went at Blueface is because I didn't even win at. I called him out, and actually I was trying to be on the side. The nigga went crazy on me. Instead of dealing with his situation, he went crazy on me. Now, I always tell y'all, I don't care about rappers, athletes, celebrities that much. I am more self-centered and narcissistic, where if you go at me, fuck everything else. People think in the Meg Thee Stallion situation, I'm defending Tory. The moment Meg disrespected me, I said, fuck what Tory got going on. It's always about me. So please tell me, I gotta figure out where the fuck did Wack 100 get this from? Listen, Wack, and this is a challenge we're gonna put up. Where's the tape? You got tape of Nipsey getting his dick sucked or by two niggas or whatever the case is, or a chick, whatever the fuck type of gay stuff they was doing. You said you got the tape. You got the tape of Oscar De La Hoya dressing in drag. You got the tape. You got the tape of everything. Where is the tape? I need to see the tape. Post it on No Jumper. I want to see the tape. I need to see the tape. Don't just throw my name in there. Because, again, we could have a real constructive conversation about Blueface. Actually, matter of fact, recently I've been feeling bad for Blueface. I don't even think we got beef no more. His girl just cloud up. Everything I said about Blueface came to pass. I'll debate it with Wack. I'll debate it with Blueface. I told him, bro, I wasn't against you in the beginning. My nigga, I literally said, the play you're doing, your girl is going to sacrifice your career to build one of her own, and the moment she builds it, she's gonna act like you ain't the one who gave it to her. Nigga, I saw you on the fucking show. You said, yo, I gave you the career, and she literally said, no, God gave it to me. I saw you crying, nigga. I seen it. Nigga.
I seen him do it.
I seen it. All the other petty stuff happened because Blueface started trying to stick his chest out, trying to get at me. So once you start getting at me, I realized your finances ain't up to par. You're boxing for $180,000. I've gambled and lost $300,000 in a night. I realized your finances ain't up to par. So I started digging around. I realized your house is actually up for foreclosure. I started letting people know publicly I could buy that little piece of shit. I'm sorry. There's no girl involved. It's ego. I only move off ego. Facts. I move off ego. Facts. Always. Still use logic. So that's why I got at him about the house. I seen he was whatever. Then I'm watching their situation. I'm like, oh, Blueface is slowly realizing that everything I said to him, we're actually not opposed to each other. This is why I keep saying now. Remember I even said with somebody, I said, I don't even think me and Blueface beefing no more. Because everything I said to the nigga came true. Why did Blueface, listen, I'm only speaking facts. Why did Blueface say he want to box me? Nigga, I wasn't talking about boxing you. Nigga, you a lanky, irrelevant nigga who been trying to box 6ix9ine for 5 years. Wack just got to check off 6ix9ine, luckily. You just got to check off 6ix9ine for that little Kodak song. If you the manager for Blueface and you in 6ix9ine been in, why you ain't set up that fight? You know why 6ix9ine ain't want to fight that nigga? Irrelevancy. Let's be clear. Nigga been getting a little 150,000 go box. I ain't gonna lie, he good at it. I'm gonna keep it a bean. I ain't not no hater. Why did Blueface want to box me? Let's get back to it. Blueface said, hey, there was a clip where I said, yo, man, I'm not really scared of no like rapper like that. If me and Lil Baby's into it, nigga, what the fuck? Like me and Lil, you know what he said? Hey, cuz, on Schoolyard. You know that dumb shit? On Schoolyard. Throwing up all type of dumb shit. I'll take the fate for him. Mr. Irrelevant jumping in, like, I was having a great old time going back and forth with Lil Baby. He's the hottest. This Irrelevant nigga jumps out. No, I'll take the fade for him. Come to find out, 3 months later, Lil Baby's DMing his bitch. Now he mad at Lil Baby. So I even said it to him. I said, ain't that a bitch? You was down to take a fade for the nigga, but he don't even have enough respect for you. He DMing your girl, talking about he big bro. He trying to fuck. Should I even go further? We're going to go further. Let's go. To the point, Blueface jumped up acting like he's puffing out his chest. Bro, Lil Baby dissing you, nigga. What Lil Baby say about me after I start activating, nigga, after he put my name on his album twice, nigga? You know what he said? I could pull it up. Should I? I will. He said, man, I shouldn't even mention that nigga. Yes, regret. That's what I like. Don't mention my fucking name in your fucking raps. Because I'm going to diss you for 19 months straight. Don't do it. Please don't do it. Don't do it. So he admitted, I shouldn't even mention that bitch ass. I don't care if he said bitch ass. I should have mentioned that nigga. He learned his lesson with me. He won't be dissing me no more. You know who he's dissing now? Because he know you irrelevant and you not like that. You heard what he said, put 100 mil on that shit. What the fuck is a Blueface? The nigga you wanted to catch a fade for like you was a lackey is basically letting niggas know, what the fuck is you doing? You look like a clown. I knew you looked like a clown. You knew you looked like a clown. We only shit with me and you. It was just like me giving commentary. It got to the boxing shit. I'm only speaking facts. It got to the boxing shit. And whack, I'm going to correct you. You need play this on Clubhouse completely. Tell me if I'm wrong. Me and Blue, I criticized how Blueface was allowing Krishan to emasculate him and basically kill his career. Back then, everybody's like, no, he's still lit as a rapper. He can't fucking sell a record. So now, when me and Baby get into it, and I'm going to tell you, because I know y'all going to mention a bunch of other irrelevant niggas who hit me up, and there was a bunch of niggas clout chasing. Thinking the Brick Baby dude was like, I'll catch the fake. Bro, y'all irrelevant. This is clout fights right here. This is the most lit rapper versus the most lit media personality. We don't want you other niggas in the mix. Get out. No clout for you. Get the fuck out. I see them jumping. I said, move. Get the fuck out. Then Blueface, no, I want to box. No, I'll box for him. You box for him? On Schoolyard? What are you talking about, you stupid ass nigga? This is how the nigga repaid you for trying to catch a fade for him. He tried to fuck your bitch. Then I point in the fact. I'm only saying what he said. By the way, Whack, you got to talk about this. If we're going to keep it 100, I want you to provide the receipts. If you provide the receipts, I will react to it too. Provide the receipts, 100, 4K proof. Provide the receipts, because you got the videos of everybody getting fucked and everybody sucking dick. Provide the receipts of Blueface doing what he did. But we don't need receipts because Blueface, at least for this, what I'm going to say, Blueface admitted his baby mama fucked 10 niggas. You don't believe me? Let's hit the Googles. Here we go. Blueface, 10. Krishan, 10 dudes. It was a headline. He wants a DNA test after she announces. Oh, hold on. We got to get the number. Rock has had encounters with 10 different men. My nigga, that's you that did that, nigga. On Schoolyard, nigga. Stop it. Where's the receipts, Whack? I don't need receipts for this. Your man is admitting it. You're telling me that I'm mad at Blueface because a woman of mine, which you're not even saying what woman, got fucked by Blueface. I don't know about any girl I've ever dealt with fucking with Blueface. Also, I wouldn't even, like, if you fucked, well, she was never my ex, but okay, if you fucked, if you fuck Selena Powell, okay, you join the ranks of T Grizzly, Young Chop, me, 6ix9ine, yo, and like the whole basketball team in the West Coast. Congratulations. If you want to attribute that to me, cool. But let's see receipts, because I'm down to talk about receipts. Y'all can't defeat me on this online shit. I'm telling y'all the truth. My words gonna sting. My words gonna make y'all feel like y'all gotta go do something in real life. Y'all cannot defeat me. I don't care who it is. Wack, Charleston White, none of y'all. I am the epitome. I am the top. There is no other than me. I'm telling you the facts. So let me put it together one more time. Wack, you said that's what happened. I'm saying it didn't. Provide the proof. You said you got the Nipsey Hussle gay tape. You got the Oscar De La Hoya weird shit. You got everybody with some type of incriminating information. If you said this, you probably got some proof. We want to see it. We do. Now, let's get back to your artist. Your artist said his woman that he has a child with had an encounter with 10 different men. Put it like this. I am not sitting on this motherfucking stream and coming to here like I have a perfect or have had perfect relations with women. I will not say that. I will not lie. But you have never heard me say, oh, another nigga fuck my bitch or 10 niggas fuck. It's usually, and I hate to say this, and I'm sorry to the women who are watching me. I'm not saying this proudly. Usually any issues, and I always say this because I want to be fair, any issues I get into with women is usually because of my infidelity. I've never gone back and forth with a woman after she don't fuck some nigga. We usually just let it go. If she did. At that point, you ain't my girl no more. So, back to the conversation. So he admitted that 10 niggas done fucked his girl. But he was mad that Lil Baby was going to be the 11th? What's the problem? What's the problem? You said she fucked 10 niggas. I could read. This is a real tweet. Let's click on it. We'll go to X or Twitter, whatever you call it. It's a real tweet. It's still up. It's from this year. She's had encounters with 10 different men. Plus, did you forget? Wack, there was a green gooey substance. Yes, we all saw the disgusting sex tape that was online that was oozing from her vagina. I believe that was COVID-25. What do you think that is? Wack, you need to understand what's going on. Your artist threw away his music career just because he's in love. I'm not going to sit here and be a hypocrite and be like, love doesn't make us do a lot of things. But the reason why you're in that defensive position to even make up this type of lie, and this is a lie. This is a lie. This is a lie. The reason why you're making up this lie is because your artist traded his career for a reality show career. Your music. You run his label. You own his masters. You own his publishing. If he can't sell a record, you don't make a dime off Blueface. You know what Blueface told, and I watched it. You know what Blueface told Sharpie and them? Yes, we'll get back to No Jumper. You know what Blueface told Sharpie and them? Hey, when they said, you're doing music, why do reality TV shit? He said he makes more there. My nigga, you're telling me a nigga who's boxing for $150,000 and probably getting paid nominal amounts, well, probably now he's getting paid good from Zeus. He'd rather do reality show and box rather than rap? Y'all are robbing him. Show his contract. He showed up to the Breakfast Club, wherever the fuck he showed up. He said he don't know what he's getting paid. That's why he's trying to figure out other shit. So let's not, I want you to show proof. Show proof of, number one, my girl getting fucked. Cool. Whoever you think my girl is. Cool. Second of all, back to the real conversation. Everything I said about that nigga Blue was right. Y'all was robbing him blind. All that bust down shit. Nigga ain't earn a fucking coin off of that. Because I'm telling y'all, I talked to the nigga, the CEO of Zeus. He pulled up to my shit. I spoke to him face to face. He said, what about if I gave you like $500,000? I said, nigga, I ain't say bitch ass nigga because I respect him. $500,000? Boy, it's gonna take months to practice and fight and really get in shape. The fights are really. If I gotta sacrifice 3, 4, maybe 6 months, I'm already gonna be making $3-4 million. Why would I do that for $500,000? So you can't get the finesse off on me. There ain't no nigga eating off the top that's eating off the top. Big Act get the whole pie. You ain't never heard about no manager. Oh, nigga, I do with all my business. Because a lot of y'all middlemen is just middlemen. Y'all just sit there to just do nothing. So while Blueface is going to reality TV, boxing, it's because he's not getting bread because he don't own nothing. Y'all own his shit. He a slave to the music industry. That's why he don't want to rap no more. He want to put his girl on. Let's talk about it. Y'all niggas took his rights. Put his shit on the table. Everybody, I can tell you everybody contract. They ain't in the contract that Blueface is in. They all in distribution deals. They get 70% of what they got. Ice Spice, Sexy Red, that nigga's in a royalty deal. And y'all max him out on fucking expenses. He never sees a coin. That's facts. I talk music business with the best of them. So Wack, we could talk that too. I could talk the best with all of y'all. I signed artists. I signed myself. I did that to learn the fucking business. So when your artist is doing all that shit, that was me being a content creator, but also a nigga who breaks the game down and said, this looks odd. It's odd when I see an artist doing this that's fucking up their reputation, when if they really getting the bread, they could really be getting mad money. But they're not getting the bread like that. Why they not getting the bread? The bread done came in, y'all bust that shit down 10, 20 ways. Cash Money West, this, that, and third. Bro, he didn't get no money. That's why he's over here getting hit in the head with a handy bottle by his girl for content. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. I'm the only, yo, listen, this is the difference between me and No Jumper. They have a PhD in hood ratchet nigga gang politics. I talk about music, and I talk about it with the best of them. Wack, you interviewed TQ, that nigga spun you, nigga. That nigga came on my stream, I said it straight. Y'all niggas can't talk music business like I talk. I'm a businessman. That nigga TQ sat in No Jumper and spun y'all. Go watch him talking to me. We figured it out. I'm talking facts. I sit in my lane, nigga. This is why nobody could touch me in my lane, nigga. I talk, listen, what, even when Adam was talking about, nigga, I'm not competing with y'all, nigga. You're doing inner circle Jerry Springer beef to create content and create views. My nigga, I've created a great lane where I could talk music business, be the insider, and I'm good. I don't need to beef with my friends. I don't need to kick my friends back in. I don't need to have my friends get beat up. I don't need to do that. Not for views. Y'all do that for views, and it's okay. Y'all sacrifice niggas. That's okay. Y'all put niggas in hood politics and make them in uncomfortable situations. That's okay. I don't need to do that. I'm only speaking facts. I'm only speaking facts. So now I'm speaking facts. I'm asking y'all for the facts. Where's the facts? Where is the facts? I'm not on no pill. I'm not on nothing, nigga. I was really just having a good time streaming, do my intro. I seen like 2 comments. I'm like, we got a troll up in this bitch. Cool. Till one of my real niggas actually hit me and said, no, they really talk about this on No Jumper. Like, man, No Jumper, I get what y'all on right now, and I'm gonna talk to Adam. I told him, and let me give out a precursor. I told that nigga Adam, if I see that nigga, I'm not building no nigga career. That's your job, nigga. Me and you could do a live stream. That brick bum, Yellow Teeth Sharp, they get on, I'm off. I ain't fucking with that. I'm not building no nigga's career. I said what I said already. If they feel offended, why are you still doing content? Y'all the gangsters, not me. Why are we still doing content? Why are we still doing content? We shouldn't be doing content then. This ain't content no more for me and y'all niggas. Me and Adam, we can chop it up. But I'm not about to get y'all no moment off y'all try to get it in with me. But it's all good. So let me get back. I ain't even finished this clip, but hold on. Let me tell the story of Blueface. Blueface getting clearly robbed by his label. if I'm a media entity and theoretically the media is supposed to earn less than the rappers, I'm telling you that they couldn't afford me to do some of the desperate shit he's doing. What does that tell me then? He's not getting paid that. So we could talk about his contract. And I'm down to debate anybody, including Wack. This wasn't spurred by no girl. Yo, me and Blueface was okay. This all started, I was taking up for him. He was jumping out the window for his girl. Then his girl switched sides on him. Then he became irrelevant. And now that's what I'm saying. I thought my beef was done with the nigga because I said, bro, you irrelevant now. Yo, like, without due respect, you YK Osiris. My nigga, I ain't gonna hold you. Let's keep it a bean. Blueface only really lit right now if he get, when it's his days to watch the baby. The clout baby. If I'm him, I would fight for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays to make sure he could be lit. Let's talk about it. But we're going to stick with facts. So, Wack, I'm expecting you to tell me that. You said it was my girlfriend. Now, chat, do y'all know me to have multiple girlfriends currently? Remember, he didn't say ex-girlfriend. He said girlfriend. Do y'all know me to have multiple girlfriends? Do y'all know me to have multiple girlfriends? So, we'll do what everybody has always asked. I'm requesting the video to be put out. I am. Okay, we're going to keep going on. So, your artist is the one who has admitted that multiple men has fucked his bitch, which he has a child with. That's your artist. That's not mine. I wasn't beefing him over no girl. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even think the girls that, like, truth be told, like, on some, like, just honest, like, no bullshit left. The girls I'm interested in, most rappers ain't interested. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, even Blueface. Like, the girls that I would go for, Blueface don't go for. I go for women who are, like, kind of, like, regular, kind of, like, just out in the world. Like, Blueface, I'm not saying he don't go for it kind of like that, but, like, certain things, like, I hate BBLs. Like, I see he been showing off his girl BBL. I hate BBLs. I hate surgery, period. But whatever. Okay, cool. Let's keep on track. So you jump out the window. Your girl been with 10 men. I was also asking you, you said you wanted to catch a fade with me because of Lil Baby. Here's the problem, and I think this is what Wack don't want to admit. Wack, you be on Clubhouse, I hear it because I watch you every day. I listen to you every day. Man, Blueface ain't shit, nigga. That nigga career ain't shit. That nigga a one-hit wonder, nigga. That nigga, Desiigner probably got a bigger career than him. Nigga, he don't got no song with 1 billion plays. I can look it up. And Desiigner jerking himself off on a fucking plane. 2 one-hit wonders. You feel me? Blueface over here. He's found out really that people care about his relationships. He's pimping out. I don't got a problem with it. But to act like he's some big type of artist, you be flexing like he is. He's not. So now he's getting sunned by Lil Baby. Why we not talking about that? Why Lil Baby talking about him? You were trying to catch a fade for the nigga. On Schoolyard, you were trying to catch a fade for the nigga. Why the nigga talking about you like that? Wack, what you finna do about this? When that nigga mentioned me on his album, I could play you the clip right now. I went so crazy on Baby, he said I shouldn't even mention that nigga. What you finna do, because he just dissed your artist. I showed you what I did. You show me what you gonna do. I'll show you what Lil Baby, Lil Baby Big Bang interview. Right here. We'll get to it. It's somewhere in here. Tell me a timestamp. Chat, y'all know, tell me a timestamp. You know what you gonna say? Man, I shouldn't even talk about that nigga, man. You know what that means? That nigga will never put my name in another fucking rap, as he should not. And by the way, listen, I ain't even dissing Lil Baby even in this whole thing, because me and P, we chopped it up. We gonna work it out. Salute to P. I love everything P got going on. QC is obviously just a legendary label. You know, and I told P too. I said, P, I had to, you know, when your artist mentions me in an album that's gonna sell a million, I gotta talk about him that's gonna do the equivalent streams, which is like 1 billion plus. You say, yeah, no, I get it. You know what I mean? We're gonna put that together. We're gonna work it out. I don't got nothing against Lil Baby like that. But I gotta defend myself. It's just about defending yourself. Sometimes these niggas they try to just like get over on you because they feel like you just not like that. So I got on him. Now we gonna make sure, now when you go to every interview, they gonna ask about why Ack is talking about you. Now you're gonna be like, damn, I shouldn't even talk about this bitch ass nigga Ack. Cause now when I go to interviews, they asking me about this weird ass nigga. I'd rather you do that and be like, all right, you know what, fuck it. We ain't beefing. However, that's what he said, and let me find the clip. What's the timestamp? 12-minute mark, it ain't 12-minute mark. Oh, somebody said 12 minutes and 43 seconds. Here we go.
Stand a chance, baby, every night.
Oh, man. Nah, for real.
Speaking of popping it though,
Yeah.
so it's been like a lot of stuff on the internet about this certain blogger that has
the
this
biggest nigga.
infatuation with you for whatever reason.
Ain't an infatuation, the biggest.
And I don't know why.
Hey, that boy ain't no infatuation. You mention my name on any lyric, any rapper. By the way, I keep it 100 for everybody. You mention my name on a lyric, thank you. You have gotten promotion for the entire year in the worst way. In the worst way. You trip and fall, I'm gonna bring it up. Nigga, you get a traffic ticket, jaywalking, I'm gonna bring it up. We got it. It's cool. Just like how you dropped that line, it was fire, I'm gonna get it back. Don't you worry. Tit for tat. And I'm always down for the tat.
Why we're not gonna call no names or no shit like that. But how do niggas like that make you feel when they kind of try to like interfere with your success and insert the bullshit into your equation?
Yeah. Let me she want to say clear. I'll clarify. Yeah, you mentioned me on your album. Now your press run ain't gonna be the same. I'm fucking your whole press run up. You're gonna have to talk about me. You're going to have to talk about me. You mentioned me on the album, right? Let's talk about it. And here's the thing. Lil Baby, it's not even like usually it's the lower rappers who really not on that level to mention me. You're not going to be Little Baby. Like, if Nicki mentions me on her album, nigga, I will go live for 3 weeks straight, nigga, talking about her. Everything about her, nigga. I would go to the fucking prison where her little rapist brother is at and find out if she ever sent him a dime. Nigga, I'm sorry. We got to get there. That's how I play it. I'm sorry. You mentioned me on your album. I have to do what I do in media world to make you realize what that really mattered. Because when I'm going to the club, niggas is looking at me bumping the song like, yeah, that nigga said, academics say they're richer than me, or academics niggas, I could get them clap. All right, bet. Say less. I'm about to go on my stream and fire you up every day, nigga. Plus, here's the thing. Lil Baby already fucked up. I'm going to tell you why he fucked up. I already knew I already had him. I'm going to tell you from day one. Lil Baby, from when he got in my DM the very first time when he was emotional, to even later on, even when he missed this shit, Lil Baby admitted that his son watched me. Oh, so you're reacting because your son watches me. You know your son ain't about to stop watching me, right? Now you about to have me go crazy on you. Every time you give your son the iPad, and he watching, he looking up, he listening to me, and he looking up at you. That's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say. Your son watching me. Yeah, I get why you have to address me. But now, he might be looking at his dad a little way like, oh shit, what the fuck? You know, Lil Baby even said this. He said his dad, he said, my son asked me like, yo, is that nigga richer than you? What does that tell me? Your son watching me. Here we go.
Believe it or not, I don't feed into that shit. I don't give a damn. I see and I don't see.
Yeah.
And when I see stuff like that, I hurry up and go to another page or something.
Right.
Can't remember about that type shit.
Okay.
I mean, feed into it. But I'm like, damn, I shouldn't even say that shit.
Yeah, you did say his name too, though.
Yeah, that's
how
what I mean. I'm like, damn, how the hell I say that?
What's one of your take back moments? Like, if you could take something back, like, that was kind of cheese, I shouldn't have did that. Like, anything.
A lot of little shit, I ain't gonna say it be like, that was kind of cheese, I should never did that.
Yeah.
But it might be like, I ain't gonna do that again. I ain't never gonna do nothing I feel like just cheat. I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah.
Like,
What about you try?
My bad. Hey, what I'm saying is that, listen, this is why I ain't mad at I ain't mad at Lil Baby. He said what he said, I said what I said. Don't say what you gonna say about me if you ain't gonna care about the response. I said what I said. Hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? That's why I'm kind of over it now too, with at least Lil Baby. Bro, you got yours off. I felt I did enough to get mine off. At this point, I really like it. Bro, I've sent him, if Baby, he probably never gonna talk about this. I've sent it to his DMs because we got open DMs. We talked to each other, like, you know what I mean? Shit, he tried to meet up one time. I send it to his DMs when I'm in the club listening to his music. I send it to him. I'm like, nigga, this is when you were really lit, nigga. You got to make more. Nigga, I send niggas songs like that. I'm like, yo, the new shit you making, I ain't feeling it. But this shit, go back to this and I'll start jacking you type shit. I'm telling nigga the truth. I'm here to tell the truth. Y'all know I don't really hate Baby because when the whole thing about his tour was flopping, bro, I could have just dogpiled him. That wasn't true, nigga. I kept it 100. Like, nah. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Touring company kind of went too crazy. They booked a couple, but the nigga's not a flop. Like, let's keep it 100. He's not a flop. Yeah, could the album have been better? Of course, but he's not a flop. Bro, I could have, if it was just hate, I could have just hated. I'm not just trying to hate on a nigga. It's what it is. But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, sometimes people think it's forever beef. At least with me, I met Lil Baby one time. Nigga, we ain't really cool like that. We don't talk all the time. If, like me, I let it go. That's what I was saying, even with Blueface. I let it go. I don't have no problem with Lil Baby. I got it off. He got his shit off. I got my shit off. I'm good. Blueface got his shit off with me. I got my shit off. Now, see, I don't even know why I keep even saying that. Blueface career fucked up. I can't save him from that. Only his girl could save him from it. She took the clout from that nigga. She like Rogue from X-Men. She was around that nigga and sucked out all the clout out of that nigga. That nigga's a walking corpse. Let's keep it a bean. That's what it is. So now, here's the thing. This is what I'm trying to say. And I'm asking Wack and I'm asking Blue. Y'all still going back on why Ack was mad at Blue. I done explained it. And I said if you got the proof of him fucking the bitch, post it, nigga. You got every other proof. You got Nipsey getting his dick sucked by 5 niggas. You got Oscar De La Hoya in a dress getting pegged. You got every video in the world. Post a video of your artist fucking my bitch, and it gotta be a current bitch of mine. We got to say it. We want to say it. We're asking for the proof. Post the proof or shut the fuck up. Post the proof or shut up. Now, I know Wack ain't no capper because when I asked him about the Nipsey shit, he put me on the phone. I ain't never seen no video, by the way. He put me on the phone with another nigga, and I'm listening to the nigga, and the nigga say, yeah, I was the nigga involved in the sexual act where his girl was doing shit to me and Nipsey was jerking off, whatever bullshit. And I'm like, wait, you was in on this? All right, bet, whatever. I don't need to see no more. I'm not a nigga who be like, oh, I still don't believe you. Show me the video. I ain't never seen no video. But Wack said there's a video. My thing is, if you got the video of this, drop it. We got to get the video. Where is the video? If you say nothing about Selena, she ain't never been my chick. Stop playing. It's about Angelica Gutierrez. She live in the DR. I can tell you exactly when we broke up. So if it's after that, it ain't my fucking problem. We broke up in 2020. You catch her in 2023, 2025. In the next decade, that is her new nigga's problem. That ain't mine. I could only deal with the bitches while they're in my custody. That's a fact. So I need to see. No, I ain't wilding, nigga. I'm asking niggas for proof. The fuck? I'm asking niggas for proof. We not gonna let you just say some wild shit like that. Listen, you said a lot of shit. We need proof. But while we waiting for proof, which I'm slowly waiting, I hope I don't shrivel up and die waiting for the proof. Remember, we want proof. Let's trend it. The next thing we got to worry about is, all right, why y'all on no jumper talking about your artist beefing with me? Man, Blueface just violated that nigga in the bar. Go get that little baby before little baby play babysitter to your kid. Blueface, you gotta go handle him. I showed you how I handle him. I was giving that nigga smoke daily. At least responding. You ain't responding yet. You still beefing with your 2 baby mamas, acting like he ain't diss you. You don't think this is a diss? This is what we need you to respond to. Because when he dissed me, nigga, I got on stream 15 minutes afterwards and addressed it. You over here still talking about me from months ago. I forgave you, Blueface. Like, nigga, I'm on your side. Nigga, you are a victim of Krishan Rock. She took your clout. She ran with it. She got the clout, baby. She basically won. I want you to get your get back. But me and you ain't beefing. You need to address why little baby talking about you like this. Whack, why is niggas talking about your artist? Put 100 up 1,000,000 times. What the fuck is a Blueface? That even sound better than the line he said about me. He said academics say richer than me. He made it sound like it was even a conversation. He made it sound like it was a conversation, even though it's not. By the way, he's way rich, right? The nigga said put 100 up 1,000,000 times. What the fuck is a Blueface? You know why he's saying that? Your artist can't fuck with him. Money. Can't fuck with him. With songs. Can't fuck with him at all. He's a gesture, a court gesture for the social media crowd. Except he don't have a home base. So I've been told you that. Your artist went out sad because he thought that the social media shit was gonna like, there's no home for you here. The niggas liked you for your music. You gave that up. In reality TV, Zeus World is all about the women. And that's why I kid you not. I said that his baby mama, Krishan Rock, is like one of the most lit women. But now you gotta play Safari, my nigga. You gotta play the role that Kenneth Perry should be playing. You Safari. You're the diaper changer. You're the stay-at-home husband. Who gonna watch the baby? Yo! The fuck? She's lit. Who gonna watch the baby? Yo, nigga! The fuck are you talking about? Are you dumb? You should be like, hey, I know you got a club hosting to go to. I know you're like way more lit. Yo, listen, look at her numbers, look at yours. You can't even compete with your own baby mama. Crazy thing is you created her clout, and now you trying to get her jealous, and she trying to tell you like, I don't give a fuck, I'll leave your ass. You got to go run back to her. Go get your girl back, because without her, you don't got that clout. You gave her the clout, she maximized it. Who gonna watch the baby? You, nigga. And if it ain't you, it's whack. Facts. Y'all niggas gotta watch the baby. Y'all gotta watch the baby. I've been told y'all that. Y'all done played with this girl long enough. Y'all gave her all the clout. Now she's shitting on y'all. You know what she said? You wanna see the baby? Come to Baltimore, nigga. We ain't going to LA. Come to Baltimore. You know what we have to do? Go to Baltimore. That's what it is. That's what it is. Who gonna watch the baby? Nigga, that's your job. So, Whack, you talking about the wrong thing, gang. You talking about, I got a problem with Blue because he smashed my girl. The girls I deal with don't even come across Blue. You think that really I went at Blue because a girl? Bro, this is why I know, like, Whack be out of touch. Sometimes them clubhouse niggas be gassing him up. I literally said, I was defending. This is why I didn't understand the me and Blue shit. I was defending Blue. I was just like, yo, what the fuck? Why this chick acting up on this nigga? This nigga gave her a career. Like, he giving her life. She's hitting him with the bottles. She's trying to fight him. She making him look crazy. She then trying to make him look like an abuser. And then I said, yo, I'm going to be honest. Blue got to get himself away from this situation. Because I know he might be bored with rap. And why is he bored with rap? I'm going to keep saying it. Blue don't make no money from rap. Tell Blue to, hey, we could do this. Tell Blue to show what he made from Tatiana. I would love to see it. And then you could tell me to show some shit. I'll show it too. What he made from that song. And I'll tell you what he should make. Because clearly, if you're doing that type of thing, every artist has told me this behind the scene. I don't know why you're doing that. I know why you're doing that. Nigga ain't getting no money from his music. Why he not getting no money from his music? He's getting fucked in his record deal. That's just how it goes. So I'm telling you that's a fact. If he's not getting fucked in his record deal, somebody prove me wrong. I'm telling you as a fact. There's no artist running to do reality TV show. He's getting fucked in his record deal. So now, we're in this situation. He jumps up, act, even though, honestly, I'm telling you, like, genuinely, bro, I met Blue. I like Blue. Bro, can't you tell by how I like Blueface. I think he's funny. I like Blueface. Like, come on. You know I kind of fuck with Blueface. Like, he funny. But I'm going to keep it 100. That's what I was asking the whole time. Bro, why you letting this shit happen? They start making it feel like I was the hater. Bro, I only was telling you what's to come. I said, yo, your music career ain't going to be taken serious when your girl is acting like this. You're the gangster rapper. Then he tried to move from the gangster shit to the pimp shit. That don't really connect as much. But all while, she's building up her clout because she's gaining a lot of these women because she's on a reality show saying, hey, this thing is a piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. So you're losing your main audience. She's gaining her core audience. You know what the main core audience of any woman is? Sympathy. Oh, a nigga fucked you over. He cheated on you. He ain't shit. Every woman could relate to the ain't shit nigga with a woman. So they love that type of woman. Her clout's going up. You was pimping her out before. I could say this now. When I interviewed, and by the way, my bad, Krishan, I just got to keep it 100 because once we crash out, I got to crash out. I'm sorry. I was on live with Krishan Rock when Lemmy was at my studio. And then, you know, we traded words. I was talking shit. She talked shit. After the shit, after we get off the live, she called me. She called me and we talked. And she said, Ak, I'm going to keep it real with you. Like, what people don't really know, like, I know your audience is a bunch of niggas and blah, blah. But let me tell you the truth. Bro, the nigga was treating me like he was pimping me. Bro, I made mad money from it. He knew I was getting mad lit. He never gave me none of it. I don't know where the money's at. I never touched it. He's only mad now that I left him. The nigga think he's a pimp. The nigga took all the money that I was going out to get. The nigga wasn't getting money. I was getting money. He was taking it. He's mad that I left. That's what she told me straight to my face on FaceTime. The nigga who owns Zeus is right there. That's a fact. I can't lie. She said, I left the nigga with all the money he took from me. All the money. I left his ass with it. But then he got mad because he didn't think I would ever leave him. Now I could make my money over here, this and third. Now he feeling a certain type of way. So before when he could control it, he ain't had no problems with me. That's their business. I ain't got to get into that. Whether a bitch getting pimped or a nigga doing a pimping, I don't really give a fuck. But I'm telling you the truth. I'm going to just speak on what's known publicly. So clearly at a point, Shorty becomes the breadwinner. Right? And I'm just trying to show you, because we got to get this answer. Essentially what Wack is talking about, or what Wack even trying to get to, I'm trying to tell you why I was never beefing with Blueface over a girl. I was on Blueface side. I used to be dissing Krishan because I fucked with Blueface. Blueface only dissed me back because, bro, at a certain point when a nigga dissing your girl, even if they're dissing your girl on behalf of you, you got to stand up because your girl going to look at you like, damn, you a bitch. You're not going to really check this nigga? I got that. I knew that's what it was. The boxing shit only came in because I'm roasting him. Nigga, I see the fucking green goo, the fucking slime come out of the pussy. I'm going crazy. I got the shit on, oh, it's going to be foreclosed. I'm going crazy. You know what happened next? He says, let's box. He says, you said you want to catch a fade with Lil Baby. I'll take the, hold on. I'm pretty sure Blueface, hold on. Lil Baby academic. Bro, I'm only speaking facts. Look, you're going to see, he's going to be like, okay, this is after. But like, initially when we got into it, he said, oh, here we go. Oh, right here. It's right here, bro. It's all facts. It's all facts. He says, I'll take the fade. What do you take the fade from? I'll offer you no fade, nigga. You wasn't in the conversation, nigga. You wasn't in the conversation. Why are you taking the fade? Let's play the clip. If you heard any rapper say, yo, Aqua, then let's get it in. Not one of these niggas, bro. Not one of them. If Lil Baby even hinted at it, nigga. If Little Baby, I'd be like, yo, let's go. Let's go, nigga. If Lil Baby, you jumped out the window on Schoolyard saying you're taking a fade for the nigga. You just mad because the nigga was trying to punch dick in your bitch. Let's keep it a bean. It's the reason why you getting paternity tests, lie detector tests, all of that, nigga. Let's keep it 100. So now, you mad because you try to take the fade for a nigga who eventually DM'd your bitch, told my her big bro, so you now mad. And then later on, when she having his kid, or having your kid supposedly, allegedly, we gotta get a DNA test, we gotta see it on screen. I don't know. Because remember she fucked 10 niggas, I don't know. Anyway, when she's having the kid, you said she was in Atlanta at his restaurant. Gang, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just wondering how I tie into this. How is academics girl tying into Blueface shit? Again, I don't got no problem, but I thought me and Blueface shit was kind of squash. Wack is a nigga bringing it up saying that me and him had problems because he smashed my girl. Wack, stop fucking lying, nigga. Wack, stop lying, nigga. Please stop lying. Like, listen, I fuck with Wack, but I would not fuck with a liar. Wack, stop lying. If you got misinformation, you got misinformation, but I do not tolerate lies. Stop lying. Because I like to stop the whole globe and focus on the lie. Let's focus on the lie. Somebody says it's been an hour, nigga. I'll do 10 hours of this shit. I don't let niggas lie on me. I don't care who it is. My mama can't lie on me. Jesus come back from heaven and be like, yo, nah, nigga, fuck all that. Nobody lies on me. What the fuck is you niggas talking about? Nigga, I'm nigga, the biggest thing when it come to all this shit. Y'all niggas is yapping y'all mouth on Clubhouse for free. Facts. Nigga, I wonder Spotify got 10 million. Nigga, I ain't playing with, nigga, I'm not about to sit here and let none of y'all really just spew bullshit at me and act like it's all, no, nigga, it's not happening. Fuck is you talking about? I ain't moving on from shit. Niggas gotta start, don't lie on me. Don't lie on me. You can lie on J Diggs, you can lie on Hookus Pook, whatever the fuck these niggas' name is. You can lie on Jay Prince, all these other niggas. Don't lie on me. Don't lie on, like, listen, you can lie on Ricky, whatever all these other niggas is you getting at. Act ain't beefing with your artist over nobody's bitch getting fucked. I need that to be abundantly fucking clear. And if you think otherwise, post the proof today. We gotta post the proof today. We could be explosive. Let's go viral then. I don't even know where this came from. This is like what? We gotta stop the line. We got to stop the line. And you know why this is also weird? Because, bro, I know Wack. If Wack about to do his little thing, like, Wack can entertain nigga. Everybody know that. If Wack hit me and be like, yo, Ack, I ain't gonna lie, nephew, hold on. Boo, ba, bam. Like, what? All right, cool. Nigga, you ain't even hit me some random shit that's a lie? A lie? A lie? You just randomly lied today. You just randomly lied today. Chat, I will never get off this topic until I get 100,000% proof. And by the way, listen. This ain't even me listening. I know somebody, I'm like, oh, no, you sure? I'm not listening to no women or nothing like that. I'm speaking as an authoritative of what I know. And by the way, if I'm wrong and we see the proof, that's what I'm asking for the proof to be posted. Don't talk about what's hurt. Post the proof. And if I'm wrong, be like, yo, my bad. Shit, that nigga was right. But we ain't gonna do it like where we trying to just make narratives type shit. Y'all niggas is out of pocket, nigga. Nigga, I ain't on no Adam 22 shit. That nigga bitch getting fucked like the local motherfucking machine at Dave & Buster's. That ain't me, nigga. Everybody can't play with the bitches I'm trying to fuck with. I ain't trying to do that. I tolerate a lot from hoes. I don't tolerate hoes fucking other niggas. That's facts. That's facts. And also, y'all gotta start be very cognizant once you start talking about these personal relationships. Because everybody know everybody's relationships. We could be honest. Adam's bitch getting fucked by niggas. Wack, I met Wack wife. I don't know what they doing now. So when you talking about me and mine, who I don't even know who you talking about, Bro, you gotta understand, I'm probably not gonna be happy with what you talking about. What you talking about right now? I'm here waiting for the answer. I ain't even getting off live stream. Listen, I'm on live stream. This is what I got on early today. I'm not getting off live stream for tonight till we get the answer. We're not, how do I put a timer in the corner? I don't care, spam everybody's fucking social media. Big Act ain't getting off stream until I get an answer. You know why this is weird too? When that fucking bitch told my whack what had his booty all up in the air on the bed on Clubhouse. Man, I ain't talk about that shit, nigga. I know an upset hoe. I know a bitch who don't know bitches who be in their feelings. You was a side joint getting knocked over by whack. Shut the fuck up. Now you want to run your mouth. Bro, I'm not talking about that. You ain't hear me come on here trying to roast whack? Wild on whack. Oh, that's why whack was doing it. Nigga, I don't know nothing about nothing. I don't know nothing about nothing. I don't know no. So when I see, I'm like, what? Nigga, you can't come do and say some shit about a nigga when a nigga had a million opportunities to really kick your back in, my nigga. You have bitches saying you put them on private jets, all type of shit. I'm like, yo, bro, I ignore them. I'm like, yo, bro, first of all, I wouldn't even believe a girl like that. What the fuck? Like, ew, get out of here. That's my man's. Hey, yo, that's my man's. What you talking about? How you gonna come out of the side of your neck talking about Blueface, fuck my chick? How? When? Where? Who? We gonna have to get some answers. We gotta get some answers. And I'm not communicating via Clubhouse. We don't gotta communicate via Twitch neither. Just post it on the gram. Just post it on the gram. Everybody gonna see it. Just post it straight on the gram. Post it straight on the gram. We don't gotta do no funny shit. Post it on the gram. Somebody said Adam could come on stream. Nigga, I'm on HOTS today, though. I'm telling you facts. I'm on HOTS. So any nigga come on stream with me, I'm on HOTS. Facts. So I letting everybody know today I'm on HOTS. Y'all niggas you don't stream me today. Y'all better we'll see. Just post it on the gram, gang. I ain't even finished playing the clip because I ain't really trying to violate. But this is weird to me. This is weird because it's false. But I'll get back to it. Here we go.
Forgive me. Axe hating on Blueface because Blueface knocked his broad down. That's it. No, because you notice how he came out of nowhere with it?
I explained that already.
Shay girl?
I ain't gonna tell you which one.
Shut the f up.
Look, bro, that's act. Like these little brawls, they run into bro, it goes down like that. I watched Ray J hit LaDainian Thomas's wife when he was still at the Chargers.
Yo, this is why I like Wack, though. This is why I like Wack. Number one, Wack's lying about this shit. I gotta call Wack on the lie. Wack, you know I love you. You know I love you, but I gotta call you on the lie. I don't know who told you that, but I know if you said it, you always told me this. If you said it, you ain't make it up. So a nigga told you that. So maybe ain't you lying, but put the nigga on Front Street who told you that. Maybe it is Blueface. Put him on Front Street. Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out. But anyway, yo, did he just like slide in there on some collateral damage, LaDainian Tomlinson's wife? Holy.
Motherfucker can't tell me nothing. I done seen the best of the best get hit.
No, that's definitely a fact.
Not Shay Glizzy.
Listen, bro.
Shay Glizzy.
So whatever Ack had to say about Blueface, Ack, that's my brother. But now we got to clear it up and let people know why you so butthurt. Nephew knocked the broad down. In nephew defense,
yo, Wack, I hate you. Wack, text me. Yo, Wack is laughing. Yo, Wack, I hate your motherfucker. You got me hot, Wack. Wack, you got me hot. Wack, you know you can't go. Wack, it's one thing you said on Clubhouse. On Clubhouse, I'll be like, yo, you know, Wack be having them. You can't say no jumper, nigga. Wack. Nah, he texted me. He texted me. He said, nigga, you bit. He said, you bit the bait, nigga. He said, promote that shit, nigga. Oh my God. Yo, Wack, you can't be playing with me, especially, you gotta realize, Wack, hold on, there's optics to this. Adam done got his wife nutted in and slurping on semen. Adam, like, I don't care what he eat, that Stone Cold face, that shit don't faze me. He would love to have a few niggas in the gang be like, oh, our bitch got fucked. No, nigga, yo bitch got fucked. You feel me? So, what I'm saying to you, Wack, you can't say that on No Jumper, because Adam is trying to include niggas in the we let our bitches get fucked gang. You feel me? I get you probably a little trolling. Like, you know what Wack gonna tell me? I can tell. I swear, I can tell. Because I seen the message. Wack, you ain't shit. Wack, you ain't shit. Wack, you ain't shit. You know what Wack finna say? Yo, nephew, I ain't say which one of your girls, and I ain't even say you was with them at the time. I know he gonna say that. Facts, he gonna say some shit like that. I'm telling you. Wack, you ain't shit. No, because he texted me, and I just realized, you know how Wack is. No. Somebody said, so Wack's a liar. You know what Wack is gonna say? I didn't lie. Blueface caught one of the joints he was with that was his girlfriend at the time or a girlfriend previously, and Blueface hit it. Bruh, I've been with some random bitch. That's facts. Has me and Blueface probably fucked the same girl? Bro, probably 1,000,000%. The same girls, like, there's a group of rapper groupies that just like rapper adjacent shit. They like Blueface, they like me, they like everybody. You get me? If they get Future, they get everybody, right? Then you have the higher class joints they want to date. But anyway, I'm saying that has me and Blueface smashed probably the same chick? I don't know, maybe. Has Blueface smashed like a girl that I'm claiming? This is where I'm about to call Wack. Should I call Wack? I gotta call Wack. Should I call Wack? Nah, I'm calling Wack. Wack is lying. I'm calling Wack now. Wack is a troll. Wack is a fucking Wack. Yo, Wack. Don't.
What up, bro?
Wack.
What?
Wack. You know you can't. Wack. You the king of technical. Yo, Wack.
I'm wearing your Clubhouse. They said academics going up on your ass.
Yo, Wack, I'm about to catch. Yo, Wack, I kid you not, I'm about to catch a heat stroke.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm about to catch a heat. Wack.
Can I ask you a question?
You can ask
me. Do you think I give a fuck about you going up on me?
No, but I'm mad, Wack. I'm mad. Wack. Hold on. No, Wack. Hold on.
I wanted
No.
I won $1,000. I'm gonna send you $500. I said,
no.
Adam.
Hold on.
I said, Adam. Adam said, academic don't never show us no love and promote our shit. I said, I'm gonna show you how to get him to promote our shit.
Nah, Wack. Hold on. No, fuck all that. Wack. No, hold on. You know you can't go on No Jumper shit and be like, academics letting this bitch get fucked. Yo, they on my head like this.
Yo, Blueface ain't into that shit, bro. He don't let no man watch. What are you talking about?
Wack.
What's up, Hack?
How you gonna do that on No Jumper? Yo, if you had said that on Clubhouse, I would have hit you on the phone. If you said on Clubhouse, you said on Adam 22 platform, Adam just licking his chops like, oh yeah, they about to get at this. Yo, hold on.
Hack, let me ask you a question, Hack.
Yeah.
Hack, listen. You went at me live already. I didn't say nothing. See, I text you as a brother, right? Why didn't you text me, Hack? You know what you did? You used me for content, Hack. You see that?
No, Wack, don't do that.
Yes, you did.
Wack!
Why didn't you call me and say,
No.
Yo, bro, what the fuck is it that I don't know? What the fuck?
Hold on.
No,
Wack,
you know
Wack.
What you did?
Here's it.
You went straight at me.
No, Wack.
No love.
No. I'm going to tell you. Hold on. Because here's the thing. Me and Adam's supposed to go live in an hour. This was scripted.
He gonna flame your
No.
ass.
He definitely No.
This
Listen.
ain't scripted? What are you talking about?
No. Yo, you think, first of all, when y'all filmed this episode, tell me.
What'd you say?
When did y'all film that episode that they posted on the gram?
That was like Thursday, last week,
a couple
days ago.
Hold on. So that's right before he texted me, let's go live. So he knew I'm going to drop the bomb on the gram. Then I'm gonna go live with this nigga, and the
I
shit.
didn't know. See, I didn't know this.
That's a play. You be Wack.
didn't
You
know that.
orchestrate plays.
No, reality is a reality. Yo, listen, listen. Least you can claim that a Crip fucked your bitch, bro.
Wait, Wack. You know that never happened though. Like where'd you get that from?
Listen.
No, hell no. Wait, Wack.
Listen, now here go the
Wack
thing
trolling
you got to get over.
Wack, you trolling
When
now.
she closes her eyes, is she thinking about him or thinking about
Wack.
That's what you
Hold
gotta
on.
think about.
Wait, let me ask you the question. Did you
That's
get?
what you got to think about.
Wait.
Act.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Did you make it up or did Blueface just lie to you?
Blueface don't even know that I told. Like I snitched on him, bro. I'm in bad standings with Blueface because he don't want niggas to know what bitches he didn't fuck. But you woke up. Everybody want to know why you was attacking Blueface.
No. Hold on. I explained it though. No, I explained it though.
You was attacking him.
No.
Blueface never knew he fucked your bitch. You went in the phone.
No, you see, now you just making this up. Yo, Wack, Wack,
Hold
hold on.
Bro, I don't know what nephew doing with
Yo,
his
Wack,
bitch.
hold on. Yo, after we done here, yo, Wack, after we done here,
Thank your girl for Blueface
No,
not
Wack,
having blue balls.
after-
He was able to release that shit,
Wack,
bro.
after we done here, I'm gonna come to your floor on Clubhouse, nigga. I ain't been there in a minute, cause I see y'all talking crazy. Check this out.
Yo.
Check this out. I can see, yo, Wack for the content. Wack, I'm serious. You made that shit up. Wait, first of all, hold on. Wait.
I would never do such a thing.
You would definitely Wack. You do know why I went up.
You're my brother. You know you my brother.
You did that for the bet with Adam 22. Hold on. Yo.
You my brother.
Wack. Let me say this to y'all though. Let me say this to you. I want you to admit that I was right.
Right about what?
Because like I know you saying this false shit about why I got into it with him. Yo, at first I was defending him. I was just like, yo, bro, I don't think it's a good look.
Until you saw the text.
What? What text?
When you seen in that phone, right?
What phone?
I can still feel you inside of me.
This nigga Wack.
You went crazy.
Yo, Wack.
You went crazy.
Yo, Wack. I ain't gonna lie.
I tried to hook you
Yo,
up
Wack,
with
you're a
Indigo.
liar.
I hope Indigo was gonna get you over the hump.
Wack.
Look out for you. You went down there.
Yo,
you
Wack.
said Indigo was too much for you. Now you telling me, Wack, she's closing her eyes longer than usual. I said, bro, she respecting the Crippin.
Yo, Wack, you're such a liar.
What I told you to do, Act.
Yo.
I said, Act, use it to your advantage. Play Tatiana, and she really gonna get freaky with you, bro.
Yo.
You gotta get something out the deal.
Yo, Wack, I'm gonna be honest. Yo, Wack, I'm gonna keep it 100. Yo, Wack, I was so mad at you. Until I see your message, I was so mad at you. Like, I know you get a cut. I was so mad. Yo, I was like, yo, Wack. Wack, why would you do that?
Act, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Our brotherhood's been tested time and time again, and every time you think I ain't gonna show up, I show up, right?
Yeah, but Wack, now I ain't gonna lie, that got me tight.
I put my hand on your shoulder, and I always, no matter what, deal with you like a brother, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Okay, so your anger should only go so far.
No, of course. That's what I'm saying.
We have an obligation, Act, to entertain the people and to inform the people as long as it's not involving criminal activity.
Okay,
Now, look, Act, I didn't expose what bitch you was, Act, and I'm not going to say which one.
It was none of them. Yo, hold on.
But listen, are you saying Blueface is not capable of fucking one of your bitches?
One of my.
If a bitch will fuck with you, they'll fuck with Blueface.
Hold on. Wait. No, like I say if I happen to fly out a girl, if she was fucking with me, of course she would fuck with Blueface. Bro, like, hold on. I'm not thinking the majority of these, like, these just random joints is just fucking with me just because whatever. Like, shit, they fuck with me, they fuck with Blueface.
You know the women think Blueface is a fly young nigga, man. Nigga like 6'2", got the tattoos, face tats.
Hold on.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, now here's the thing. Here's the difference.
You know what I'm saying?
Here's the difference, though, Wack. Here's the difference. Let me ask you this question.
He don't got the oversized cranium and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Let me ask you this question. So let me ask you this question. No, let me ask you this question. So if you deal with a young lady, right, or you deal with a lady, and she's familiar with you, and you fucking with her, and y'all look, do you think she would fuck Blueface even though you and her have a rapport for a couple of months? Let me just ask that.
Do me?
Yes.
Act. I'm a boss type nigga.
Oh, stop it!
Trying to find your identity.
Stop it! Yo, stop hop in.
Act, listen, Act, let me ask you a question, Act. When the last time, Act, this is real shit.
Yeah.
Last time you put on a shirt that didn't overlap your belt because of your belly.
No, I ain't gonna lie to you. No, whack. You know you can't do this, right? You can't do. Hold on, no, whack. I'm gonna tell you why you can't do this. Whack. No. I'm gonna tell you why you can't do this. I've been watching you.
Conversation live
No,
with others, Act.
whack. No. I know we're brothers. I've been watching you on the no. I've been watching you on the No Jumper show. I like this. I've been said it. The only show popping up there is you and Adam. But I ain't gonna lie, you look extra wide, man. It's extra wide.
No, Act, I'm gonna tell you what it is, right? I'm gonna tell you what it is, Act.
You don't look as lean as you used to. You don't look like the lean nigga that knocked out Stitches.
Act, this what it is, Act. And I was like tripping, right? I was like, damn. It seemed like when I sit down, my posture changes. So this is my thing.
Yeah.
Now I'm still the same weight. So now I want to drop the weight. So when I sit down, right, it still looks right. Right now, Act, I'm a little fucked up. But that don't stop the fact that Blueface fucked your bitch.
That's cat. Hey, whack. Hey.
Listen,
We could go in a weight loss competition.
Because nephew, I'm gonna ask him. I'm pretty sure, he got some. I'm gonna send it to you, but you gotta promise me no domestic reaction, bro.
What do you? Yo, whack.
You give me your word.
Yo.
You give me your word.
Yo, whack. This ain't Clubhouse. We on Twitch and YouTube right now. They not finna believe this. Yo, whack.
What you mean they don't gonna believe this?
Whack.
Yo, you was fucking with a bitch that half the industry already fucked before you fucked the bitch.
That was not my girl though.
Nigga,
that was my friend.
Selena Powell pussy.
No, I never dated her. I never dated her.
You
Whack.
ate that bitch.
I never. What?
Put that on something you to eat her pussy.
Whack. I'm Jamaican.
There you go.
Whack. I'm Jamaican.
You eat her pussy, that's your bitch.
Fuck no. Yo, hold on. Yo, whack. I got 100,000.
You was off that Hennessy.
Whack.
Ain't no telling what else you did.
Whack.
You know what you was doing in the back of that Uber when I had to stop you and pull you out and take you to your room, man.
Yo,
like, where Ack at? I see two bitches. I say, where's Ack at? And I hear noises. I'm like, where the fuck is my brother? Next thing I know, I see a knee pop up. This bitch, one on your face.
That's
the other one on some
Yo,
other shit.
Whack. I'm gonna be honest. Hold on. Wait, Whack.
What I'm saying
Why
is,
couldn't you have told
be
me?
happy that a crib hit your bitch.
Wait, Whack. Why couldn't you have told me? You know I'm emotional. You know, like we had conversation about a lot of shit, and sometimes you be like, damn, you went crazy. Why couldn't you have called me? No, Whack. Hold on. Why couldn't you have called me and be like?
Initial reaction when you saw that.
I was like, I felt like you turned on me, Whack. I was like, yo, Whack would have hit me with a line like, yo.
Act. Do you think I would ever turn on you?
I thought you turned up. Yo, I swear I thought you turned. I said, what?
Even though you've been hating on Young Magnificent.
Nah, it's cap.
You keep telling me you're going to do an interview, right?
Y'all got to come to the East Coast because I seen both y'all on Adam's show. Y'all got to come to my show now.
That's cool, no problem. I got to come check out my crib anyway. But nevertheless, we be waiting for you to pull up on Clubhouse. Let me know. I'll get you the link.
Whack, I ain't gonna lie.
Right, bro, you'll get over it.
I was.
I just had to admit this nigga named S. Dot, this old muscle man Puerto Rican nigga. The nigga had to drop on mine. He was going to escort around Arizona until I found a ticket and canceled it.
What? Wait. What happened?
Oh, man, I ain't going to listen, man. Listen, man. Shit going on, bro.
Wait, a nigga had to drop on yours?
Listen, I'm trying to tell you, shit happens, bro. It happens,
No way.
You gotta embrace it.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest.
You gotta go fuck 4 more niggas bitches. That way you gotta balance it out, That's it.
Yo, that's why Whack.
You know you's a trick, so it's easy for you to get a bitch. Cause
Whack, you know I ain't tricking, nigga.
You know, it ain't tricking if you got it, bro.
No, it ain't tricking. Nah, it ain't tricking if you're a girlfriend. You can buy your girlfriend shit. You can't buy no random hoe shit. Like,
hey, yo, listen,
Whack
I
is
don't think you understand. This is one of my greatest achievements right here.
Yo, Whack.
I got Mr. Think It Through. When they told me on Clubhouse, Act is going in on you, I was so fucking happy.
No.
Yo, I'm 1,000 up.
Whack. Hold on. I don't know if the stream can see. I'm sweating. I'm so upset. Like there's I think snot out of my nose. I'm mad.
You know what? Act, are you 30 yet? You just turned 30. Are you 30 yet?
Yeah.
That's what it is. When them niggas 20, 25, fuck your bitch, it's painful, Act. It's painful. Because you know, nephew, the Energizer Bunny.
Yo, so you tell me, hold on. So Wack, all right, hold on, Wack. I'm gonna do what you be doing. All right, hold on, Wack. I'm gonna do what you be doing. So what you mean to tell me, Wack? This is what you be doing. So what you mean to tell me is that Blueface fucks Selena Powell?
No, not at all. He never touched her.
Oh my God,
I
that's
ran her out of my backstage. She tried to get to him and Sada, baby. Ask Sada, I shut it down. Selena know me, like she knows me though. Whenever she sees me, that motherfucker get the fuck out the way.
I ain't gonna lie, Wack. I'm gonna be honest, and this is not no troll. She showed me messages. Yo, she showed me messages of. Hold on, remember when Blueface was doing?
The one you in love with, the one you call Snookums.
Snookum what?
Yeah, we seen.
Yo, Chad. I'm
the one
so.
You call Snookums. The one you give the little prepaid debit card to.
What?
The $7,500 a month. We don't
What?
call that shit, Act.
Hey, yo, Chad. I'm so mad at Wack. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna say when I see Wack, we got squad because he gonna beat me up. But we gotta do something, Wack. I ain't gonna lie. I'm mad.
I'm never beat you up. That's my word.
I'm mad.
I would never beat you up.
Wack, I'm mad.
You know what? We would go viral because I would ball up and let you win, Act. You my
Wack.
nigga, man.
Wack, yo, I was hit. I'm like, I was so upset. Yo, you probably didn't even hear what I was going crazy. I was sweating. I think I went for like an hour.
I can't wait to hear this shit, Act.
No, it's going to be bad. Don't even listen to it. Don't even listen to this shit.
A lot of these people don't understand that Wack 100 is a social media guy. Wack is a street nigga. Cass Jones is who I was born as. Wack 100 don't give no fucks. All these dudes that doing the interviews with my name, I don't care. It's funny to me. Keep my name in the algorithm. It's great. I love it. You're working for me. But in the meantime, Mac, Blueface did stop hitting her.
Yo, Wack is the ultimate. Hey, by the way. All right, Wack. Let's get away from all the lies. Hey, you know what I heard you say on Clubhouse recently? You know what I heard you say on Clubhouse recently?
Put that on something. You didn't eat Selena Powell pussy.
I never even kissed her, man. Hold on.
Get the fuck out of here.
Wait, let's get to some reality shit, though.
You ate that pussy so much, you had a tattoo tongue, nigga.
Stop it. Hey. I seen you and Charleston had a conversation. You know, I've been trying to get y'all to sit down.
I talked to the nigga. We were supposed to set it up. I got the place set up. But he said he gonna call me back. I ain't heard from him a couple weeks.
Y'all cool now?
No, we was just gonna have an interview. I was gonna interview the nigga. Act, one thing you know about me, when it's time to get to the business, I'm gonna conduct the business. You know that.
I was listening to that nigga 6ix9ine today. He was saying, hold on, you got to confirm this because I'm about to play the clip after this. He said, I didn't pay the $1 million. He said $1 million did get paid, but it got paid by a vape company.
No, 6ix9ine didn't pay for shit. I wouldn't let him do that. That's a fact. Kodak walked out of there 3 M's up. He didn't. 6ix9ine is been a dime. He prepaid for the video, but he got that back too. I'm not gonna let 6ix9ine spend no money on this product. You know me. You know I'm a businessman. You know better than that. 6ix9ine made money. He ain't lose no money, so ain't no 6ix9ine paid. That's out.
Yo.
That's called. What was the name of it? Fume.
Fume.
Fume Vapes. FUME Vapes. Go check them out. They got some crazy vapes. Fume Vapes. FUME Vapes. They got some crazy vapes, all kind of flavors. Go check them out. Snoop Dogg fuck with them. Everybody fuck with them.
Yo, chat, I was so upset at Wack. Yo, they see me. I was wilding.
Did you kick the door and hit the wall?
No, I was hitting the table, everything. I was going, I was going crazy. I was like, what? He think I'm hating on Blueface cause something with a girl? You know what I said? I said, he ducking the question about why Blueface getting dissed by Lil Baby.
Who got dissed by Lil Baby?
Blueface. You heard that?
Heard what? What did he say?
He said I put $1 million up. He said I put 100 up 1,000,000 times. What the fuck is a Blueface?
So what he's saying is he got millions. He ain't worried about $100.
No, he told about Blueface the rapper, man. Yo, Wack.
No.
Yo, Wack. You the biggest manipulator I know after 6ix9ine.
You see, you trying to get away from the fact that you ducked the fade from Blueface He said he was gonna take the
No.
for Lil Baby.
Oh, why? Can we talk about that? Well, okay. Well, you from the streets. Remember, I'm not from the streets, so you gotta tell me. You from the streets. If a nigga from the streets say, like, remember, it's me and Lil Baby had a problem. Blueface said, I'll take the fade for him. Then Lil Baby start getting at Blueface's chick, which is Krishan, and Lil Baby, basically, him and Blueface trading words. You can't catch a fade for a nigga who ain't.
He never got at the chick. All they was doing was having a business conversation.
Stop. Well, that's what you saying. Blueface said otherwise. You got to keep it 100. Blueface was insecure.
It was a business conversation.
Be honest. Did Blueface hit Krishan?
And what y'all didn't realize.
Did Blueface hit Krishan?
Lil Baby got paid $10 million to let a Lil Baby AI roam to see if he can fool the people. That's it.
So wait. So you tell me that
was a Lil Baby AI, bro.
What do you mean?
That
AI?
wasn't even Lil Baby.
On the song?
No, nigga in Arizona and on the song. That's an AI.
Yo, stop lying. Yo,
Bro, we got a bag. This is for all
yo, Wack, stop it. Yo, Wack.
Yeah, we're gonna respond with a Blueface AI.
Will
I told you.
Will Blueface respond to Lil Baby, or is he scared? Be honest.
The Blueface AI is already responding. We have to put the information from the Lil Baby AI, and then the Blueface AI will determine what the response gonna be.
Yo, Wack, I ain't gonna lie, you so super political.
Shout out to QCP.
Nah, I know you was gonna say that.
Family over there.
I know you was gonna say that. Wait, Wack, how do you navigate that when you know P is your man? Like, how do you make sure?
My man, Lil Baby, my nephew, Blueface, my nephew.
How do you work with that?
It'll never be a problem.
So it's just some AI rapping against each other.
It's AIs, bro. We testing it, bro. You know they hiring.
Yo, I can't.
You know they hiring a lot of us to test these AI. Watch the Wack AI.
There's a Wack AI?
Yeah, yo, did you see when I spilled the beans on Tasha K? I let everybody know it was a situation. Did you check that out?
No, I did. I'm gonna be honest with you. I
gotta
see.
go check it
No,
out,
no. She's on a press
you
run.
You gotta go pull that up and promote that part, Act.
No. The only thing I'm gonna be honest with that
Tasha
Tasha.
don't want to tell nobody because the African husband might have a problem, but it was, it was a quick little thing. It wasn't nothing serious. Quick little thing.
Wait.
Wait,
you smashed Tasha K?
Yo, listen, Act, I'm gonna get back with you. I gotta take this motherfucking
What?
I gotta take this call. I'm gonna get back with you, nephew.
Yo,
Look, go stream Young Magnificent right now on all platforms. 716 degrees. West up. Clubhouse, we on the 100 side, bitch. 100 trenches, we out.
Yo, I hate this nigga Wack. Yo, chat, I was blacking out. This nigga basically texted me and he was just like, yo, like, I know how Wack is, so he'd be like, yo, yeah, that's that promo we need. And I'm like, this nigga's trolling me. Nigga, I was so mad. Chat, if y'all listen to me over the last like hour or so, bro, I was so mad. Bro, I was like blacking the fuck out. Bro, I was blacking out. Nigga, I'm still sweating. Bro. Like, oh my God, I'm still sweating, bro. Okay, he was just trolling, bro, but the fuck? You think Adam put him up to that? Because I ain't gonna lie. I've been on Clubhouse with Wack before. He'll call me and be like, yo, Ack, don't say nothing. See this motherfucker in the room? I'm about to run a play. Don't say nothing. I get back in the room, Wack going on like just some side mission type shit, some crazy shit. But I never see him do it to me. That's why I was like, what? Just took all the wind out of my sail, man. Fuck. No, I was mad. Nah, I ain't gonna lie, I was mad. Bro, I was mad, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I was mad. I was just like, I know Wack wouldn't lie on me. I'm like, yo, that's my man Wack. Yo, I was so upset, bro. Somebody said, Ack, eat the jump off pump. You know, like, yeah, you know Wack is trolling. I kind of feel bad that I blacked out so much because I'm like, damn, he was trolling. But I didn't know he was trolling. So, like, I had to black out. I'm not wrong, right? Like, I had to black out. I feel bad. You know when you feel bad now? It was like somebody tried to do a practical joke or some type of joke to you, and you wild the fuck out, and then afterwards, when they be like, yo, bro, this was just a joke. You feel you feel bad because you're like, damn, I shouldn't have reacted like that. But everybody know, like, I'm like, nigga, I'm blackout city. Like, that's what I do. Like, I just black out all the time. But you can't be doing, somebody said I brought that nigga divorce. Oh, yeah. I hope that nigga ain't go back and listen to it, bro. I was going in, nigga. I'm sorry. All right. Fuck! Whack, you a piece of shit. Welcome to the academic stream. We have a lot of things going on today. Adam 22 will be, somebody says, as much shit you told about Adam's wife, you don't think he want to end you? Why? Bro, Adam gotta, like, bro, he's made millions off of that. I'm sorry to say, like, he just gotta just accept it, bro. Like, it is what it is. You know what I mean? It's like, there's a type of decorum before this whole, like, promotion shit. I think at this point, everything is just, it is what it is. All right, Adam, I think he's still getting on in 40 minutes. Fuck, man, my whole stream been fucked up. Like, I'm, like, thrown off on some, okay. Woo. Somebody said, yo. Oh my God. Thank y'all for coming in. I'm sorry. I guess this was a good way to, like, bring the views up because I was fucking blacking, bro. Okay, all right. Are the mods on Twitch? If we need more mods, just let me know. Okay, cool. All right, bet. We're gonna talk about this Big Zoo shit. Let me tell you this, man. You know, I'm a guy from Jamaica. We're black men, and you know, I give him credit, or maybe it's critique. Not all of us is like Adam. Like, you know, Adam could withstand somebody saying that somebody fucked his chick. Like, a black dude, like, bruh, that's like the worst thing you could say, nigga, other than just calling that nigga gay. So, yeah, crash outs happen. But anyway. Nigga, I was sweating, bro. Like, I was going in. Fuck. All right. Anyway, chat. Let me get on to the regular stream. God damn, man. Yo, I'm like worked up, bro. Pause. All right. Anyway. So, remember when I was telling you about the whole Cardi B and Nicki thing, right? So Cardi B and Nicki Minaj, they both performed at the award show. And essentially when they performed at the award show, Nicki performed some new songs. Cardi B also did bongos with Meg Thee Stallion. But of course, there's a lot of things happening in the background. What we found out that was happening in the background was supposedly the husband of Nicki Minaj, who supposedly popped out. And while he was there, you know, he made a video with this other guy. I don't know who he is, but people took this as potentially a threat, and a threat to Cardi. This is how it was.
No, it's shot, nigga, the sturdiest, nigga, big queens, biggest queens, nigga, Long Island. No, it's shot.
So that's Nicki Minaj's husband over here. His name is Kenneth Perry. He says he's waiting for niggas to act stupid. Add that to a lot of social media hype. People are like, yo, Cardi B is kind of getting pressed. She probably feels scared because, like, Nicki and her husband, you know, Nicki's husband is like, this is what I've heard. You know, I don't want to get too specific, but he's like a high-ranking gang member. So, like, all that shit about, like, him, like, fucking an underage girl or pedophile stuff, like, apparently nobody in the streets talk about that because he's, like, really like that, right? His name is Big Zoo. So, you know, like, people might joke about it online, but he's, like, a real, like, high-up gang member in whatever gang he's in. Also, Nicki knew him from the past, and apparently, I just personally think Nicki's trying to gangbang in her 40s, which is a little odd, but okay. But he's back in New York, and you know they usually live in LA, and you know where Nicki lived because this nigga got to register as a sex offender, so his address is out there, and they live in the same place. But essentially, he came back to New York. He got all the goons back with him, and I guess he wanted to just put a statement out there that, you know, when it comes to Nicki and who Nicki's man is or what she's standing with, like some serious shit. So a lot of people were saying, yo, Cardi B was like really scared. Like she was surrounded by security, this and third. And then a few of the people that were with Nicki Minaj's husband start putting up stuff like this. They said, Cardi B, we ain't average queen niggas, big dog shit. And then they tagged the guy. I think this is the guy. And they said, sturdy. He says, talking about you ain't flinch. You already exposed your hand. Sound like motherfuckers is nervous, okay? This was after, remember I had showed you, I think it was on my backup page, where Cardi B had actually said that, you know, she wasn't nervous, right? She said she ain't flinch. So apparently these dudes and their messages was essentially responding to, yes, you did flinch. You were fucking scared because we were in the building, right? Now, and by the way, here's what he also says. He says, one response to anybody eating dick in these comments, I'll slap your whole seat row section at the next awards. Your moms, your pops, and the step family. I'll follow you too. It ain't cause I like you. Okay. All right. Now, what ended up happening, and I'm trying to keep it like chronological, Offset ended up messaging this guy. And I guess the guy's the sturdy guy. So Offset says, where you located, nigga? You niggas is pussy, speaking on female business and talking crazy. Y'all some broke ass and talking crazy. Broke ass don't got money for war. That was what Offset said. Now, we later find out, and we do get the messages like completely later on, but what prompted that, what happened after that was Nicki Minaj's husband and, give me 1 second, Nicki Minaj's husband and his friends outside. Nicki Minaj's husband outside. Let me see if I can find the video. It was a long-ass video of them outside. Let me see. Is it this? Might be this right here.
Right. So they don't know where I'm from. They know where I'm from, though. They know. I can't act like I don't. Big Queens.
Yeah, sturdy. What's poppin'? What's poppin'?
What's poppin'?
Fucking money, man. What's up?
Yeah.
What's that, man?
Yeah.
Huh?
You don't know.
Yeah.
They said you don't know.
Big Zoom.
Plan that vacation.
Yeah.
You planning your funeral.
Yeah.
All the way to the street. Everything. Let's play.
Yeah.
Let's play. What's up?
We'll meet you there, nigga.
Let's get it.
Let us meet you there.
Legendary. That's the starting.
Let's get it going, man.
We'll meet you on your vacation.
That's a fact.
Chat, I don't want to do the motion. I don't want niggas to think that, you know what I mean, like I'm some gang member, but what's that wiping nose motion? What that mean?
They got Big Zoo outside.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Big Zoo, actually, like, first of all, I believe they're outside of a 5-star hotel. You know Nicki Minaj is not staying in the slums, right? So they're in New York City. This is a really good hotel. They literally went down to the lobby, went around the fucking corner, and basically were saying we're outside. You get what I mean? Which is it just sounds so ridiculous. You're staying at a hotel that's like $800 a night, and you want to make it a point that you're outside by going downstairs when nobody's outside. Well, let's
They wanted to come at me at the VMAs, man. We ain't even do nothing to nobody, man.
Man, what's poppin', man? What's poppin', man? Nobody hiding around here, man.
Yeah,
We
outside.
We ready. All the way up.
Yeah.
We ain't ducking action. We ain't ducking action. We ain't ducking action.
New York.
Now, let me pause this and just actually say, yo, Big Zoo, man. This is fucking embarrassing, bro. And this is why it's very important when you date up, and this is not only a message to him because he's dating up, but to anybody, women included. When you date up, you may need to either increase your maturation or you need to start matching your partner. Every blog, including mine, we don't care who you are, my nigga. Let's just be very clear. We don't know. We only know Kenneth Perry for some really disgusting charges. We don't care if you're the Big Zoo in the hood. We don't care if you run the hood or if you killed 20 niggas. You're an extension of Nicki Minaj. You're her husband. You are someone who would represent her interests or could stand on her behalf. That's very important. And this is a problem with some of these guys. And, you know, I see people like really critiquing who Nicki Minaj has decided to get married to. And usually I'm like, yo, listen, you love who you love. Like, you know what I mean? Not everybody is Jay-Z and Beyonce. But he had got to realize, my nigga, I get it. The only thing you bring to the table is that you're a goon, but you gotta wake the fuck up, my nigga. If the only time you could show your worth to your woman by going outside with your fellow goons, who, by the way, you're gonna see a nigga with like fully gray beard, you're fucking up. My nigga, you a grown-ass man at this point. Learn to book a fucking appointment, book a show for her, help her out, do something that's constructive. Your only fucking purpose for a damn near 9-figure woman, the queen, unapologetically, unilaterally, unanimously, the queen of hip hop, best female rapper ever, is that you could be outside to say y'all ain't ducking smoke? This shit is ridiculous. This is retarded. I hope Nicki Minaj is actually really disgusted by this. Now, I don't know, because I've seen her sometimes embracing this, talking about she's in the hood. I don't know if you've seen it. I could pull that video up too. And I was confused. I said, Nicki, you're 40. Like, what do you mean you're in the hood? You're 40. Like, what does it mean you're in the hood? You got married to a nigga who is a sexual offender, registered. We could look your address up. You be living in Hidden Hills and Calabasas and Beverly Hills. You don't live in the hood. So what's the point of you even trying to purport that you're in the streets? At what point do you grow up? At what point? And again, I would love to just blame this guy to say you're fucking all the way up. But also I got to blame Nicki. And such is the case. And when I say this, I want to be also very clear. A lot of times for our significant others' mistakes, we have to take blame. Let's be honest. We're picking these individuals who's fucking the shit up. Kenneth Perry, with all due respect, you've given her a bad rap because people think you are a pedophile. You say you're not. She also stands by you. You should be doing everything to try to erase some of those thoughts. You should be the person who's trying to do, you know what I mean, philanthropic things to make it seem like you're a good guy, not being outside like, oh, we really run the streets. You have a baby with Nicki Minaj. We see the sexual register, the sexual offender registry. You live in California, not in the streets. You don't live where you just went out there. So again, this was embarrassing. And at a certain point, and this is why sometimes I see people critique the youth, these guys are all 45 pushing 50. This is how they feel it's appropriate to handle their problems. Now, also, let me address this too. Because I know some people might be like, yo, Ak, you're just pussy, so you let any nigga say anything to you. Here's another issue that I have. And I think Offset's going to bring it up. Or maybe it was Cardi B or something. And I know some of y'all might be like, oh, I'm not picking sides, but we got to be very clear. You're dating the queen of motherfucking rap. If the only thing you bring to the table is that you have goons, that's kind of pathetic. But okay, that's the only thing. That's the only worth you have. You could dick her down and you got some goons. Congratulations. You know what you should probably do, my nigga? Not have your goons on Instagram Live outside of the hotel that your wife just booked. Clearly fucking up her situation. A shootout happened there. She's in jeopardy. Why are you on live with it? If you really that guy, if you that tough and you really so gangster, why are you on Instagram Live saying, I'm looking for this guy? When did the goons become that person? I used to give Kenneth Perry a lot of credit. And by the way, I don't know about his sexual past or whatever. Obviously, Nicki and him, they have a certain disposition. They say they ain't do it. I can't go back. Hey, listen, I heard what's alleged. I know he got to register, but I'm not going to, just call somebody blah, blah. Here's the thing. There was a time that he was seen and not heard. And I know that's usually reserved a lot for females, but here's the thing. When you date Nicki Minaj, you are essentially in that feminine role. You need to be seen and not heard. Smile when there's photo ops and shut the fuck up and disappear. Fall back. It's Nicki's show. Now, granted, if Nikki was like, yo, if Nikki made us think about it, you say, yo, I'm standing by my wife. Yo, any nigga with a problem with my wife, what's up? Oh, niggas would have been like, yo, you hold it down. Niggas is seeing you look desperate because they're saying you bring nothing to the table other than gooning. You're trying to show your wife why you worth something. Your wife brought you to the VMAs. You probably asked for 10 passes. Hey, could you get my other gang members in there? All right, cool. I'm asking for 10 extra. You should be seen and not heard. I've never heard this guy's voice before. With all due respect. And by the way, I probably think this guy's probably one of the toughest niggas. Like, from what I've heard, I heard this thing is like one of the guys. But you're dating Nicki Minaj. You should be seen and not heard. Even if you an Offset, whatever, if you like that, handle it off of the net. You should know, because your wife is Nicki, just like Offset should know, because his wife is Cardi. If y'all even look at somebody, fans make up some shit that y'all cheating. You should want to keep your gooning offline. Who are you impressing? You brought embarrassment to your family. You brought embarrassment to Nicki's name. We're looking. Every time I post about him, I continually have to remind people it's Nicki's husband, because nobody would care about your actions if you weren't Nicki's husband. So what the fuck are you doing? This made Nicki look corny, look out of touch, look like a bully, and look lame. You are the representative of Nicki Minaj. It didn't help when y'all are out here mean mugging and thugging that we then see Offset, who is with Kai Cenat. This is the craziest part about it. It was so funny when all this is happening. Offset's in Atlanta with Kai Cenat doing this.
What you gonna do with all that junk? All that junk inside your trunk.
Look at this nigga Offset. Here's the thing, man. Unfortunately, I gotta hit, and this is why it matters, right? Oh, my bad. I closed it by mistake. I'm not sitting here talking to Kenneth Perry because he is irrelevant in the music landscape. So anything that was due to Kenneth Perry, we attribute to Nicki Minaj. So instead of me talking about your husband, I have to attribute his actions that were lame to you. And I think that's where Nicki has to realize you got to play the game better. If you want some gang shit, you got to keep that shit off the internet. Your husband looked crazy. His homies, like look, you're going to see a nigga with gray in the beard. By the way, no disrespect to these niggas, because I hear they're really killers. Like, niggas point out every single one of these niggas in the videos, and they're like, no, that nigga clapped like 2 niggas. I was like, what?
Big Queens, nigga.
Yeah, sturdy, nigga. What's poppin'? What's poppin'? Big fucking money, man. What's up? Where the niggas is at, man?
Yeah.
Huh?
You don't know niggas. They said you don't know niggas.
Big Zoom.
Plan that vacation. You gonna be planning your funeral, pussy.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the way to the street, nigga. Know everything, nigga. Let's play. What's up?
We'll meet you there, nigga.
Let's get it.
Let's meet you there, nigga.
Legendary. That's the story.
Let's get it going, man.
We'll meet you on your vacation, nigga.
That's a fact.
They got Big Zoo outside. They wanted to come at me at the VMAs, man. We ain't even do nothing to nobody, man.
What's poppin', man? What's poppin', man? Nobody hiding around here, man.
Yeah,
We
outside.
We ready, nigga. All the way up in the
We ain't ducking that.
Nigga. Offset, where you at? That's it. Gotta spend that shit. Them niggas out, nigga.
I was done right here. This nigga look like Steven Jackson, man. Gray beard and everything. By the way, he might be a goon, so please don't hurt me. But once I seen this, I was like, dog. If y'all ever see New York City, this is the only time you could tell this is like 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. at night. There's nobody on the street. This is New York City. The mere fact that y'all probably seen the DM and at 4 a.m. y'all had to wake niggas up to be like, yo, let's go downstairs and go record a video on the street to let these niggas know we're out here. And all of y'all the 40 plus, y'all need y'all beauty sleep or some shit, nigga. Walking down the steps, actually getting on the elevator, y'all niggas might have caught like I might have pulled a hamstring or some shit. A Charlie horse. Y'all went down at 4 a.m. to do this?
There go Kanye, nigga. No, it's shop, man.
Now, I'm saying is I gotta keep bigging up the goons. From what I hear, this guy's a whole stone cold killer. Like, yeah, he's the guy. He's the killer. But it's like, at a certain point, you look stupid. And I've always accused Nicki Minaj. And by the way, again, I know for Nicki fans, I'm like, yo, what does God do with Nicki? This is her husband. You know when Nicki heard this nigga saying that dumb shit, like, yo, like Nicki is probably trying to sleep, right? Trying to cuddle, and this nigga like, nah, babe, I gotta put this hoodie on and it's fitted. Like, yo, niggas, I gotta show them I'm in the streets. You know what Nicki should have said? Nigga, bring your fucking ass back in bed. Or nigga, go get me some water or some shit. The mere fact Nicki let this nigga out of her bed at 4 a.m. to go link up with his goon friends that are all over 50 to go record this video, Nicki's kind of goofy for that. Let's be honest. Why the hell Nicki, how the hell you let him get out of even the room? You should tell that nigga, you leave this room, you ain't got the key card. You ain't got the key card, nigga. Ain't no way that nigga should have went downstairs, went outside, filmed this video, and still got back in. No way. You got to blame Nicki Minaj. I'm sorry to say. This is solely on Nicki Minaj. You know when your mom used to lock you out of the house when like you in high school? She locked this thing out of the room. What the fuck? This thing is embarrassing me. Somebody said, oh, he snuck out? Oh, shit. Y'all ever snuck out before? Yo, this nigga snuck out. You know what's so crazy? And this is what, yo, the entrance to the hotel is right here. I know he know Nicki was about to call him. He ain't even go like to another block. He just went down, like he went 10 paces from the door. So, all right, let's shoot the goon video right here. Let's shoot it right here. Offset, when I see you. How am I blaming Nicki? That's Nicki's husband. We don't know Nicki's husband. To keep it real, Nicki's husband is only thing we know we've ever heard this thing about. If you ask anybody about him, he's not known for philanthropic efforts. We ain't known for like him playing the flute. He ain't known for giving back turkeys. Nigga, he's known as a gang member, nigga. That's all niggas known for. So he's doing what he's supposed to do. I'm blaming Nicki because after you come off of a euphoric high of doing the VMAs, your husband should be rubbing your cankles and massaging your fucking corns and bunions. You've been performing. This nigga should be giving you a bubble bath. A sponge bath, maybe. This nigga outside gooning? The fuck? If you don't get your ass back in the room, you should be giving her a full body massage. This is the problem, Nicki. I'm going to give you some solutions. This is what happens when you bring the stay-at-home dads on the road. Who's watching the baby? This nigga should be watching the baby. Let's keep it 100. Who's watching the baby? Look at this shit.
What's up, yeah? We outside. Big Zoo outside, nigga. Big Queens, right? Yeah.
Drop your low now, nigga. Drop your low now.
You know what the craziest part about it is? This is the saddest part of this whole video, yo. They couldn't even stand in front of the hotel and confidently make the video. They had to go 10 paces down that way. They're right in front of, I don't know if you've been in New York City. They're right in front of the 300 garbage bags that's waiting for the garbage truck to come pick up. They're by the garbage bags smelling all type of disgusting shit. And they probably holding their nose, but they're like, we outside, nigga. Offset, where you at? Come on.
Nigga.
Look.
Look,
You see the garbage bags over here? Oh, you can see right
them
here.
niggas, all of them niggas acting like, niggas DM me. Yo, where you at? Where you at?
Look, you see them garbage bags right here? I gotta make sure you see it. Look. Nigga, the only thing that gonna pull up on y'all niggas is the garbage truck, nigga. The fuck is y'all talking about? Y'all niggas is hanging by where the garbage is dropped off. The only thing that gonna pull up on y'all is the garbage truck.
We outside.
We outside with the garbage right here. We outside, nigga. Wait, where outside y'all at? With the garbage right here, nigga.
We run this city, nigga.
We run the city, nigga. Department of Public Works, we run the city, nigga.
Don't let these niggas fool you. We run this city, nigga.
You see the addresses on the buildings, nigga. You see the plates on the cars, nigga.
Man, what's going on? What's happening? What y'all niggas
Offset, where you at?
This is crazy. You know what's so funny? Chat, I'm going to figure out what hotel they were staying at. Let me see. We could probably figure it out off of the shit. They're not there now, so we're not doxing them. 390 over here. Let me see.
That's it.
Chat, y'all help me out. Guarantee it's a 5-star hotel, and I guarantee Nikki's upstairs. Like, this is going to make the goofiest part of it all. Nikki's upstairs sleeping. Like, oh, yeah, I just previewed my songs. I can't wait till my fans buy it. Her husband downstairs, full goon mode. Pull up. Pull up. Let's have a shootout. Let's do it.
Nah, shit. Them niggas out, nigga.
Hold on. We gonna figure it out.
There go Kanye, nigga. No, it's shop, man. No, it's shop, yeah? We outside. Big Zoo outside, nigga. Big Queens,
We're gonna
right?
figure this out.
Yeah.
You know we figure this out in 20 seconds. Here we go.
Drop your low now, nigga. Drop your low now, nigga.
Okay. That's 390 right here. That's 390, right?
You got them niggas, all of them niggas acting like, niggas DM me. Yo, where you at? Where you at?
We outside. We run this city, nigga. Don't let these niggas fool you. We run this city, nigga.
390, here we go.
Addresses on the buildings, nigga.
Now do it one more time. I got you. We can't see the
cars,
places.
nigga.
Man, what's going on? What's happening? What y'all niggas
Offset, where you at?
Okay. What's this place right here? E Smoke? Oh, I don't know if you can see it. Okay, we're gonna find where this at. E Smoke? Is this E Smoke? What does it say right here, Chad? E Smoke? Okay, let's find this. All right, let me figure this out, Chad. That's not. I seen somebody send an address. That is not their address. That's one of the East Smoke locations. That'll be across the street down here. Hold on, I got this bit. Nah, it's not this one. Go right here. Go right here. Hold on, we gonna figure this bitch out. 390. Okay, so if that's 390, this is how easy you can find shit out, right? If this is 390, right? This is an East Smoke location. This is 390. Usually on the same side is gonna be like odd or even numbers, so it's probably 392 or 394. Let's look for a place. 394 something, New York. East Smoke. We'll figure this bitch out in a second. Is that it? Hold on. Somebody said Oh, okay. 394. Okay. That would be right around there. Hold on. No, that's not it. Give me a second. I'm going to figure this bitch out. I'm just trying to figure out what hotel it was at. I'm going to show you the goofiness of this all. Because you figure out the hotel, you're going to realize it's like a 5-star hotel that his wife is upstairs sleeping, and he's inviting all the smoke. Let me see. Is it here? No, not there. All right, give me. I'm gonna Google 2 more spots. Why do I keep saying? Maybe it's here. Is that? That could be right there. Hold on, chat. Nah, I got it. I think I got it. It's not 394. It's not 394. No, that's not it. Hold on, chat. Got it. Perfect. Got it. Got it, man. Got it. I got it. Hold on. I'm going to put it on the screen. This is the stupidness of it all. So you're basically doxing a fucking millionaire. You're doxing your own wife. 6 West 36th Street, New York, New York. Here we are. This is exactly where they were. You see this 390 right here? You see right here? This 390 right here matches the 390 in this goofy ass video right here. See? Same shit. 390. 390. E-smoke. E-smoke. This is the goofiness that niggas is doing. This is why, like, again, this is why even you see what happened to Pop Smoke. This is why you don't want to be doing this type of dumb shit. Hey, come kill us right now. We're here. We run the city. No, don't do it. Your wife is a billionaire. She's supposed to be a billionaire. Don't do that. That's probably, y'all were across the street. This is where y'all exactly were. Y'all were right here. Y'all were right here. This thing opens so you can see the truck was right here. So y'all was right here. The truck was right here. So actually, let's go down the street a little bit. All right. Yeah, so the truck was right here, right? So the truck is right here. They were right here, right? Okay, so cool. Let's go up down the street. All right, Jerusalem Cafe. Okay, so this is not a hotel. All right, they probably went around the block. We're going to figure out what hotel's near here. Chat, let's figure out what hotel's near here. We're going to figure out exactly what they were saying. Y'all niggas ain't still like, come on, bro. Maybe I shouldn't even do too much of it because, like, this is just goofiness. I'm only doing it just to show goofiness. This is why you shouldn't do this. This is why this is embarrassing. You're with Nicki fucking Minaj. Let's go up the block. See what's up here. Oh, my bad. We just going up the block. Yeah, New York is a piece of shit. What looks like a hotel around here? Okay, I'll figure out the nearest hotel. Let me not get too far into it, chat. I'm gonna just leave it at that. But anyway, just to let you know of just how crazy and just how stupid this shit is. My mans in them is like, yo, we outside, like we right here. Okay, just off this screenshot, it took us about 30 seconds to literally find that they are on this street. Right, this street. Let me go down here a little bit more. A little bit more. Actually, where is it at? No, a little bit more probably. Yeah, the 390s right here. Oh, the 390s right here. Yeah, smoke. Oh, yeah, I can't see it. Smoke shop's right there. The 390 is right there. Actually, if I go right here, you could probably see the 390 a little bit better. Yeah, they blurred it out, but this is the 390. So, right here. Look. Right there. Right there. Stupid shit. Nicki, man, listen, I'm not gonna get mad at you for this. Trust me, it's not only you. Listen, a lot of people. We gotta get our significant others in check, but do it quickly. Because if he's talking all this goon and shit, you know what I mean, we just don't want you to get hurt. All right. Let him go goon, but tell him don't go around the block or go downstairs. Tell him to go to fucking Long Island to go goon, all right? The fuck away from you. That's all I can say. Anyway, people. Yeah, so I don't know if y'all cared to watch more of this video, but, it's geriatric goon and shit. It's all good. Put like this. A shootout happened there, and niggas would have found that shit in a minute. Anyway, what ended up happening, Offset responded to this, and in true fashion, this was it.
I'm getting out the jet, These niggas talking about, what are these niggas talking about? These niggas broke. We up in our jets, bitch. Y'all niggas got there. Y'all niggas standing outside.
Okay. And then the friend of Big Zoo, he explained what the fuck happened. And this is what he said. I want to be fair to them, even though I just think it's stupid. Stupid. And by the way, if Big Zoo is your friend and he's married to Nicki Minaj, bro, I get it, y'all only talent is gooning, but you should probably tell him yo, bro, let's not handle it this way.
Yeah, so the awards and everything, right? Basically, I don't even know how all this happened. I had a great time, great experience. Everything was positive. You know what I'm saying? I guess they misinterpreted the video that me and Zoo made, and we was just talking shit regular shit, like Queen, Sturdy, all of that, everything like that. And then I guess Zoo made the comment what was it? Oh, waiting for one of y'all niggas to act stupid. And that was it. That was all that was said. Now, I guess Cardi wrote something in regards to that. She didn't even flinch or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. And then they actually, he posted a screen recording of the entire conversation. By the way, chat, how do I add, let me see. Shit, give me 1 second. Is this him? Okay. This was a screen recording, so we're going to try to read some of this fuckery. Okay. Anyway, look at this shit. He's going to scroll up, I believe. Could y'all see it? Okay, good. Okay, so he's going to go back to it. He goes all the way up, and let me read some of it. So Offset hits him, where you located? You niggas old as hell in female business with no money for war. Don't post me either since you a gangster, right? Which he's telling him, don't post it. Say, you live in Charlotte too, right? Then he says, yo, I'm outside heavy. Ain't hiding from near nigga, especially no rap niggas. He said, you in Charlotte, right? And say, yo, you niggas pussy posting females like that's tough. He says, I'm outside, gangster. Shut the fuck up, nigga. You ain't even getting no get back for them niggas killing your people. Try me if you want, pussy. Well, I like this type of talk. You a grown man. You a grown 40-year-old man talking shit about a woman. You're pussy. Yeah. You niggas too old and don't be outside. And also, you think and you can think what you think, but you broke and ain't far from me catching already. I don't know what I mean. I'm not gonna say shit else to you online. I ain't hiding, my nigga. Then Officer said, pussy get stepped on. He says, get in line. Then he says, on that pussy you get shook cause niggas say big queens. He says, goofy ass nigga. Then Offset says, you niggas was nowhere to be found. Niggas is outside in New York at parties. I post where I be. You niggas is really grouped out. Goofies, you niggas ain't standing on no business or no money. You broke. I can tell, goofy ass nigga. Then Offset says, what he says to Offset, use that money to get them niggas that killed your partner, my G. That's gangster. Then I guess that's when he posted like a story. Okay. And then Offset responded to the story and said, this shit sucks. Then he says, we on our way. He says, you niggas on some internet shit. And then they posted another story, right? And he says, not gangster. He says, nah, nigga, do your research heavy. Hitter. He says, why you doing online, though? Tough man. I ain't gonna lie. Offset keeps saying, why y'all doing online? He said, get out my DM because it's up. I'm not going to jail, but we will meet soon. Then they said, if a nigga would have killed my nigga, I would have killed everything moving. That's facts. Everybody getting parked. Damn. Then he said, bro, you're not allowed in your hood. I did research. I got you. Get out my DM. Then the dude says, I've been there 20 years, sucker. Came home, no scars. Then he says, that clout not gonna work. Get up with me. And then the dude says, are you serious? Can't go to my hood? Oh, shit. Was that it? I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Oh, he's writing some shit. You pussy. Nigga. He could type pretty good. You wouldn't? What? Okay, I guess it ran out of time. Okay. It's a lot of gooning, man. Nikki, man, this was a bad look for you. Horrible bad look. Anyway, let me see if this nigga Adam's on. I'm finna call this nigga Adam, man. Let's get to some regulating. How do I fix this? I gotta put my camera. No, I gotta disable my camera on here and put it on there. Hold on. Yo, you can hear me?
Yo, yup.
Okay. I gotta disable my camera on my regular shit. Hold on, give me 1 second. Deactivate, and now I'm on this shit. Now I'm gonna reactivate. Bang! I think we got it. Perfect. That's what I'm talking about. All right, perfect. You can see me?
Yup.
All right, there we go. All right, chat. Let me put this bitch up.
Now I can see why you have a shitty quality camera. I look horrible.
Oh shit, man. Listen, this camera is legendary, man. You don't need a great camera, bro. Hold on.
I know, but like when I go on Vlad, people be noticing mad shit about me that they never normally notice because his camera is so fucking high quality and it's so close.
Nah, that's a fact. Vlad got some other shit going on.
Like
Vlad's
nobody
putting
on
up
my
4K.
channel ever accuses me of being on coke, but when I go on his thing, everybody accuses me of being on coke immediately.
Because they could see the droplets like by your nose and shit. Like, not saying it's coke, but like they're seeing everything. It might be like boogers.
Yeah, but they're on Taylor Swift for that today. You see that?
Oh, are they? Okay.
Yeah, because they got a photo of her where it kind of looks like there's some crusty stuff inside her nose. But from my expert opinion, these are not the kind of coke boogers that you could actually like say are coke boogers. Like it could maybe be the remnants of some coke, but highly dubious. And if you're really going to do coke before like an awards show, you'd be way better off doing like an Adderall because you got to do coke like every 10 minutes.
Hold on. Yo, chat, could y'all see me or am I tweaking right now? Hold on. I gotta make sure. They might not be able to see me. Oh, no, they can't. All right, now they can see me. Chat, y'all can see me? Let me look.
Okay, the chat is working. The chat's complaining, but I think they're complaining for like other reasons. Okay.
You don't go live a lot, do you? Bang!
Not really.
All right, chat. This is perfect. Wait, I just gotta center it. Wait, fuck. I'm like retarded a little bit. Not really, but yeah. Discord. Oh, here we go. Great. Perfect. Let me make this a little bit smaller. Chat. This is gonna be great. All right. Perfect. Adam, I feel like you've been ducking me, man. I've been trying to call you for many times. Every time I call you when something is going down, you tell me you're fucking a bitch. I'm like, damn. I'm like, I gotta come to LA to see this motherfucker now.
No, I just wasn't giving you the gratitude of getting the first convo in the middle of Cutgate 2023.
You pretty much gave me the like. You actually hit me up before. Well, kind of before. Well, actually, no. I saw it, like the little preview of it, and like all my like meme pages. They're like, "Yo, no, this is real." And I was like, "Nah, this ain't real." So I hit you, and you were like, "Yeah, it's real." And you were like, "No, yo, you can run with it." And I was like, "Oh, that's like the exclusive. Like you're kind of giving me the exclusive." Because let's be honest though, Adam.
Well, it was already out there. I just told you, like, you were like, yeah, I'm not going to talk about it because it's your baby mama or whatever.
Yeah, I was
like, what? I was like, just talk about it. I was like, what are you fucking talking about? And in retrospect, like, there's no way you would have actually been able to avoid talking about it, right?
No. I could have talked about it, but respect. I think me and you, we've been through some shit, and we got to a point that especially when you married your woman, I was like, listen, a few little underhanded comments that I would hit you with the jab with, I wouldn't do it anymore because this is not your wife. This is distasteful if I actually see you as a peer that I frequently collaborate with, trade information with, and talk with.
The sanctity of marriage is such a big difference in that regard?
Yes. Bro, if it's your girl or if it's like some random girl you're smashing, bro, you got to hold that. Your wife, because here's the thing. I'm also thinking, when I say wife, I'm thinking family, I'm thinking a kid. So now every comment about her, I'm looking at it like, all right, it's one thing if it was your girlfriend. Now this is like your family for life. Like, for example, even with, and we're going to talk about it, the whole thing with like, say Wack, which he was lying. He's like, yo, Wack, yo, your girl got hit by a Blueface. Yo, it's one thing if it's like, okay, cool. Let's say if it was true. I'd be like, well, okay, now it's not my girl. I'm good.
Hey,
like,
what if it is true?
It's not true. But here's the thing. Yo, if it was true, right? You know the easy way I get out of it, and just any guy gets out of it. Just be like, I'm leaving, right? When it's your wife, you can't leave. When you have a child,
we're talking about the sanctity of marriage, but the thing is that the thing that was to be discussed, the thing that was in the news, was me basically taking a huge steaming shit on the Institute of Marriage, or at least that's how I've been led to believe it was to be taken by the Candace Owenses of the world, who were very offended by me. Like, if we weren't married, it would not have been as big a deal. But to me, getting married was pretty much like whatever. Being that I don't believe in God or whatever.
Why get married?
It was
that's
like
my
a level of making it more serious, but it didn't really contain any like additional layer of, oh, the relationship is more serious. Now, we already bought a house together, started a business together, and had a kid together before we got married. So getting married was like not a bigger deal than the rest of the shit that we had already done.
So this is where we're probably going to get into the minutiae of probably where we disagree the most. Why get married? I hear everything you say, and I've heard you kind of reiterate these things before. But why even enter into a marriage? I know you're saying it's a different level of seriousness. I mean, already you guys have business tied together. You guys already had a family. What more? Like, why do you think, if you don't really give a fuck about the sanctity of marriage, why did you think that marriage made what you already had going on even more serious? Or why did you do it?
Well, it's like, if I turn 40 and I don't have a birthday party, I'm still 40. You know, the party is just to like celebrate it and make it clear, make more people know about it, have a good time, etc. You know, a way to have like a celebration. And also, I think like from her perspective, especially growing up in the Armenian culture, which is kind of conservative, and they take marriage much more serious than I think that my atheist, punk rock, hip hop, whatever subcultures that I've been involved in my whole life.
What about your family?
In hip hop, marriage is not really like, I mean, I guess it is important, but it's not really important to like most of the people that I spend time with or hang out with. But I think from her perspective, it's important. And for me, it was like, actually, to be honest, my mind changed a shitload as soon as I saw that kid get ripped out of the hole in his stomach, because that kind of made me realize like how permanently bonded to this person I was. And then all of a sudden marriage started to like appeal to me more. It's like, oh, okay, if I am as serious as I now feel about this commitment in this relationship, I might as well seal it with the thing that our culture has built, basically, to make it clear that you're serious about your relationship, right?
So if I'm getting what I'm hearing from you, because also family's important, like family's very much important. And again, I'm telling you, like, for example, I'm being very, just all the way honest. If you never married Lena Lena would be my number one. Like, if me and you had anything, is number one way to attack you. But once you married her, it means something to me. I understand that. Like, family means something. It's like, just like I would never attack your child. You get what I mean? Like, that is something that is sacred. I don't care. Like, and I guess I'm wondering, like, maybe is it just you or your whole family don't care about marriage?
No, I mean, my parents have been married for like 40 fucking years. My sister's married to the dude Josh on the channel who works here. Everybody in my family, I would say, takes marriage relatively serious, except me. Like, that was not all through my 20s when I was going to the bar and fucking and doing drugs and all this shit, and even in my early 30s and stuff. Never once did I think like, oh, I'm looking for the woman that I'm gonna marry. Like, that was not at the front of my brain at any point in my life until, really, honestly, though, I sometimes think about a relationship and I think that in a way it was like a reaction to how fucking scary getting famous was and how immediately like fake everybody around me immediately appeared to be as soon as I started to get like a certain level of notoriety and just realizing of like, oh, like I can't trust anybody. Like, everybody around me is fake as fuck. And like, I met her around the same time and kind of realized at that time, like, oh, I might have fucked like 100 girls this year, but this girl's actually like, she really gives a shit about me. She really cares about me. She's actually a good person. And that's pretty much like the thing that like opened me up to even being in a relationship in the first place.
Okay, so I'm going to have to start out by trying to get your definition. You could get mine if you care to as well, because it's probably going to be the context and the pretext needed for any conversations we're going to have, even if it's about your personal relationships to mine, right? What does love mean to you? Because you're saying marriage means nothing. What does love mean to you?
I don't know. What the fuck kind of question is this? This is like a Valentine's Day question or some shit? I mean, I feel you. Like, obviously with her,
I'll get straight to it. Hold on. I asked that question because of this.
And a commitment to each other.
Yeah.
That emotionally, physically, spiritually, whatever the fuck that means, etc., that we'll be there for each other. You know, it's like, I don't know if you're saying this in the context of like, how could you then be okay with another dude fucking her for content?
No,
but yeah, to me, that doesn't really like feel contradictory to the whole relationship thing.
Well, I asked that pretty much to know if you look at marriage, because usually for the regular people, marriage is usually the ultimate commitment and symbol of what love is, right? And that's usually built upon, we want to have a family, we want to have it under some type of covenant of God. And the reason why I ask you that is because I think a lot of people, and I think they correctly assume, and even I assume that your relationship with Lena is much more business than it is love. And
no way.
Tell me how it's not.
I mean, we were together for like 5 years before we started the Plug Talk thing. And during that time period, I would say that we had like very little to do with each other business wise. Like, yes, she would come on to a Jumper from time to time. And yes, I was, banging her for fucking OnlyFans or whatever. But the idea that our relationship is like business oriented, not at all. I mean, the Plug Talk thing kind of like took our relationship and made content out of it. But besides like her being in some vlog thumbnails and shit back in the day, I mean, she's almost never on the podcast. It's not really like a thing we do together. It's not really like her lane, right? Our relationship is like not business related at all, I don't think, besides the Plug Talk shit now.
So and help correct me. And this is my remembrance, or even the narrative that I believe that happened with you guys, right? I remember the first time I saw you guys were on my stream, and I remember at that point, you probably was early on, so like, it was probably relatively just like you guys are probably new. But as time went on, I felt that you knew that there, first of all, you're in LA, very different from where I'm at on the East Coast, or where pretty much anybody else is at. I felt there was a synergy of where you realized that where you wanted to bring your brand, because your brand, I believe, say 2016, 2017, heavy hip hop. But of course, I think your personal, interest in what you kind of wanted to get into was much more than that, right? So now you're probably also going to all these parties. You're kind of interested in this adult entertainment world. She's also taking a liking to it. And this is where I say more business than just like personal and just love. And I know it sounds corny when I say it, but her business interests start to align with some of the interests you were having. Like, for example, if you were repulsed or if you weren't cool, like, say, with the porn world, as you guys were together, if she was having, like, hey, I want to kind of do this with OnlyFans or whatever, you would probably be like, hey, our interests are driving us apart. This is what I'm trying to say, and I'm trying to make an eloquent point of, I believe because there's been business mutual interest, it's been the thing that's been underlying. I'm not saying there's no love there, but that's been the underlying thing that's gotten y'all to here. And y'all did the perfect move, which y'all should cash out at a certain point. This was the cash out move, and I know you don't believe in marriage. You don't give a fuck about it, but maybe you could say, and I don't know if you would admit it, if she was pressuring you, but you essentially kind of did it because, I'm not saying for the scene, but you knew that was an eventual step as far as your business with her goals.
I definitely knew it was more important to her than it was to me as a person who just like never even thought about it, or never, like, my whole life I pictured that once I met a girl that I wanted to be with forever, or for a long period of time, that we wouldn't get married, we would just be very serious boyfriend and girlfriend. But in that regard, you got to remember too that in like 2016 when I started seeing her, porn was like a very different landscape where I never saw myself having any kind of involvement in it. And it seemed like there was just this massive like barrier to get over to be involved with porn in any kind of business way. Whereas like you get into like 2019, 2020, where OnlyFans is like taking over the world. And it's like all of a sudden it just started to seem a lot more reasonable that like regular people could kind of get into this shit. Like when I first started to have any kind of clout on Twitter, like 2015, I probably had like 20,000 followers on Twitter or whatever. I was exclusively sliding in porn star DMs, just trying to hang out with them and try to go, lick some porn star ass, because this was just this aspirational thing to me. As soon as you get some level of clout, and that's why when I see somebody like Zion Williamson, I totally get it, because he's young as fuck. He starts getting money. He starts getting fame. All of a sudden, he can fuck a Mariah Mills. And yes, to like men of taste like us, we're kind of looking at Mariah Mills like, this is maybe not the best use of your time for a lot of different reasons. And, but for me, when I was first getting in the game, oh my God, I was so excited to be banging these fucking starlets that I was meeting on Twitter and shit. But I mean, I never had any kind of intention of getting into the porn business. Cause let me tell you something, is that when I met her, I could have, like, I was trying to convince her to become a YouTuber, right? Cause that was the game that I knew. So I'm like, yo, I'm gonna get you lit on YouTube, and you can be getting all these hundreds of thousands of views or whatever. And we thought up the whole scheme of like, oh, she's gonna do a sex tape when she hits 1 million subscribers, which people don't really remember, but that was like the big viral thing.
Wait, sex tape with who though?
With me, but that was in 2016.
Oh yeah, there was a few people who did that. There was another girl who did that shit too, and she blew crazy up. Remember that? There was a girl.
Oh yeah. I mean, she got to 1 million subscribers from it, but my thing was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take 20% of your YouTube. She never made like any significant amount on YouTube. I think largely because the subscribers that you get when you like make that kind of content or whatever are going to be like foreign and like low paying CPM customers and shit like that. But then also, she probably got like put in some kind of category of being like X-rated or whatever. But if I had said, I need 20% of the OnlyFans early on, oh, that would have been the move. But I wasn't thinking about it like that because I didn't know anything about OnlyFans. OnlyFans didn't even exist when I got with her, for the record. But then even after that, when it came around, it was like that was not at the forefront of my mind. Now, keep in mind, you fast forward a couple of years and I meet a Sky Bree, and boom, we get her in the contract, which, by the way, just recently ended. So, I feel a little bit more like
how much you made
discussing
off her?
It.
Be honest, how much you made off her? Keep it 100. Million? More? Off just managing? Nah, Sky Bree's one hot bitch.
That's what I'm saying. And bro, she came to the office to do a Patreon episode.
Off like 30%? You made $1 million?
A regular ass chick from Pennsylvania with 4,000 followers. And keep in mind, like, my girl was pregnant at this time. So I had to go home and say to my girl, like, listen, I know you're the size of a fucking house right now and you don't feel sexy and, you know, your vagina's doing weird things and your nipples are turning super dark and everything. Like, you don't feel sexy right now. But I met a girl today and I swear to God that she's a star. And we are going to be fucking kicking ourselves if we don't sign her.
Yo.
And I battled through it and I got the deal done, even though it was at that time, it was a serious threat to my relationship because my girl was like not trying to hear this at all. But we made it happen.
Yo, Adam, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I had a perfect follow-up question, but I do have to segue to this. Do you believe that any of these actions that you've done has caused any potential psychological damage on the people who are eventually, you know, as I said, I still believe everything you're doing, I don't care what you're saying, is business-minded. Hey, I'm gonna help you blow up on YouTube. Let's get to 1 million. We're gonna do a sex tape. You're hoping, these are business moves. This is not, hey, listen, I love my girl. My girl has always wanted to be a YouTuber. No, you're thinking of a scheme like, let's get more money. Let's get more money. Okay, especially when your now wife is pregnant, big as a house, probably feeling insecure about herself. You're saying, yo, I just met this like young hot bitch from Pennsylvania, and I think we should like put our focus on our brands into her to blow her up. Do you ever stop to think to be like, hey, what's that doing to my relationship? Or even like, you know, now I see you stop posting your child online. Hey, maybe some of the comments, the weird comments and the weirdos trolling, you know, as your child eventually probably gets to know, or maybe like gets an iPad or whatever, they're probably going to either be bullied or whatever. Do you care about like the psychological effects of anything?
I mean, like, I had to manage that when I went to Lena and said, hey, I met this fucking girl who's super hot that we should sign or whatever. But you know, just to use the kid thing as an example, because I did stop posting her, where I was like, when we were on the honeymoon, even like 6 months ago or whenever that was, I was posting her nonstop. Then the fucking Jason Love arc, the arc takes over. And then, yo, like I had the worst shit happen. Like if it, like I probably would have been able to like keep posting her and not really think much of it, if not for this one thing, is that there was one dude who took a screenshot from a TikTok that Lena made last October that was like on her mom page, right? And so we all got face paint done. I was Bert, my kid was the Count, and Lena was Elmo. Yeah. So all Sesame Street characters. And in the whole entire TikTok that's like 1.5 minutes long or whatever, there's like 2 seconds of her breastfeeding the kid, right? Well, some dude with 500,000 followers screenshotted the part with the breastfeeding, and then he took it and he posted on Twitter and he said, this is from the Plug Talk TikTok. Adam22 and Lena posted their child on their porn account. This is what he said, even though, again, it was on her TikTok mom page.
Yeah.
He said that it maybe got like 30,000 likes or whatever. So this was a relatively successful tweet. And then I was talking about it, like, just to, you know, obviously you could say like, well, anyone smart or anyone who really cares about it is going to look into it and figure out that that wasn't actually the truth. I would say that Destiny is somebody that I have a good relationship with. And I was talking to him on a podcast like a week later, and I mentioned this exact thing and said how fucking annoying I thought it was. And Destiny goes, oh, that wasn't true? He's like, oh, I saw that. I thought that was true. And I'm like, what? Like, so at that moment was when I was like, oh, this 100%, we just can't post our kid anymore, because even just giving anybody any tiny amount of ammunition like that, because like I want my kid to have a normal life. And I feel like I work hard because I want my kid to have a normal life where she doesn't have to like all these families, like Ace family and shit, who just basically use their kids for content. Like, some people find it distasteful that we're out here having sex for content or whatever. But for me, I find the whole family vlogger thing to be like significantly more troublesome to me, because I've seen the incentives and where that leads people and how people end up fucking like having their kids fight and making up weird drama between their kids and using the thumbnails that make it seem like their kid is in danger and shit like that. Like, that's something that I don't want to fucking deal with at all. And I have a lot of respect for somebody like Casey Neistat, who he used to make vlogs with his daughters in them, and I would watch them and thought that they were great. But then, like, at one point, I guess something, I don't know if anything really happened, but he just stopped posting his kid. And like, once in a while, he'll have a clip in the vlog where you can see like the back of their head or some shit, but he doesn't actually post them. And this is a guy who's content is squeaky clean, but he does have a lot of eyeballs on him, and potentially, you know, psychos and stalkers and shit like that could potentially be trying to do something to him. So to me, it's like, as long as we're going to be doing risque shit in the public eye, and in particular the fact I have nothing to gain from posting my kid online. In fact, like her being at preschool and shit, like I want her to be anonymous. Like she got like some No Jumper baby shirts the other day that my sister made her, and I was immediately like, yo, make sure she never wears these to school, because it's like I'm not really trying to have my kid have her life colored any more than it has to be by my life experience. Now, obviously, at some point, somebody's going to be like, hey, your parents have sex on the internet. In a perfect world, by the time she's old enough to really be dealing with that, we won't even be doing that anymore. I feel like I've talked to a lot of kids, or not kids, but like I've talked to a lot of people in the porn industry whose parents were in the porn industry as well, because in LA and Hollywood, that shit seems like it kind of gets passed down in some family lineages, and not even like people who actually like do real deal porn, but like I know a girl who does like a porn podcast, and her mom was a porn photographer. So like neither of them ever did porn, but they're both kind of like just been in the adult business, like they're fucking plumbers or some shit. But either way, like I'm not trying to have my kid be like exposed to that shit at all. And already I'm like super conscious of all the different ways. Like if we have a house party and Sky Bree and Angela White are standing there talking, and my kid goes over and stands next to him, it's like, if somebody takes a photo of my kid standing next to two porn stars, what's the immediate viral quote tweet that everybody is going to fucking jump on? Is just going to be, oh, look at them grooming her for this fucking, for her future career or some shit like that. So from my
they did it to
perspective,
Blueface
like,
recently too.
I'm gonna make all this way easier and just be like, all right, your whole life is a secret until you get to the point where you can kind of like make some level of decision about if you want to be in the public eye or not, you know?
Isn't it too late though? And I guess, you know, ultimately I want to ask you the question of, I've always been confused about this with you, in trying to figure out if there are tangible goals, or are you going down the path you're going down because you just genuinely love it, or you have a goal? Like, for example, some people, or this is usually the stripper's fallacy, as I call it, a girl who says she doesn't enjoy, you know, objectifying herself or showing her body. She's like, hey, I'm only in the strip club to make $100,000. I'm going to use that money to blah, blah, blah. Then I'm getting out of there. Right. And usually people are goal oriented, unless like they're just like, hey, this is just what I love to do. With you, like, you know, even as I heard you talk about like briefly and kind of vaguely, I understand why, because you don't want niggas pocket watching you no more. You were talking about the amount of money you made on or the amount of money Lena made with that particular scene. I've been waiting for you to be like, listen, you know what? We've made enough. And with you, there's like there's zero idea of a goal. It feels like I'm gonna call it degeneracy. Obviously, you wouldn't. It feels like this is what you love to do. It's not that you're doing like, hey, we're just trying to hit this lick and move on. It's like, hey, this is our lifestyle. This is what we were kind of like either hinting at or kind of headed towards. And me and Lena, we just love it here.
Okay, so imagine 2 different days for me. Sometimes I'll have a day where I got to film 2 interviews back to back. And, you know, quite often these are interviews I'm like extremely excited to do, where it's people that I respect and I'm just dying to have a fucking conversation with. And there's all these questions. I'm sure you feel the same way when you do a piece of content with somebody, when you go in to interview Vlad, which I didn't actually get a chance to watch that one yet, but I watched like the first half of the Vic Mensa one today, which I guess actually, if I were you, I probably wouldn't have been that excited for that one. But either way, like you're going in to have a conversation with somebody, you're super excited. Like in that moment, if I would do that shit for free, and yes, I'm going to make, however much money off it, but I would totally do that shit for free. Now, at the same time, when I go in to do porn, it's a different type of excitement, where it's like the same way that you probably feel when you're like driving not that you would do such a thing, but if you were driving to some chick's house at midnight to go have a wild ass threesome or whatever, it's like you're all geeked up, you're just like excited, like, oh my God, this is gonna be fucking tight. My boner's going in and out and God. And that's like exciting, but in a very different way. But would I hang it up intentionally? Hell no, because it's like I love doing the porn shit. Like as much as it's like, yeah, it would be more fun to do it off camera, But also, that would be a very weird use of a Monday for me to like fuck 2 random girls in the middle of the day. Like doing it for money is just like, I don't know. It's like, it's the most natural thing in the world at this point. Like, why the fuck would I want to like go hit the club and like, you know, party and shit to fuck some girls, which, you know, every guy that I know has a bunch of money. This is what they end up doing is they end up going to the club and they end up fucking hella, you know, random girls and they spend money on them. They buy them shit, all this kind of stuff.
So
For
in
me, it's
short,
weird
Adam,
because I cut myself off from that mentality of chasing pussy. I'm still fucking a bunch of random girls, but it's within this like very strict confines that also is very profitable. But honestly, like I'm not worried about like the post plug talk part of my life. Like if I hit 44 and it's just like, oh, all right, we're not gonna do porn anymore. I mean, that sounds fine. Like I don't think I'd be stressing like fucking a bunch of different chicks and shit.
I guess I ask you because, like, for example, you know, I don't have kids, but like as time goes on, like even when I just got like some type of fame, and I was like, I realized the power in fame, and like you could DM a girl and she fucking sees that you're popular, and like she just acts abnormally. She's like, yo, I don't give a fuck if I'm like in Antarctica, I'm about to come fuck you, right?
You could DM a trans girl.
Well, that didn't happen, but so that whole phase, right, happens for a while, right? But eventually, like, how old are you now?
39, dude. I'm 40 in like a couple months.
So you're 40 now with a kid and a wife, and you're still like your Monday. The highlight of your Monday is like having these threesomes.
I mean, is it a highlight? I mean, the whole entirety of my existence feels like a fucking highlight because, all right, you know, I was just thinking about, you know how it's like when you're in the middle of a moment or a movement, it's very, very hard for you to see where you're actually at. Like when I was in the middle of the SoundCloud rap wave, it's like I didn't really like perceive it as being that, and it didn't really have a name until it was kind of like over or almost over, you know? And like even when I look back, like, you know, I didn't realize how much of a moment the AD T-Rail Lush whatever the fuck era of No Jumper was until it was kind of over, and then it was like, oh, okay, that was like a real period of my life. Like that's a fucking chapter.
It's hard to see the forest from the trees.
But you know, I think I'm kind of lucky enough at this point because I'm old enough and I've like been through enough moments and been in enough moments that I can look at my life now and just be like, you know, I could really like hang it up right now and be totally fine. I was in Hawaii a couple weeks ago and I also was having a lot of those moments of like, damn, maybe you'd be happier if you just like chilled on the beach and like, you know, went to this fucking food truck and got a burger and just like kicked it on some like super chill shit. But then at the same time, it's like, I still feel like I'm in the middle of a moment. I still feel like chasing these interviews and doing this content and doing this porn shit and inventing the porn live stream space that we've now pioneered on onlyplugtalk.com, etc. You know, it's like I'm still in the middle of this shit and it's still fun. And if it gets to the point where it's not fun, I could totally imagine myself taking a step back. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm having a great time in the middle of all of it. So I don't really see a reason why I'd want to fall back, even though it does kind of feel like an option. And if anything, I'm working my ass off like harder than I kind of ever worked in terms of the sheer amount of like shit that I just have booked on an average week.
So are you trying to convince me that you enjoyed the moment of Jason Love penetrating your wife? Because I really look at it and say, Adam, you're too rich for this, man. And I know you're probably one of the, honestly, the humblest. Like, you know, I feel like I have a great like gauge of where everybody is like financially, and you never lead with money, and I always know that, but you got it. And I've been telling everybody, I'm like, I don't care what dollar amount they say he was about to earn. I know he's making that, maybe in a longer period of time, he's making that from what he's doing, that he doesn't have to do that. So how do you process that? For me, I felt like, and this is my own theory, Lena was giving you some pressure because, like, yo, hey, listen, again, most of these female, like, porn stars or OnlyFans women, they kind of identify like they're feminists. So, like, she's probably hitting you with, like, all her fans are probably saying, hey, what about fairness? You let him fuck other bitches, he got to let you fuck other women. And I think it probably got to you. And eventually, like, I don't know if y'all made a deal. I think y'all are really into more of a business than a marriage. Y'all probably made some type of deal, and you had to, like, you signed off on her taking a dick. Because
No.
it's no way you enjoy that. And by the way, the poker face
of that. Oh shit, he's still talking about.
Oh, yeah, the poker face you exhibited during the whole thing was fucking phenomenal. You even brought out a new character. I think you kind of went into a different arc, but there's zero way that when you went to sleep, you know, like, again, I know it was very cheesy when I asked about love earlier, but like, love is associated with like that fucking feeling in your stomach that you can't even understand why it's happening, but that's just really what it is. When that nigga fucked your wife, bro, there's no way you tell me you slept like a baby that night. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I will never believe it.
I will say I always sleep very, very well, no matter what I'm going through. My sleep is one thing I always prioritize. But that being said, I think, you said I kept a good poker face, and I felt like I kept a good poker face for a lot of it. But this is the thing, is like, all right, she did that on a Sunday, and I knew it was going to happen for like a couple weeks or like a month because we've been talking about it. And I made the decision to do it from a business standpoint, which was basically like, I believe that if you're going to go truly viral, there always has to be like a sacrifice of some sort. Like, for instance, I went extremely viral for having a guy run up in my fucking spot and point a gun in my face. That was like the most viral thing that had happened to me up to that point.
That was real though, right?
Part of it was the fact that I fucking had my safety put in question. It wasn't like an intentional sacrifice on my part. And yes, it did make me look like vulnerable and like I was in a position where I could get fucked up. But it's kind of like part of going viral that somebody has to take an L. And I basically kind of like decided that in order to pull that storyline off, I had to be willing to take an L, at least in the public eye, to a certain extent. And I basically was just like, you know what? You can handle this. Be a tough guy. It's going to be worth it. That was my mentality going into it. Then she goes and does it. And I was a little bit surprised by the fact that it's interesting that you use the stomach metaphor there, or actually not a metaphor. We're like actually talking about how you feel in the pit of your stomach. But just knowing that it happened, it left me with like a queasiness that I was not expecting. So that was kind of surprising to me. But I had to go in and do a podcast the next day. That was Sunday that she did it. I go in and do the podcast Monday. Now, me and her talked for maybe an hour and a half before we went to bed after she did that scene, right? But so I go in and I'm talking to Destiny and Crip Mac on camera, and you can imagine, like, obviously the fact that I'm talking about it with Crip Mac is like the weirdest thing ever. Like, Destiny is a pretty good shoulder to not cry, but to, lean on in that moment.
He could empathize.
Crip Mac is
like
the weirdest possible person you could confide in. But I decided to treat it kind of like I treat almost all of my content, which is that I try to, like, when we're doing podcasts like this, I'm trying to just be honest. I'm trying not to like have anything that I'm hiding, or, I try to just be like really upfront as much as possible. And I find that it's hard for me to be on camera when I'm not being honest. Like, it's kind of hard for me to like even get in the mood to get on camera when I know that there's big shit that I'm going to have to be covering up. So as soon as I got on camera, I basically just started talking about it. And I told Crip Mac and Destiny, and I was a little bit too honest. I didn't have enough of a poker face where, like, I wish that I had been able to like 100% completely play the character of the guy who was 100% on board, because I feel mostly on board. Like, this is not something that I'm stressed about. And I had that realization when I was in one of these fucking orgies the other day, where, I'm fucking my girl and there's another guy fucking another girl right next to her. And I'm kind of thinking in the back of my head, like, how would you feel if she sucked his dick right now while you're fucking her? And
how would you? How would you feel though? Real talk.
How would I feel? I mean, it's always a little bit of a roll of the dice because you're kind of playing with your feelings there. You're playing with you're not 100% sure about how you're going to feel. She didn't do it in that case. She only did that Jason scene, but I don't think it would bother me because I'm fucking other girls in the context of this orgy while they're fucking other guys. Like, I'm fucking this girl. I'm slamming her head down on this gigantic fucking black dick.
Adam,
I mean,
my problem with you is this. And I think, I've loved the fact that despite many attempts to, I think No Jumper became what it is and you became who you are because there was a very severe attempt to cancel you. They were trying to ostracize you as one of those people like, hey, this is persona non grata right here. So I get it. But so to me, you're the epitome of woke or even cancel culture, right? Like so when I hear you kind of like agree with these, like, well, I gotta be okay if she wanted to suck a dick during the orgy. Like, no, you're not cool with that. You get what I mean? Like, bro,
be okay with it because she deserves this or something. It's just like, I feel like I'm in the place with my relationship and our content that we could do that, and that's not going to change how I feel about her. I could say that the Jason Love thing, like, it's weird because I'll like post a photo with her and get a million fucking comments that are still talking about the Jason Love thing, and it's like, oh shit, like I haven't thought about that in weeks. Like that totally like vanished from my brain like a couple of days after it happened, because that's just not really like a big deal from our perspective, the same way that she saw me getting smothered half to death by Juliana Cabrazia's gigantic fucking butt the other day, and she didn't have anything to say about that. It doesn't mean anything to her the same way. I'm not going to say it doesn't mean anything to me, but I think that I've like wrapped my head around the reality of her doing shit with other guys on camera enough that it's
this is
not
how I could
really,
debunk
it's
that,
not
that
really
bullshit you
challenging to me
saying,
anymore.
because if you really believe that, it wouldn't, like, the performer wouldn't matter if you really didn't care. And I know there's certain people, you know, just intuitively, because that's the mother of your child, you would never want her to have sex with.
I learned that in the course of the Jason Love storyline, that who it is matters like massively because of the fact that I am a public figure. And like, I don't really think he did anything like super malicious or like he was really like trying to be super disrespectful or whatever. But he definitely like said some shit that I wasn't comfortable with, and just kind of
I can't understand why you're mad at him.
I wasn't super hyped on.
Wait, why are you mad at him? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like with all due respect, a nigga nutting your wife, you can never talk shit to him. Like, there's nothing. Anytime, like, if I'm him, I'll be just dropping screenshots like Dylan Dennis all day on you. Like, you couldn't say nothing to me.
And that it's understandable that that's like, well, he didn't do that, but he just kind of like talked about it in ways like, to me, there's a code in porn where we're all fucking each other on camera, and so therefore there are things that we just don't talk about. Like,
he was
for instance,
critical of your performance.
I've seen a lot of male porn stars be unable to get a boner, and this is like mega embarrassing for them in that moment. And I've never came on camera and been like, holy shit, this guy couldn't get a boner, because it's just like, that's the codes of this shit. The same way that sometimes I'll fuck a girl on camera and I know her husband, and her husband's like a dude where I could theoretically go on the podcast the next day and be like, yo, you're not going to believe it. I fucked this girl yesterday and she's married to so-and-so, because there are some of these porn star girls are like secretly married to dudes who, I'm not going to say they're like A-listers, but some of them are like relatively public people and shit. And I would just never do that. So that's why, I mean, this is all going to seem kind of small in comparison to what we have coming, because we have like a whole series that me and Lena are going to be dropping. That's basically like us searching for the next guy. There's a little bit of a sneak preview right there for you. Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
We got a whole series that we're working on that is going to be fucking ridiculous.
Yo, that is crazy. Hold on, but here's the thing though, and I completely get what you're saying, and I think what you're saying is completely valid, right? You guys are in the porn world. You know, you guys could always be critical of each other or kind of take a little braggadocio like, yo, hey, I fucked your bitch. And that's just usually kind of frowned upon. I think why Jason Love even said anything is because, and I don't know if this is the common consensus among people that do adult entertainment, he was saying, and he was putting himself in your shoe. Basically kind of like, if I had the empire that you got going on, if I had the money that you got going on without prior like adult entertainment experience, I'm not letting my wife, like if monetarily we don't need it, I'm not letting my wife get fucked. And I think that's what I think.
I totally get that. But the problem with Jason Love is that, to his credit, large man, great build, large penis, not a visionary. I'm a visionary. I saw a plot line unfolding right in front of me at that moment, like something right there that we could just seize and take it and make something out of it. And honestly, like once we really got into the swing of things, I kind of felt like Blueface and Krishan in a way, in the sense that like the same way that they have been able to have this incredibly messy, abusive relationship, and it's created this storyline that people can't look away from.
Right? Okay.
Like, for that time period, me and Lena were basically doing the same thing, but instead of it being me knocking her dad out on camera, it was, oh, she's going to do a scene with another guy, and then we're going to talk about it on Twitter and make TikToks about it that go viral. And, you know, that kind of made me realize that, like, that is our thing that we can harness, is, like, being a freakier couple out in public than the average public couple. All we have to do is harness that viral energy surrounding that thing, and boom, it's a ticket to the fucking moon.
Okay, and one more question, and we can move on to some hip hop and media shit too. But I do want to ask, because I thought about this when I heard you actually admit it, because I was really trying to wrap my mind around it, right? But you had mentioned that pretty much when you had first met Lena, like you and somebody else ran a train on her. So it was like you were kind of open to.
It wasn't a train. We just fucked her at the same time.
Yeah, it's a train.
No, it's a train if you take turns.
Oh, it's a gangbang. It's a gangbang. You're right. Okay.
Yeah. 2 is a threesome. 3 guys, I think, is more like.
There's no threesome with 2 niggas. Hell no.
Just to be.
But anyway, okay. So you were if you never, prior to all of this, now y'all have kids, marriage. If you never shared her with another man, or even like say the house phone situation, if it was a situation where you never knew anybody else that's ever been with her sexually, right? And you kind of felt like she was sexually exclusive to you, do you think you would have been open to this?
It might have been harder for me to like open my mind to it for sure. But the reality is that very early on in our relationship, like you said, me, her, and another dude who was a close friend of mine, we all ended up banging at the same time. And I thought it was hot. It was like a good memory from my perspective. And what I had to do, because listen, like we were running trains on girls and shit when I was young, when I was like high school, basically. When I was like 18 or 19, I remember like fucking a girl with 2 of the homies in the woods. And like, you know, this was just normal shit at that time. And I think that that's like the weird thing about it is that I'm incentivized as a person who makes porn to be more open-minded than I might be otherwise. And that's why everybody kind of sees that logic playing out in my brain. And that's why people are always like, well, are you going to fuck a dude? Because they fucking do the math in their head and they're like, well, what's the next most extreme thing? Oh, it would be him actually fucking the dude. I'm not going to fuck a dude, just for the record, so everybody knows. But that's what people are always getting at. So it's like, for me, you know, doing the bi-weekly live streamed orgies and shit, it's like, well, this is not shit that I like saw myself doing with my life, but I'm incentivized to do it and I'm having a good time. So why not?
So the teaser you kind of like let the cat out of the bag with is like, you guys are going to be looking for other dudes to just fuck her solo, or y'all about to run a train on her type shit?
Nah, this is going to be like for the first
Amtrak
Adam Lena and another guy threesome.
Why we calling it threesome train?
It's not a train. It's like a turn taking type thing. I'm picturing like all of the sexual positions that we have in mind and stuff. Once we do shoot this thing, are not like train oriented. What I am like okay, a good example is the double penetration thing. Dick in the ass, dick in the vagina. Did I ever see myself doing that? Would I ever do it? I don't know. Me as a
you did some shit like that?
person, for sure I would not be thinking about it. As a person who does porn, would I push myself to this limit that I would potentially do it? I don't know. Tune in next time to find out.
No, Adam, I ain't gonna lie. I do think and I ain't even trying to be slicking on it. I don't think you'd probably be sucking a dick.
Balls touching balls, Ack.
You know, I definitely see you do like what I call that gay stuff. Like, I don't see you sucking a dick, but I can't really tell. Because somebody said there's a video of you in an orgy, you're fucking a girl, another nigga fucking a girl, and you're holding hands with the dude, and like it's like you're like y'all doing like a fusion dance, like you holding his hand, and like bruh, like yo Adam.
It was a high five.
Okay.
It's the Eiffel Tower. You never heard the Eiffel Tower? It's a famous sex position, and the guy is from France, and keep in mind, he suggested this to me on a live stream, so it's not like I could, like in that moment, if I had ducked the Eiffel Tower on live stream, that shit would have been so foul.
Yo, Adam, what, and again, you know, I'm trying to understand also the nature of your marriage as well. What about Lena is exclusive or has some sanctity with you? Like, you know, I used to know whores used to be like, oh yeah, oh, I know this one whore, she would be like, yo, she let anybody fuck the pussy, but she's like, anal is only for her husband. Like, you know, women usually feel like they have to make something special for their guy or their husband. But it looked like if you're down to have a train ran, a little threesome, whatever else you're down to do, it feels like, you know, like when it comes to sexual, you don't feel like anything special with her then, right? And I have to think you do because you had a kid with her. Something has to be special. You can't just think it's just a fucking hole you're going in and out of.
Emotionally, we're exclusive. And I mean, of course, there's all kinds of physical stuff that she wouldn't do with another guy that we do together.
Like
but I don't feel. Well, I mean, she's never done anal with another guy. She's never like. I mean, everything she did
had
with
to
another
do
guy.
none
you
in
see
her.
at the
That's
time,
worse.
like Jason Levin. Huh?
Nah, she had to do none in her. That's 10 times worse. Like, yo, Adam, come on. Yo, what was that conversation like? You finally see the clip. You think he's gonna pull out
camera conversation with you about that?
Huh?
I gotta have an off-camera conversation with you about this that scene.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's some really okay. So you care a little bit. Yo, Adam, a lot of times when I talk to you, I'm always trying to use the litmus test of where does this guy care? You know, I always bring up this conversation when I went to the last time I went to No Jumper, which I felt like it was a long time ago. Yo, I went in there and I remember just seeing a bunch of Crips and I'm like, listen, hey, I came in for content. I'm on fire. So I went crazy and I remember you had texted me like either day after and we had a conversation. And I liked the fact that you texted me and I think I told you. But this is how I internalized. I'm like, I like the fact that Adam was like, hey, listen, I do have a limit. I have a boundary. Because sometimes you come across like nothing fucking matters, brother. And I think that's where like people are usually thinking you might be a psychopath. You're definitely a sex addict, but also like, you know, you get accused of this.
What do I do that makes you think I'm a sex addict? Like my entire sex life that is outside of me just sleeping with my girl at home is documented on camera and it's totally fucking normal. And I don't have
No, it's not normal. You have an insatiable appetite for sex. You have an insatiable appetite for sex that includes going above and beyond trying to find some next level of kinkiness to try to it's like a high, it's like a crack rock. All right, cool.
That's business stuff. That doesn't have anything to do with like us just like yearning to like do this kind of stuff.
Adam, you literally said you were like you got off at the fact or you were turned on by the fact another man fucked your wife. That's kinkiness, brother. That's not business.
Oh, yeah. That was an ununintended consequence that I ended up kind of.
So like your dick was hard for another man's. Your dick was hard.
I knew that was gonna happen. Like I wasn't surprised by that at all.
All right. So
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Shay Glizzy. She's a real live wire, isn't she?
Yeah.
But did she fuck Blueface? You're categorically denying this because I just want to make it clear. When Wack brought that to the table on the podcast,
Wack called him before you know why I called him before you came on here.
I didn't believe him because it just didn't seem like Wack has done this before because he did this about Lush and AD. He said that Lush fucked AD's girl or some shit, which was like immediately everybody knew it wasn't true. But Wack just goes on Clubhouse or some shit and says it. So I wasn't that surprised. There is a precedent for this.
So first of all, I felt I'll tell you two things. I said Adam's a slick motherfucker. He recorded this on Thursday. He knew Wack said this. So you dropped the clip today. By the way, I knew to get on live stream before because I wanted to surveil the landscape. I blacked on Wack. I blacked on Wack, you, Blueface, anybody in the mix. Wack calls
talking about Blueface. I didn't hear anything about me.
Yeah, Wack calls up in the mix, and Wack says, "Ack, you bit the bait. I made a bet with Adam that I could get you to promote the shit." Basically by talking shit. He's probably just full of shit, right? But
100% full of shit. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, but he basically was just like, yo, yeah, like, you know, and I know Wack, but I was just like, yo, Wack, I know you're the guy who says certain shit for content, but if it usually involves me, you would hit me. You get what I mean? But anyway, no, that didn't happen. And by the way, for the record, a woman I'm dealing with fucks any rapper. You know what I mean? Especially after, like, honestly, I'm not even attracted to women who fuck rappers in the past. You get what I mean?
But if you found out that a girl you were dating had been with another guy who was in the public eye, maybe not even a rapper. What if it was fucking Leonardo DiCaprio? How would you feel about that?
It's over. Like I'm gonna be honest.
It was just in the past. Who gives a shit?
No, not in the past because I should have known going in. I should have known going in.
But you after that at a certain point, you're like, listen,
but after that,
famous because you did that to Lena in 2016. I was like, listen, I need to know anybody you've fucked that in any way overlaps with my social circle because not that it really matters, but because I need to know. I don't want to be blindsided by something.
Yeah, no. Well, for me, I'm a little bit more kind of, and it's probably like also a race thing. It's probably a race thing and a cultural thing. Like, honestly, I've tolerated way more from a woman. Like, I've tolerated bullshit. I've tolerated a chick saying random bullshit, lies about me. But one thing I will never tolerate, once another dick enters you, they ain't got nothing for us to talk about. It's over. It is over. I can't even look at you the same. We could fuck, but I can't claim you as mine. Like, there's a sanctity of what I believe a girlfriend or a significant other holds, and that completely breaks it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's honestly more about the trust that would be broken if I, like, hypothetically, let's say I find out that a couple years into our relationship, Lena just met some dude at a party or whatever and just ended up fucking him and just never told me. It's not really about the sex part so much. It's about the trust. It's about the fact that you did this, you sat on it for all those years and didn't like feel like
sat
you
on
had
that
to tell me
dick.
what
No,
you wanted.
it's all about the dick. It's all about the sex for me. Yo, play this.
Well,
Yo.
Matters, it's more about the trust.
Yo, play this. All right, let's go back. When I was with Angelica probably broke shit. Like, she caused probably like tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage. You know, Angelica was wilding out.
To me, that's almost enough for me to walk away too.
Okay,
Like, I don't know if I could really
forgave
tolerate
all
it
of those
after that.
times. The moment that I felt that she was even whatever, it was just already over. The moment I felt like she was even entertaining somebody, I was already moving on at that point. You get what I mean? But some people, like, it might be different. Like, some people might be like, yo, you break my shit, it's over. For me, like, obviously that's some shit it should be over for, but I'm just trying to tell you the levels of, if a dick go inside you, in terms of like a woman that I'm dealing with, it is over. I don't care what it is. Like, it ain't about no trust. I don't care if you told me. I don't care if you didn't tell me. If I find out, it is over. I'm emotionally numb after that point.
But to me, if they cheated and told you immediately, that would be like way more forgivable
hell no.
than cheating and keeping it a secret for a long period of time. Now, I kind of agree that as soon as they like break the level of trust, to me, it's not about the dick, because the Jason Love thing doesn't bother me at all. But if she were to just fuck a random dude and then confess it to me at some point in the future, that's super consequential, because now I don't feel like I can trust you. And like my girl, like a couple weekends ago, she like, you know, went out to some bars and clubs with her friends or whatever. And one of the clubs or bars that they went to ended up being like a younger crowd, like people in college type age. And she said that she had like a fucking line of dudes just trying to talk to her. And like some of it was on some fan shit. Some of it was on some like, oh, like actually trying to holler at her. And that was like, you know, I didn't feel any level of guilt or not guilt, but like any level of jealousy at all when she was telling me about that afterwards, because I've been with her for fucking 7 years and I know that I can trust her. But as soon as you fuck that trust up one time, then every single time you go out and you do anything, go in a club, bar, whatever with your girlfriends, I'm going to be sitting there like stewing, like having such a hard time dealing with it. So to me, like that is probably what put me in the headspace that even allowed me to take on the gigantic dick of Jason Love entering my wife, is because of the fact that I had such a crazy degree of trust with her that I didn't feel threatened by that. And I feel like that's pretty rare, that the average, like I know a ton of people in relationships where the girl can't go to the fucking 7-Eleven with a tube top on, and the guy, if he glances at another girl,
yeah, but Adam, for you it's different.
Like that. I am so far away from that's probably what put me in the headspace that made it seem okay to enter into it.
Yeah, but it's different though, Adam. I'm gonna tell you why, right? For example, right? I like women, and I like women that will allow me to have as many threesomes. I kind of almost like a bisexual woman, to be honest. Now, initially at first, I would be with, like, I was with a girl, and she was like, you know, we should try it one time. And that one time is like, yeah, we should try this about every month. And that every month shit to be like, oh, we can find a bitch every week. To the point it was like, yo, I think we could just do this all the time. Your wife is now, you know what I mean, she's eating the forbidden fruit. She's taking the 15-inch python, and now she might just be like, hey, listen, come on, yo, Adam, like, yo, like, hey, she might disguise it as content, but you have zero worry that, you know, again, because you enjoy, like, again, you say you enjoy these scenes. It's not like you're just like, okay, I have to fuck some bitches. You're like, oh shit, I'm about to fuck a new bitch. It's happy. Like, you're happy.
No, what we do sexually on camera is still ultimately like a decision that takes place between us, because you'll notice that she hasn't shot anything with any other dude since she did the Jason Love thing, right? Yeah. Now, if you think about it from her mentality, fucking another dude, not a bad thing, and gets to make a shitload of money off it, she probably would have preferred to go and do that, right? Mm-hmm. From my perspective, it's like, listen, even though I let you do the Jason Love thing, this is not going to be like a consistent all the time thing. I'm down to create moments, you know, culturally, virally, etc., around us doing this. But from my perspective, like if you just go and shoot another scene with another guy right away, that takes away the thing that made it special or made it interesting to people. And now this is just part of your regular fucking job. And I'm not really trying to like live that life of just like having you just be a regular fucking porn star. You know, that's not really what I'm interested in. And
whose decision is that?
Conversation about, and ultimately at the end of the day, that's my call. The same way that her doing the first scene in the first place was her call too, or it was my call as well. It's I had to be making that decision in order for that to happen. It wouldn't have happened if I didn't agree to it.
You said that, but a lot of these woke motherfuckers, I seen them on Twitter, they were like, what you mean you're allowing her? So you do know, like, this is a slippery slope where people are going to be like, hey, listen, like, you've opened up Pandora's box. It's really not up to what you will allow. It's that she has her own autonomy, just like you kind of have your own autonomy, and she should be able to fuck whoever she want to fuck. What's the problem?
Oh, that'd be nice. But in the reality, we live in the real world where, you know, it's a conversation that we're having consistently. And like, even with this new content series that we're doing right now, it's like, it's going to be interesting and it's going to be exciting because people haven't seen her do anything with another guy since the Jason Love thing. So that's where I'm going with that. Now, to play the Uno reverse card on you, I just want to say that, I mean, I'm sure she's a lovely girl and everything, but I feel like I agree with what I heard AD saying to you on the clip that I saw from Community the other day, which is like, it feels like you're enduring a level of disrespect and abuse from this girl that I've never seen you take from a girl before. And it stands out to me as like it putting you in a dangerous position that I haven't really seen you allow yourself to be put into. And I don't know how much truth there is to it or whatever, but the shit that she said about, I got handcuffed or like the door kicked in, whatever, all this kind of shit, that stood out to me as like, bro, this is dangerous. This is like actually, and I guess you have some kind of like connection with her because of the fucking, the fact that you guys, you almost had the home invasion with her and everything like that. But like, I feel like she's kind of like crossed some lines that as a public figure, you're not supposed to let your girl cross. Like me and Lena, as much as we've fought privately or whatever, that stuff has never made it to the front page. Like we just never kind of make that content, or like tiny little bits of it have maybe snuck through. But I'm interested to know how you feel about that, because to me, this is not the academics that I'm used to. Usually I've seen you move in a very, very calculated way. And now it kind of feels like you're throwing caution to the wind. And I've seen some people propose this and it kind of makes sense to me, which is the idea of like, what does she have on him? Because maybe that's why you're dealing with some of the disrespect and her talking through the Dave Chappelle comedy special that I don't expect you to be doing normally.
Well, I mean, well, I'll start with the Dave Chappelle thing, then I'll go to the other comments you said. With the Dave Chappelle thing, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, clearly, I wanted to just grab the phone, but I'm gonna be honest. We're in public. I'm a black man. I'm not grabbing nothing from no woman. I don't want nobody to say I did nothing. You get what I mean? So it's like we live in this real pussy world right now, where it's like, yo, women do whatever they want. If there's consequences, they face it. You know what people told me that thing that happened in Miami? I remember even talking to Vlad, salute to Vlad. And I was talking about what happened at Komodo. And a lot of people told me, they said, hey, listen, unfortunately, the only right thing you should have done, because people thought I was fighting at first. I was like, no, I was breaking up a fight that involved someone I was with. They said, listen, you're the famous one. Unfortunately, in that situation, you have to back the fuck up and let it be what it is. And I felt conflicted because I said, damn, you don't want to be the bitch who just let your chick just whatever. But now you're in the middle of it. It's now on TMZ. So that's another reason why, like, even when it came to Dave Chappelle shit, I'm like, listen, I'm not going to do a motherfucking thing that says, Axe snatches the phone, he shouts. I'm not doing nothing. So I'm just chilling out. Regardless, though, back to the other comments, like, me and AD, we had a really good conversation about it. Salute to AD. I'm going to ask you about that in a little bit. But no, he was right in a lot of things, you know? I told him the same thing that I'm going to tell you. There is parts of it, and I'm a human. Like, you know, I've never been someone who, like, again, as maybe as stoic or whatever y'all see me in terms of, like, me doing content. I've always had interpersonal relationships, and especially with women. And in those relationships, you know, it is a give and take a little bit, right? So, number one, and I told him this. I said, first of all, I feel that there's a little bit of trauma bonding, honestly. In a situation where my life was actually threatened, this person actually was very instrumental in making sure I was okay. That probably also gives me the, okay, yeah, she fucked up, but forgive. But also, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm somebody who's just not perfect. Like, I've been mad unfaithful. You get what I mean? And when most things kind of happen, even if it makes it to the public or not, it's because I'm the person, like, obviously, I'm not waiting both to be the same, but I've cheated or I've done whatever. I've been with like 5, you know what I mean? Whatever the case is. So when cooler heads do prevail or whatever, it makes it more able where I'm like, you know what? All right, fuck it. I did bad. You did bad. Let's get back, or let's try, or let's not go to the extreme like that. It's clearly not healthy though. I'll be honest with you. And at times, I guess the last thing I'll say about it, like most of the time, and I don't, obviously I'm younger than you, but I don't know if you've ever been there because you're like emotionless. So it's like difficult to probably like reason with you when it comes to this, especially when you're with someone. Like when I met her, she was 22, she's 24 now. You're also hoping for that change. And every time there's a conversation, it's like, hey, listen, I'm telling them like, yo, listen, we're in Miami. All these motherfuckers, if I even slip, they got a camera out. Like, she don't even know what that is until it happens. And she's like, what? We're on TMZ? So I'm dealing with someone who's kind of learning, and every time I'm expecting or assuming that they're going to learn or they're going to not repeat the same mistakes. And sometimes, I ain't going to lie, that's where it gets kind of, yo, you're making the same mistakes consistently? That becomes a problem. And that's why it leads to us having these conversations.
This is my thing, is that I think you have basically what I'm going to describe, for lack of a better term, but as like a ratchet fetish. And I discovered this because
I heard you say this on Vlad. I heard you say this on Vlad, nigga. Go ahead. You said this on Vlad. I know what you're about to say. Go ahead.
I mean, okay, there was a long time ago, we were on stream, and I never see people talk about that old stream. I bet there's some gems in there. Yeah. But that stream, you said that you would search up Chirac thotties. Yes. Or I don't know, like ghetto hoe or some shit on fucking Pornhub to find something to jerk off to, which I've never heard of anything like that before, which that really made me like, oh, fuck, like Academics, like the way that he feels about like a Lil Reese and a Lil J and etc.
Don't combine
and like, the fact that you were making all this content about these guys at a time where most of us were not really paying that much attention to the savagery of the Chirac scene or whatever, that carries through to your sex life to a certain extent. Because if we want to talk about who is the Lil Reese, the Grim Reaper of being a whore, shout out to Selena Powell. I know you didn't like date her per se or whatever, but there was like some kind of connection that you guys seem to have that kind of went beyond the Waka Flockas and the other dudes who like kind of put dick up in her real quick and then we're out of there. Do you admit and agree to the fact that there is some degree with which you need the danger and the excitement that only a hood rat can bring to the table? And I don't even know if she's a hood rat per se, but she's clearly kind of a live wire. I'm glad you never dated Asian Doll.
Hell nah.
Nah, you would fuck with her. I think that would be
okay. All right. And by the way, you see, when it comes to these topics, I definitely try to have a reasonable conversation. I think I'm also very self-aware. I would say no in how you're surmising it, but there is something to that, right? What I would probably say is that, like, I feel like if I thought about my dating history, right, I had very regular, non-turbulent relationships until I met Angelica. And I don't know what it is. And well, I've actually internalized, put it like this. I was a decent to probably good boyfriend until I got fame. I've cheated on every bitch since. like what I mean is like you don't even want to know the amounts. So I'm not struggling, but I've been putting, like, just being honest and being self-aware and also accountable. Sometimes I meet, like, I thought Angelica was a sweet girl at first, and then she gets cheated on like 80 times by like 80 bitches, and then she's finding it out constantly. Then she's like, yo, I love you, I can't do anything, but I'm mad. Now she's like, I'm about to just break some shit. And you kind of
shout out to Lil Tracy.
Hold on. And you kind of okay. This nigga didn't happen, but anyway. But
oh, it didn't? I thought it did.
But at some point, you kind of then put yourself in this cycle, which is almost like a toxic cyclone type of way, in terms of you become complicit, and this is almost it becomes what you're also perpetuating as well, right? You are. It's not that you're just a victim, right? Because that seems to be. There's a common theme with all the women I've dated, but there's also self-accountability too. Like, my nigga, if maybe you just keep your dick to one pussy, and when you say you're in a relationship, maybe they won't be going crazy. Because truth be told, that's usually what happens, right? Like,
yeah,
like Angelica first broke some shit when she thought that I fucked Selena. Then she broke some shit when she found like 18 sex tapes on my fucking computer. Like, they were just there. She was like, who are these bitches, right? Like, she just went crazy. So, again, you know, and I remember even talking to her, and I hate to, you know, I don't want people to hit her, and, you know, she's on to her new situations. But she even told me, she was like, yeah, I kind of, like, it was just like, I blacked out. Like, I saw the guy who I love fucking, like, 20 bitches. Like, what the fuck you want me to do? So, again, I do think there's a part of me, like, you don't cheat on Lena, do you? I guarantee if you cheat on Lena, there'll be a lot of shit going on. But you don't need to cheat on her because you fucking bitches on the camera, so it's good.
Yeah, and I also just like, I mean, me more than most people, I've learned how fucking messy it gets when you're, you know, dealing with chicks, like when you're cheating or doing anything scandalous with chicks. Like, you just can't trust them. I had a girl lie, like a girl came from like basically like partied with me and Lena, and then we all went back and fucked, and then she ended up making up some shit and saying that she was like too loaded or whatever. She was totally fucking normal, and she ended up lying about that shit. So even right there, that was like the biggest eye-opening experience ever, to be like, oh, you are a fucking idiot if you do any dumb shit at all at this point in your life. So I mean, that even having something like that happen and like that, I could never think about just fucking some random girl the same after having an experience like that.
So I can say this, and hopefully this will answer all the questions with that, right? Because I think I've been pretty transparent about everything else. So, but I will say this. I am at the point, right, where it's just like, you know, I think when I meet women now, and even my last situation, because of who I am, they now use social media and they use the fame as leverage. Okay, I can't get you to act like I want. I'm about to say something online. You're gonna have to deal with everybody talking about something, even if it's not true. So now it's almost like I'm becoming weary of this because like it's put me to answer unnecessary questions that either it ain't true or is really derogatory or some other shit. And then now it's like, at first I was having fun. Now it's like, yo, I don't think I'm having fun no more. You know what I mean? At first it was like, all right, maybe this is, but now it's like, you know what? Maybe I should just, I gotta put my little banner in the rafters. I did enough. Academics did his thing, and I'm about to be like Charlamagne. Charlamagne used to cheat on his wife all the time. I ain't trying to be like some Kobe shit, but like he used to say, maybe I finally become faithful or some shit. Maybe that'll help. I don't know.
I mean, see, that's the thing, is that your life will get so much better in so many ways once you get into a relationship. And because like I remember, you know, the author Ryan Holiday, he had this conversation with me like right before I got into my relationship with Lena, where he basically told me like, get in a relationship, get serious, settle down and have kids. It'll be the best thing that ever happens to you business wise. I'm thinking in my head, what the fuck are you talking about? If I'm having to balance my time with a relationship and kids, how the fuck is that going to make my business better? But I can honestly say that I think that that's happened. And if you even want to just talk about like a PR side of things, I think, you know, look at what we see happen to rappers when they get into public relationships with high value females, especially if they can avoid the love and hip hop angle, which I think especially with the whole Blueface thing, we've really kind of seen, or at least like been reminded of the fact that this is just like very rarely good for men. But your fan base would open up so much. Like I like the point that you made the other day that your Instagram has 5 million subscriber or followers and Shade Room has 25 million. It's like that black woman celebrity gossip category is fucking gigantic. And as a rapper, your entire music career history is fucking irrelevant until you start dating a famous black woman that they love, and then boom, you're in that conversation. The problem is that, I mean, you see it with DDG, is that like, you're gonna be the villain unless you are fucking Michael B. Jordan or like one of these very few rare guys that gets to be in the good guy category. And I think he only gets to be in the good guy category because he's basically absent from all public appearances, and like you only get to see him when he's like on camera in a movie or whatever. But if you could insert yourself into that world, it just automatically makes you a million times bigger. Now, you're going to be the villain either way. And especially you being you, every single fucking bad thing that you ever said is just going to get recycled for content as soon as, like, if you dated Chloe Bailey, well, no offense to DDG, I don't want to like do that, but like if you dated somebody like her, what happens in the next 12 months of your career? Because it's going to make you way bigger, way more talked about, but also probably maybe kind of hurts you in the long run, right?
Yeah, like something like that, right, will probably almost like neuter me from like the edginess that kind of has built my audience, even though it exposed me to this whole other audience. And like, for example, like I was even saying about Krishan Rock. Krishan Rock, which I don't know if people really agree with me, but right now Krishan Rock on a social media clout level is more lit than Blueface has ever been, without a song. Right now, like she goes live, 100,000 people is watching her. Why? They want to just get the glimpse of her being motherly to a baby, which is such like such a random but just natural act. It's not even something that it requires skill. There's no jokes being told. There's no rapping being done. And then you kind of look at that. That's why I think Blueface is a little salty. I'd be salty too. I built you up and now they just love you for being you. I need to do boxing, rap the best. I need to do all these great things just to get an ounce of the love that you're getting by just breathing, which is crazy.
Okay, if he makes Jaden Alexis as big as Krishan Rock, or even in that fucking area, doesn't that make him like one of the goats of this shit? Like he's Puffy all of a sudden if he can fucking do that.
Nah, he Ray J. He Ray J. I mean, he's Ray J.
Yeah, but I mean, he's like an unbelievable legend if he actually makes her pop off. And I mean, I mean, she's just like a participant in this reality show that is his life, I guess. But I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, do you think he should have like been on the hunt for somebody maybe a little bit more explosive to turn into his next pet project?
Honestly, and this is why I kind of like I kind of came back to the side of liking Blueface and what he's doing. I think he's just doing natural shit. Like I don't think he's intentionally doing shit. He has a particular lifestyle, and he's just trying to put the business in accordance with whatever he likes to do. He likes fucking a bunch of bitches. Okay, let's make the business around that. He likes it. So I'm not mad at that, but yeah, just to wrap this up, and I do want to get to, let's get some media shit. I want to ask you about AD and all those guys as well. But yeah, but as far as my personal life goes, I'll agree with you. And I heard you say it. I didn't think it was hate at all. I actually thought it was a good point. And by the way, AD brought up a good point. You know, I am like these days, I am very weary, and it's almost like I'm kind of a little bit fed up with especially some of the things in terms of personal life going to public shit. And then it's just like, I hate when people start leveraging the fact that you are around me publicly. Like that's like, I don't know if you've ever been like that with people before, but anytime, okay, so for example, if you're living in my house or you're around me and you've seen me in either unflattering ways, or you've heard me say things that maybe I was probably trying to keep close to the chest, or if you've seen anything or whatever, or just that people know you're there, so anything you say, they'll believe. If you weaponize that it's like, you know, I don't know, like, I think the last couple relationships I've been in, it was kind of like, all right, I'm tolerating it, kind of. Also, there's highs and lows. Now it's kind of getting like stale, I'm gonna be honest. It's like, all right, if this is gonna go down and I'm not getting a Zeus check, I need to cut this shit off. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying, is that you would almost be better off at this point just going full in that direction, because right now you're doing like but at the same time, I don't feel like people have really jumped on any of the shit with this girl. Like, I'm not seeing it in the media that crazy and shit.
And it's because
part
I
of
haven't
that is the
acknowledged
fact
it,
that they
though.
don't feel like they know her. If they felt like they really knew her, i.e. from you doing content or being on a Zeus show with her, then all of a sudden that would change, and that's when you'd really be fucked, brother.
Yeah, well, that's the difference. And also, I say to women around me, I'm like, listen, I have a 95% male audience. You're never going to get my male audience to be like, oh, they love you. Now, it's different. You know what I mean? Like, oh, yeah, we love you now. No, it's different if, like, you know, when you're on a reality show and you get that female audience, and now they're like, fuck him. We're team you. That's completely different. But also, that makes me never want to do reality TV. You get what I mean? Because once you do that, you almost kind of create the beast that eventually tries to eat you. You know what I mean? That's what's happened to Blueface. So even now, I usually, like, I'll tell whoever around me, I'm like, okay, I get it. You just put up some bullshit that's not true and cool. I might have to cuss 2 niggas out online, but we're just gonna keep going on. And also, like, for the most part, like, some of those things, I realize it gains more legs when I address it.
But this is my thing, is that I have an irrational belief and willingness to like, I'm rooting for Blueface.
Yeah.
I'm kind of getting on my Dejan Paul report card type shit, where like this dude Dejan who does the rap report card,
Yeah, I heard about
he on No Jumper sometimes and stuff. He's like part of the news crew a couple of times a week. He cares about seeing LA rappers win to such an extent that I'm kind of not used to, because like, I'm from New Hampshire, lived in New York for 7 years, then I moved to LA, and it's like, I love New York rap, I love LA rap to a certain extent, but I never really was like rooting for a certain city to win. But when I look at Blueface, it's like, we can't have YG be the only like fly gang member rapper representing the West Coast. Now, granted, YG does an amazing job of it, but when there's only one of them, it kind of makes it seem like too much of an anomaly.
Yeah.
And it's like, we need Blueface to prove that you can like come up out of the trenches of LA and still be a fly ass adult male doing things. And I don't know, like, in that regard, it's just like, I want to see him win, and I want him to maybe, like, I don't know. I just don't know if the Jaden Alexis move is the move. Like, I feel like if he can do that, and it's convenient because she is his first baby mama.
Yo, Adam, that shit ain't gonna work.
I feel like it would almost be easier for him to just start from scratch.
No, he's gonna get back with his baby mama. Like, she has the cloud. She has the cloud, baby. He's gonna work. Hey, by the way, you preemptively jumped out the window and almost like fucking announced something which I later announced, that my podcast is transitioning from Spotify. I was in an actual, you announced it during the week that we were actually having conversations with them about 2 things: whether we're going to continue on for either like a year more, or we were going to transition out, and what that would look like. And, you know, my agent and my lawyer's been fighting for, like, you know, we're getting actually everything back, so all the assets. So, you know, for anyone who thought I never owned the podcast, everything's coming back to me. But yeah,
they got rid of almost everybody, right?
Say again?
They got rid of like the vast majority of the people that were doing exclusive podcasts, right?
Yes, they've been cleaning house, honestly. So it's like, if you ask me, I think this year about 85% of their original content is going to be just either weeded out. And if you ask me about probably next year, we might only see like Rogan over there still in, just because Rogan is that guy, and you just have to acknowledge it. You know what I mean?
This reminds me a lot of the whole like original streaming wars, where you remember like Apple Music was paying for,
of
like,
course.
What, Chance the Rapper, or who else had exclusives? I can't even fucking remember, but Tidal had a few of them. It's like, it's almost the same thing, where you see the value of a podcast host being temporarily artificially inflated by all these big ass corporations trying to get involved in a hot marketplace like podcasting. And that was always kind of weird for me to witness, because I'm over here homegrown, just doing shit that is like self-owned. And yeah, we have sponsors and shit like that, but it's like, I'm building everything without any kind of corporate partners. And to see, you know, all, and like, I'm sure you see it too, where you have all these podcasts that, you know, the Spotify playlist podcasts and shit that are kind of popping up out of the middle of nowhere. And the economics on these podcasts that are being built by some of these streaming platforms and shit just makes no fucking sense. They're paying people way too much money. These podcasts are not getting fucking views. And, you know, you realize that
Adam, that's every industry though. That's every industry. So it's like, put it like this. And this is why, like, even for example now, and I'll be like pretty transparent too, right? like I have a contract now to like, first of all, everything that's happened in the podcast market, I think is ending now, right? So like, for example, if you want to know when that era started, Joe Budden was the start. I think I'm the end, right? So we're kind of both, we're one half of that era. Obviously, you're going to have the people like Joe Rogan, they might transcend, but that's Joe Rogan. But everybody else, you know, it was probably beneficial for you. Like, for example, for me, like, and I'll be very honest and upfront, I never did a podcast, right? I'm leaving Everyday Struggle, right? They're offering millions. Hey, we know because you have the brand, you have the facial recognition, you have the fucking, I don't even know if I'm a household name, but whatever metrics they were looking at, hey, and I believe they tried to get Charlemagne before, so they had offered Charlemagne a bag. Like, he turned it down. He stayed with iHeart. So they couldn't get Joe, they couldn't get Charlemagne, they offered me. Cool. We worked some shit out. It ended up turning into, there was like a whole bidding war, I could probably say now. Apple and Spotify were going back and forth at it. At first, they didn't want to give me ownership, and I was like, yo, salute to my man Larry Jackson over Apple. He was like, yo, you know, Apple actually offered us like $1 million more like per year. And we were just like, yo, we're about to go there. Spotify comes back with pretty much all the terms we want. We agree. I'm like, yo, I wanted to be
Apple doesn't even have exclusive podcasts, do they?
That's the funny part about it. At the time, Larry Jackson was in the system of Apple. This is before Jimmy Iovine is officially out of there. He was about to get his own. Remember, Larry Jackson is the reason why exclusive rappers were doing exclusive deals. Period. He brought exclusives. That's why Lucian Grange, the guy who runs, I don't know if you know music business, right? Lucian Grange, the guy who runs the whole Universal, when he seen what Larry Jackson did with Drake, where Drake's album was out for a week on like Apple, he said, fuck this. We're not doing this anymore. But the guy who single-handedly did it, which by the way, he's a genius. So salute to Larry Jackson. He's also the guy who brought, at least when Versus was on Apple, he did the Gucci Man and Jeezy thing, where Gucci was like, he's getting $1 million. So this guy's like a power player. At the time, he was having a situation kind of brewing where they're about to just kind of give him autonomy, like, hey, listen, you could do these shows for Apple Plus, right? So in reality, back then, there was a conversation to be had about me and Joe even reuniting on Apple, but also me getting my podcast on Apple. So it was going to be a huge deal, right? I'm kind of waiting for it. Me and Joe were kind of communicating a little bit. By the way, this is the year I got the podcast. All of a sudden, Spotify is in the running. Like, they're fucking with me. And by the way, to keep it real, I wanted to be a Spotify. Because my agents, they were talking me, like they wanted me to be an Apple, you know, and no disrespect, I'm not like just spewing too much business because I would love to work with either or later. But eventually it came down to, you know, if I had signed to Apple, like this was the major thing for me. If I had signed to Apple, I couldn't start till like the year after. So I would have to sit on the shelf. And for me, you know, I cared about the optics. I'm like, I'm leaving Everyday Struggle. Yes, I'm going to go back to doing what I'm normally doing, but if people just see Act looking like he's stagnated, that's not good. If I hit the Spotify joint right now, we lit, right? We go to Spotify and we had a beautiful 2 years over there. And yeah, now it's like they're just in the business model of being done with those deals. What's happening there is happening now in streaming. So now I have a Rumble deal. And shit, even though I'm on Twitch and YouTube, I can say this too. I'm very upfront. By the way, for everybody who's watching, the reason why I'm upfront, because I do consider myself, just like Adam is, just like Joe is, just like Charlemagne is, we're leaders in the space. And I try to be upfront with my business, hoping that it could let you know where the market is going, because some of y'all dream and like, you know, like work towards like either these bigger bags or want to know what's the best way to kind of make a career out of this. And it moves quickly. Like, for example, right now, all these companies, they're offering, at least for now, for streaming. So I picked up a streaming deal. Kai Cenat did. Aiden did. All these people did. Now, let's be very clear. In 2 years, that's done. I think I'm going to get paid this year, next year. Then after that, they're going to be like, we built our audience. We'll give you a scaled down version or something of the sort. That's just the reality of it, right? And for me, I just try to, you know, I think me and you, we have different business models in a sense. Your shit is just all homegrown, get it out the mud, because I don't know if these companies don't holler at you, or maybe they do, but they don't offer whatever you need. But for me, it's like I always get to do both, right? Like, for example, I'm not signing a contract that I can't sell Twitch. I'm not signing, I don't care what contract. I'm not going to sign a contract, like let's say it's going to be for a show if I can't do my podcast and Twitch. So for me, it's just a supplemental thing. So for me, it's like, hey, if you're bringing millions of dollars to the table, right? Like this contract at Rumble, and salute to Rumble, my man Chris over there. I'm still allowed to stream on these other platforms partially, right? Like Kick, I could have went to Kick, but they're gonna be like, you got to leave Twitch. You can't be on YouTube. Makes sense to be over here. You get what I mean? So it's really all business. But I do know that this is gonna end, right? 2 years, like they're not gonna keep paying this indefinitely. And that's kind of where we are, just like business wise. I think I try to educate the audience with it, but it's hard for sometimes people to understand if they're not in these rooms or in these conversations yet.
Well, you know what it is? It's like what happened in golf, where you know about like the PGA and LIV.
Mm-hmm.
You ever read about that shit? It's like LIV comes in and they, are owned by Saudi Arabia. They have infinite money, and they say, hey, golfers, we're going to guarantee you a shitload of money, because normally these golfers, they can make a shitload of money, but it's all based on them winning tournaments. And it's like, there's hundreds of dudes in each tournament. So it might be like $10 million if you win a tournament, but you're like, have like a 1 in 500 chance of winning. So then LIV comes in and they say, hey, we have infinite money, which basically Stake, aka Kick, has infinite money. They say, okay, we're going to pay everybody a shitload of money, to the point where even people who have a principled stance against working with a company that's basically, operating out of Saudi funds has to basically go do it. And then at some point, the PGA just relents and says, okay, we're so scared of how deep your pockets are that we're going to just merge with you, and that we're just going to be one league. And it's pretty fucking crazy, because you could imagine that kind of happening within like any other sport. Like, what the fuck is to stop Saudi Arabia from coming to the NBA and saying the same fucking thing? I don't know that the NBA players are unhappy enough with their deals or whatever that they would want to do such a thing, but you could imagine it. And yeah, I didn't even think about like how temporary this whole like getting paid to stream wave is, but that's definitely probably true. I haven't actually heard from any of the companies in terms of making us offers.
Every
or whatever,
number you've heard. Every number you hear from, I don't want to mention any particular person's contract, the max is 2 years, max. And most people are usually on a 1, maybe 2. Because again, they're just trying to buy market share. Like it's the same with exclusive podcasts. Spotify wanted to be that was their only goal. We want to be the #1 place where podcast is consumed. They did that over the time that they spent a lot of money. Now that they're #1, now they're like, okay, we're going to chill back and now focus on certain different things. Also, we stopped spending so much money. Our stock price or our quarterly reports look a little bit better because we're not losing or hemorrhaging money. Now we're making more and we got market share, so shit's looking. I mean, it's all business. I mean, you understand business, so it works in every capacity.
No, yeah. It's the same logic by which, somebody like Vlad is telling me how much he's paid for certain interviews, but some of those interviews are loss leaders where like, he might, there's certain artists that I see, I don't even ask them, but I'm just like, I bet he had to pay that guy, 10 grand or who knows how much, maybe even double that or triple that or whatever. And maybe that makes it so it's hard for him to turn a profit on that one individual interview. But if it normalizes his platform and, especially with like, I feel like he started to really pay for interviews around the same time that all those dudes tried to leave and tried to take Vlad TV down. And I think that's when he kind of really started to like invest in the content a little bit more. And it makes sense because at that moment, it's like, you need a Raekwon or you need a fucking, a Dennis Rodman or whatever on your platform to kind of make it look good. But we now live in this kind of weird new era where
Vlad fucked up the market.
Podcast appearances is like the new normal. But did you never did any of that while you were at Spotify, I kind of assume?
First of all, Vlad fucked up the market, but I understand because to be honest, like Vlad is really cutting checks. Like, put like this, it got weird to me at points when like for example, like we hit up Adrian Broner and he would be like, "Yo, this is my fee," and I was like, "What?" Like interviews were never paid. You get what I mean? It was like, hey, listen, like you shouldn't be coming to my platform if you don't see a mutual benefit in the promotion or getting whatever information that you want to get out. And I shouldn't be interviewing you if I don't think that you being on my platform is worth it. But now, like, for example, I think what Vlad did spawned the like of a lot of people that I don't know if you pay them, but like it spawned the Charleston Whites of this world, who literally Charleston at the point was going around getting like 7,500 in a podcast, right?
I think he still is, and he honestly does so many numbers that it's like you can understand. And I know people who've paid him like a shitload of money for interviews. But at the same time, if you're Charleston White, like, why are you going to be just hitting random podcasts all the time, knowing that they're profiting tens of thousands of dollars off of that shit and not expect something in return? Like, it totally makes sense from his perspective, but it also is kind of weird because, like, in the comedy landscape, I'm pretty sure none of this is taking place because they correctly assume that, like, you go on a comedy podcast, you get seen, people go to your gigs, people buy your merch, people whatever, like, stream your content, and that's how you're basically profiting from it. But you have a lot of people in hip hop, whether it's like a Charleston White or a Jay Main, who kind of like correctly realize that they're not monetizing themselves or their content to such an extent that it's just automatically going to make sense. And if it does, like, you know, there's just too much competition because a Jay Main has me, DJ, you, and whoever the fuck else, like all these different platforms kind of competing to make content with him. So even when I tried to sign Jay Main to No Jumper, it was just like, I'm competing with the fact that he's getting paid a shitload of money to go do all these different interviews all the time. And when I'm competing against that, it's like, well, I'd have to like pay him too much to be exclusive to this platform. We couldn't come to any kind of conclusion.
So you know, obviously, I'm pretty sure you've seen it. Actually, you know, I saw your comments about me doing the Academy. And by the way, there's a little bit of shade, but there was also very positive criticism.
I honestly was just acknowledging what this challenge is going to be like.
No,
because
you're right. You're right. Yeah.
I threw a lot of fucking paint at the wall trying out all these different hosts and stuff, and it's like some of them worked, and some of them, like, honestly, AD was kind of like the first one who really got real traction, you know, like House Phone, people were fucking with him, but like with AD, he kind of like seized the opportunity and like really like took that on. With your shit, it's like my main concern is like I think you need to be on camera with him. Like if every episode of the Academy to start is Ak and his fucking 3, 4, 5 different pals talking on camera, I think that could work. I think that the idea of just putting them on camera without you is going to be like the audience is not going to know what to do with it. The same way I think that Selena thing that you did probably would have worked better if you were on camera with that too, as opposed to it just being her and her fucking yes man friend sitting there with her.
Hey, no, I agree with you with that. And by the way, the reason why you were definitely spot on with even the analysis of like Selena. Like Selena was just too far gone for me to be sitting next to her, and I had too much going on. It's like I couldn't go down that route. So it was one of those like I'll produce it, but hopefully like, you know, we could kind of like half be involved, but not really. Which you ultimately you kind of, especially if it's coming out on your channel. Like you're 100% right. And shit, I even had a whole conversation with like a bunch of the guys yesterday. I was like, no, Adam's right. Like, for example, the reason why like even that episode that was filmed after the show, like I was exhausted. I did so much that day. I was like sleeping up at my other studio. So like they did it with AD, who salute to AD, like he was just like powering through everything. But you're right. And I told him the same thing. I said, yo, I'm glad y'all did the episode with AD, but like we have to do these episodes to kind of explain, because that was the biggest thing with the Selena thing, or anytime I change content. I don't know if you probably think the same about your channel, but I know my channel, yo, they're so married to me doing one thing that I even had to kind of explain when I started putting podcasts. They were so used to news little updates. I kind of had to explain when I started putting full-length podcasts. To the point where when you put something that's you're not even on camera for, it's just straight hate. Like they don't even fuck what it is. So I agree with you on that.
100%. Because I mean, I've always had interests that are all over the place. So it's like in the beginning when No Jumper was this like hip, trendy SoundCloud rap thing that like people were just like really engaged with. It's like the unfortunate reality is that I wanted to interview Riley Reid, and I wanted to interview some fucking Pokemon Go YouTuber, and I wanted to interview Nadeshot, and like all these just random comedians and personalities and stuff. And that's like when I go back in my mind and think about like what I could have done with No Jumper, that always kind of stands out to me as like, what if I only ever just did interviews with these super cool rappers in that moment? Because there was a lot of like fans who wanted me to just talk to Suicide Boys and all these other like rappers who fucking wear FTP and like, you know, like are kind of in like the same category of rapper, you know? And like for me, I just kind of, I couldn't really do it. Like I had to like do shit all over the place. And sometimes I'm like, damn, that was a mistake, because I could have made the brand cooler by being more like a fashion brand and being more exclusive with it and more aesthetic with it versus just sort of throwing paint at the wall and doing everything. Although but that is kind of like the flavor of No Jumper that makes it interesting to people to a certain extent, is the fact that we do talk to all these different people and we do have all these crazy ass characters. Like, to a certain extent, I don't know how cool a brand from like a streetwear fashion type perspective you can really have when it's a podcast, because podcasting and making YouTube content of people just talking on camera is just kind of like an uncool thing inherently. Like, it's just not, you don't picture people wearing a ton of podcast merch. Like, it just doesn't really seem like the sexiest thing on earth, versus like people all over the world wear skateboard company merch because, you know, a video part of somebody skateboarding for 3 minutes and doing their hardest tricks is like a cool thing. People telling jokes aloud, like this is like informative for the audience and stuff, but I don't think somebody's going to buy like an Adam and Academics live stream in the middle of September piece of merch. Like, that just doesn't seem like it has that aesthetic weight.
No, well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I think the space has evolved, but even like, for example, you know, we just did our first live show. Like, shit, you have to remember, you started off, and even when I first even like linked up with you, like, you have a store. Like, we've kind of just been based online, and this is like a new undergoing for us, right? Like, we've never done a meetup, my nigga, like, ever. We never done anything. So it's like this year is kind of like about challenges and like really just trying to get out of our comfort zone, because like, you know, we stream, and I stream on like 5 different platforms, and the number is always great, but it's like we have to convert it into reality. And I remember when you were going through the whole situation with AD and obviously T-Rail and like even House Phone eventually leaving. I remember I hit you on the side, and there was a lot of people, especially my audience, who was like, "Yo, you got to go crazy on him." But I had a lot of grace. But specifically, and I remember hitting you about this, I said, yo, I'm going to be honest with you. And this is as humble as you could be, or maybe my audience have heard me be. Like, I used to tell you, I said, I'm learning from you, because I'm like, eventually I'm going to do this, and I'm trying to watch what you're doing. And even if I think you're doing something wrong, you know, they always say, like, you know, a smart man learns from his own mistakes, a wise man learns from the mistakes of others. But you start doing this shit, and I was like, all right, so if I do sign people, how do I sign them? Does it have to be kind of like an exclusive thing? Does it have to have like a non-compete? Like, you went through it, and, you know, obviously the whole thing with like, you know, AD and T-Rail and everything happened. I'm wondering, where's that situation at right now?
You know, it's like, on one hand, I got nothing against them, so I kind of don't have anything negative to say about them or whatever. But then on the other hand, you know, and I say that because it's like, it's cool to be like a good person and to not hold grudges and shit. But then you have like the more realistic aspect of it, which is that they really tried to like take me out and like eliminate me from the fucking content space. And they really, like, in a way that's kind of different than even the Rory and Mal thing. Like, Rory and Mal dipped out of the Joe Budden thing, and they threw shade on the way out, and they, you know, attempted to do damage to Joe's career on the way out because of how disrespected they felt and stuff like that. And I think that they had some pretty legitimate grievances. From my perspective, I don't really think those guys had very legitimate grievances. I think that their grievances were pretty surface level. And going back to it, I think that
I disagree.
Well, we can get to the whole disrespect angle of it, because that's kind of like the main tip I have for you. But let's get back to that.
Oh, let's hash this out a little bit. So I disagree a little bit, right? And I think business wise, and you just making, I've always had this thought about this whole thing. Business wise, I think you're right, but I do believe that the guys that you had brought something unique to No Jumper that Rory and Millie Mal never brought to the Joe Budden show. I believe that
that's probably fair, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
What AD and T-Rail brought to that building and brought in terms of perception, and also ingratiated with even the community at large, I could imagine at times it's probably hard for them to just like kind of look at it from like a bird's eye view, like, and be like, hey, okay, this is just business. They're probably like, yo, I've put my life on the line for like this motherfucking shit right here. Like, yeah, if I feel I'm not being treated right, or if I feel like I'm not being respected, or I feel like I'm being disrespected, shit, that's gonna make me feel a certain type of way, which is kind of opposite to, them other dudes, like Ruri and Millie Mo, like they were upset about, like they said it was contractual stuff, but really they were just upset about being called workers. Like if we really keep it 100. I think your guys were more, they felt, and you've heard this criticism though. Van like probably laid it out to you when he came up there and he said, yo, I do think there's a lack of empathy and probably just how you deal with people. Like if there was no friendship, maybe that would fly, but there's going to be bruised egos and people are probably going to, get fed up at a point if they actually think you're friends, right? No,
I mean, I can definitely own up to that, is that in terms of how I deal with people, and I've made this mistake many times in my career, even going back to the BMX days, where there would be somebody that I had a close relationship with, we're around each other a lot, and I'm paying them in some way or whatever. And then at a certain point, I don't want to pay him anymore, or it doesn't seem like a good arrangement anymore, and I want to exit this relationship. And I think that on the way out in those kind of situations, you really like owe it to that person to really be human about it and have the extended hour-long conversation or whatever. And I've always been somebody who just kind of like moved on to the next thing business-wise way too quickly and just didn't really like do that exit talk, and I'm not sure that the exit talk always guarantees you that you have like a amicable part. But, like I think that definitely there's been a lot of people over the years that I should have and this is just, it's going to be a problem in business no matter what, that if you hire your friends, it's just going to be, there's going to be times where you have to then fire your friends. And then at that point, they're probably not going to be friends with you anymore. And you're going to have to deal with that. And I've seen it happen to me over and over and over, especially as I like transitioned into No Jumper from the BMX shit. But I guess, with those dudes in general, while they were at No Jumper, I wish that I had like engaged in more of like real relationships with them. And I mean, to a certain extent, they were coming to my fucking parties at my house, like, with my girl's family and shit like that. And, there was a bit of that, but I probably should have done more of it. And I think that like part of me kind of pulling away from them as like real friends in like the last 6 months, let's say, of that whole thing was that I started to get really resentful of the fact that they were clearly focused on streaming and that they clearly were focused on building their own platforms. And it's like, I have somebody that I know who's been like sending me, they've been like rewatching the last couple months of the No Jumper show and shit and sending me clips that stood out to them of how they were talking to me towards the end and just how much disrespect there was being thrown around. And that's kind of like one of the biggest things that I wish that I had done differently, is that I think AD realized like really early on that he could get a cheap laugh by saying fuck No Jumper or fuck Adam 22 or whatever, or just kind of playing this like rebellious like toddler role for a period of time. And I think that
call my man a toddler, man.
I mean, I'm just saying like that he just like at a certain point was just going back to the well way too many times on this same fucking joke of like, oh look, I'm acting bad, I'm acting up, I'm acting crazy, whatever. Like it just, I should have, as soon as he started to do that, I should have said, listen, you can't ever disrespect the brand. You can't like you can do stuff like be focused on your own career, it's all good, but like you just can't cross that line of disrespecting the brand or me as the leader of the brand. Like that's just the one thing that can't fly. You can disagree with me, we can have heated conversations, whatever, but you just can't like really go against when they say nobody's bigger than the program. No Jumper as a whole is the program. So it's like anybody who's going to be part of the team over here or whatever, it's like it has to be clear to the people out there that No Jumper is bigger than any one single person's actions. And therefore, if somebody loses their job, it's like the only opinion to be had of it is like, okay, like that's what the company decided that they needed to do. And I was just like, there was just way too much like angsty fucking rebellious shit going on at a certain point. And that's probably like the biggest thing that I could recommend to you, is that you just have to have the conversations to the extent where people really know what the line is and what they can and can't do. Because and would that have really worked out with those guys in the long run? I don't know, because T-Rail is he's just like the most like rebellious person that I've ever met, which like makes him cool, but also like, and people don't even really get to see it on camera because a lot of the conversations and the arguments that we would be having in the group chat would just be like the most mind-blowingly infuriating shit ever, where he would be so wrong about something and just like doubling and tripling down on it to such an insane extent, and then also kind of like immediately
Yo,
have to
fuck
be
with
like,
T-Rail. I could
trolling
tell.
you.
Yeah,
And then I was trolling you. I got you. Ha, ha, I got you.
Adam. It comes across like when it comes to like AD, it's like, you know, there's some type of, you know, okay, like obviously this doesn't work out, but you know, whatever. It feel like you don't fuck with T-Rail at all, bro. I'm gonna be honest. And I want to ask two questions in one. So not only that,
he hurts. My feelings are the most hurt about him because I believed in him the most as a broadcaster, and I felt like he had the most room to grow with No Jumper, that's why it's kind of weird now, is because I feel like you're not seeing him grow because he's the best podcaster in the room 9 times out of 10. And so as a result, like I felt like he was getting a lot better when he was around me because he was learning and progressing and stuff like that. And I feel like his audience has really kind of like seen the limits of where he's at as an interviewer, as a personality. And it's not like they don't fuck with him, but I feel like the interest is kind of waning because they liked him more when they were seeing him be challenged on a consistent basis. And I feel like he's not doing enough of that at this point.
Okay, so the next thing I do want to ask, so compared to your current staff now, right? So your current staff now, as opposed to like, you know, AD and T-Rail and them, in hindsight, do you wish you had changed, or do you wish you had worked it out with these guys now in a new contract, or do you wish, like, I'm butchering this question. What do you think would have done better? Even if you had to give up more, work it out with AD and T-Rail, or like these new guys, because you have to go through the whole thing again with them trying to make them stars.
But the thing is that, like, you know, Sharp was already like doing the most numbers out of pretty much anybody on the platform before AD and T-Rail left, you know? So Brick Baby had kind of like just started to come around, or had only been on camera a couple of times at that time. You know, Flacco had already been there. Almighty had already been there. So it's like we did say goodbye to a lot of people kind of all at the same time. And it is unfortunate that we haven't really like we need to add more people. It's just we've been kind of, you know, sort of antsy about who we add and stuff like that. But I think because we're doing the store thing again, and I feel like the store is going to be a big way that we kind of like are able to find a lot more talent and create a lot more content, because I feel like there was like a spontaneity about the brand in 2017 and 2018 with the store, where there was just constantly crazy ass shit happening on the streams and the vlogs and stuff like that. And when we got rid of the store, I feel like we kind of lost some of that, and we kind of made up for it with just having all these different personalities on stream. But I wish that I had that mentality about finding more hosts while I was still at the store, because I think when I was at the store in 2017, 2018, I think that I thought that if I was going to add anybody to the podcast, that they needed to be able to do like a great sit down long form interview, like the way that I can, which is very, very rare. Like most people just are not ready for that. And even like AD and T-Rail kind of like struggle to be able to do that. And they're like pretty good on camera overall. Like to be the person that people really want to see interview somebody, I feel like is one of the harder things to pull off in media, to be that guy, you know? That's and true, so, true. But I didn't realize when I had the store in 2017, 2018, that you could just kind of like do these streams where you just got a bunch of crazy fucking people to be coming on and stuff. And I didn't like harness that the way that I wanted to back then. And I'm hoping that we can kind of like grab some of that energy through the store, because it's gotten like, it's kind of weird to like audition talent not on camera. Or, you know, the way that we are now.
And that's what I was thinking as well, right? Which is kind of interesting, right? So obviously with AD and T-Rail, like it's kind of the epitome of, yo, they're working at No Jumper. You're kind of giving them their start in media, but then they start doing some shit at the crib, which they're in control of, they own, they're more incentivized to do. But here's the thing, like, for example, I'll use Flacco as an example, right? I don't know if, like, you know, and you know, somebody said this to me and I started looking at it, like, Flacco is way better on the stream than he is on No Jumper. You know what I mean? So it's like, for example, What does that mean, right? That means that Flacco will probably be a bigger draw on No Jumper if he gets bigger by himself. So doesn't that put you in an interesting place where you kind of are incentivized to want them to do things outside of No Jumper, because he could probably get a bigger, or maybe he could accelerate more and bring a bigger audience that might transfer on a No Jumper, right?
I mean, I feel like the thing with Flacco is that he's reading from a script of sorts in his videos, so he's able to like do a line a couple different times, and that's why he doesn't stutter, and that's why it sounds so much smoother. But I agree. His videos are really good, and I've gotten used to watching his channel, which is kind of fucking weird to be like watching his channel and thinking like, why am I watching this guy who works for me's YouTube videos? I don't know. But with AD and T-Rail, yeah, I mean, honestly, like what people need to do, and nobody's going to do this because it sounds terrible, but people need to go back and watch like the last 6 months of At the End of the Day and just see how dry and boring it got because they were so focused on their own content and their own platforms. And it got to the point where when they would get on camera together, they would just talk about their fucking YouTube analytics or what they had going on with their brands and shit like that. And I wasn't watching it, but I would like read through the timestamps to like grab clips or whatever. And I just started to like really dread like Wednesday night or Thursday morning when I got the timestamps in my email, because I would read through it and just there was no clips. There was like, they weren't talking about anything interesting or exciting. And that was just, it would just kill me. It would piss me off every fucking time. And this is what I did wrong, is that I should have like hit them up, had a real sit down conversation about it and expressed this more clearly, because instead I was
you should have did the deal with them to bring them under the brand.
Episodes. What did you say?
You should have did a deal with them to bring them under the brand. Like I think that's what it is. I think even what Flacco is doing, you know what I mean? I think if you guys have a bigger partnership, you should bring what he does into what No Jumper is doing, right? Like
that is a good idea. But I think, okay, this is the thing: is that let's say when they left, let's say back on Fig was making $20,000 per month.
Yeah. Okay.
And so if I'm the big company and I'm going to say to them like, hey, I'm going to sign you guys to a deal. You're going to be in-house. You're going to do this on the No Jumper channel. Maybe you put the clips on the other channel, or we take over ownership of your analytics on the other YouTube, whatever. Like at that point, like how much am I going to have to pay them? Probably more than 20,000, right? If they're making 20,000 on
why
their
not do
own,
a partnership though?
Probably need to give them 40,000, right?
Well, no, not necessarily.
Like, well, maybe 30,000, but you probably got to give them more than they're making on their own, right?
But what about this, right? Like again, I think that's how Barstool does it. Like you don't need to own everything, right? Like that's their show, that's their brand. Like it's kind of like me bringing Off the Record to Spotify. Be like, hey, listen, like you could leverage their attention and the numbers they're getting to get bigger deals for just the brand of No Jumper. It trickles down to them, obviously.
In theory, but like, that's the whole thing with us is like, what value add are you bringing to the table when it comes to the platform? Because Barstool has a gigantic fucking ad network. And if you watch the Gilly and Wallow podcast, it's like this torturous experience of having to fast forward through a 20-minute insurance lecture or a mortgage guy or whatever. But hey, shout out to them. That's probably like why Barstool apparently allegedly gave them so much money. I mean, I do sometimes wonder about those numbers when they're talking about a $10 million deal or $100 million. I don't. To me, that's kind of like hard to understand.
I heard it's 30. I heard it's 30.
What are we even talking about? Over the course of a year? Over the course of 2 years?
Because 30 for like, I think 30 right? for two. I think 30 for two or 3. I've heard it's more, but like that number makes sense to me. That number makes sense to me. I don't know.
So let's say that each episode of the podcast is worth $100,000, which seems ridiculous. But let's say that they make $100,000. Barstool makes $100,000 off each piece. You're telling me that like that's normal? Like I don't understand how you saw that much fucking advertising on a podcast. And this is not hate at all, because if they actually are getting that kind of money, that's amazing.
I'm gonna be honest with you though.
I wonder if it's like marketing.
I actually might believe that. If we talk about just advertising, Jesus Christ, they have 18 times more ads than any podcast.
Yeah, but it's still like
they utilize all of their like for example, Joe, he's anti-ad, so he'll give you a 4-hour podcast, not a single fucking shout out, right? I don't know what you do, but maybe you have a little product placement, or maybe like you have like a quick read, but it's not like habitual. Like, y'all remember watching like a Floyd Mayweather interview, and it literally just cut mid interview to like a whole nother interview.
I know. With some mortgage guy who's probably a scammer, right? I don't know. Like, who the fuck are these guys? And sometimes that is the number one thing that will make me not interview you, is if I Google you or search you up on YouTube and I realize that you paid to do an interview on another platform. So now I'm offended that you actually seriously think I'm going to interview you for free. So that's just a word of advice to those guys. That as soon as you pay to be on a podcast, a Floyd Mayweather podcast, let's say, I feel like that kind of X's you out of ever having any kind of legitimacy on other podcasts. I might be wrong, but at least for me, it's a major turnoff.
Yeah, but if so, like I love the kind of trade business ideas with you. So where? Okay, I also made the statement, right? So for example, right, you had said actually producing, like, I think it was at the end of the day or whatever, you said you were losing money on. I said, I don't think so. Now,
I mean, from a YouTube perspective,
but it's
yes.
not a YouTube perspective. You can't look at content from a YouTube perspective.
Okay, but from an advertiser perspective or whatever, it's like these ads don't pay some crazy amount, and we had our deal structured so that we're basically given like 50% of the advertisement money from a MyBookie ad or whatever to them at that point. Like, that's basically how we had negotiated it. So, I mean, from my perspective, it's like maybe we were breaking even or we're probably losing money. And a big part of that, though, was the fact that YouTube stopped paying as much for live stream content. Like, during the pandemic, every single episode of like the No Jumper Show or At the End of the Day or whatever, I would look at the analytics and it would be like $3,000 from AdSense on an episode that got 150K, which from my perspective is really fucking good. And that allowed us to pay the talent and still have a good amount left over for ourselves. And then we also do brand deals on top of that. But at a certain point, that shit got cut in half, cut by like 90%. I don't know if it's just me, but in general, when we upload something, it is very difficult to get shit monetized these days. And that's why when I do an interview like the fucking THF Bezu one that we're dropping right now, it's like there are just pieces of it that we want to put out like immediately. And it takes fucking 3 days to get shit reviewed on YouTube these days.
Yeah, no. So I look at me and you and even Vlad, the way we, like, honestly, even my content now, I've always, ever since I left or ever since I went to Everyday Struggle, YouTube revenue always became like one of the least amount of like income that I got. So, right. but I know, like, if you're throwing a show or if you're having these shows, it has to be a good chunk of it. But like, I mean, you guys put shit up on Snapchat, Facebook, right? Like, there's other ways to kind of use that same content. That's
why I was getting annoyed when they were fucking doing episodes at the end of the day that had no clips. It's like, we're not putting shit on Snapchat when there's nothing good happening on an episode, and it's just you sitting around looking sleepy, talking about your YouTube analytics or talking about your girl's new nail line or whatever the fuck it is. It's just like, that's not a clip. That's not going to do anything on Snapchat. It's not going to do anything on Facebook. So it's just basically like, just garbage, useless content. And the views were dropping. Like, people have revisionist history, and they forget that, like, at a certain point at the end of the day was doing like 250, maybe 300K in the course of like a week. And then at a certain point it became like 150. And that was because their audience was basically being slurped up by their other channels, which, credit to them. But me as a businessman and as a person who's building something, I should have just stepped in at a certain point and done something about it to make it work on both sides.
Adam, views have dropped all around though.
I feel like as soon as they started doing it, like, you actually made this point to AD very eloquently in a way that I hadn't really heard anybody say, but you were like, yo, like, Adam was stuck in a bad position because he was having his fan base slurped up by you guys. Like, he was paying people to become his competitors. Yeah. But then if I were to say anything about it, I would have so looked like a hater and looked like I was hating on them being independent and owning their own platforms and yada, 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 that it would have been very, very, very tough for me to come off good in that conversation. And AD gave you like the most bullshit answer, because he's like, no, if Adam told me that, I would have just completely switched up my content. I'm like, I'm watching this like, you cannot believe that anybody at home seriously thinks you would have stopped doing drama ass content or whatever just because I asked you to, because I thought that it was stepping on No Jumper's toes too much. Like, it would have been World War III if I actually tried to have that conversation with him, because AD is very like rebellious. Like, he's just not the kind of person.
But Adam, to be fair though, a little piece of that though is your fault, just because what ended up being the most highly watched No Jumper content at that point was inner office beef, which, granted, I'm probably guessing you're saying, well, if this happened at the office, let's discuss it on our shows. But these guys are going home, and then they might have not been there. Like, again, so I think it's harder for them to only keep inter-office shit at the office, when really a lot of people want their own personal POVs outside of the context just to show. You get what I mean? This
is the thing about that, is that a lot of people, when I said that they were basically responsible for a huge percentage of the fighting and the drama and the gossipy bullshit that was going on, people laughed at me and acted like I was projecting and that it was really about me. But since those dudes left, we still have a whole bunch of fucking hosts, and you haven't seen any of them beefing with each other. Like, yes, they get into skirmishes and yell at each other on stream a little bit, but the temperature has just been brought down so much as soon as those dudes left. Really? And then meanwhile, when you look at their channels, let's be real, the only clips that do well on their channels are the ones that are talking about No Jumper, or if you remove that gigantic category of their content, because that's like all of their most viewed clips, it's just other drama shit. It's just like them basically, like, they do this thing called cooking, where they just diss each other and just make accusations and just basically stir the pot. And it's like, they're pretty upfront about it, which to me makes it pretty obvious that, like, oh, you guys were the ones who were basically like initiating this climate of beef. And when I say you guys, I'm basically talking AD and T-Row, because the whole era before them, House Phone and Cam Girl and shit, like, we always just got along. There would be crazy dramatic things happening in the background at No Jumper sometimes, with people getting fired or leaving, and, like, you know, drama happening at the store, at the like, all of it was basically like hidden from the public, because we all just kind of like had the common sense to like not really bring a large percentage of that stuff to the front or to the table in terms of what we talked about on the podcast. And so if me and Cam Girl were arguing off camera or whatever, we just never brought it to the camera. And that totally changed when those dudes came in. And now it's kind of like back to normal, where I know people have problems with each other and they get into it and shit, but it's just never like playing out on camera the same way. And I mean, that was the whole thing, is that there was all this drama and shit here, but we weren't really profiting from it. Like, we were very rarely the people who actually had clips about that stuff, where you had something crazy like fucking Kiki, AD's brother, like leaving the channel or whatever. Yeah. I never said one thing about it. I never talked about it once. But everybody else was talking about it nonstop. And it's like my business and everybody else is talking about it, and I'm not even participating. It got kind of frustrating.
Hey, Adams. Yeah. So we're definitely coming to LA to do a live show, man. The Fig Munity people wanted to do some shit. You want to be a part of it? We could all reunite, man. What's up? That would be a hell of a show.
Hell no.
Why not?
I'm gonna get my shit sprayed if I go over there. I'm gonna have a bunch of dudes with the same name fucking pointing Dracos at me, bro.
Why you? It's not like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Well, first of all, I did tell T-Rail, I told AD, I said, hey, I felt like, if I'm going to call a spade, they let you just go crazy. Like, the Big 22 was for real boring during that whole era. But yeah, I'm going to be honest, it feels like you're stoking a fire more than they're like doing anything at this point. I feel like, they do their thing, but they're not like picking at you. You're picking at them a little bit. And I understand why, but you are. So that's why I'm like, yo, hey, listen, you do know at a certain point, especially they've been taking the high road. I don't know if they're going to still take the high road, but eventually a reunion is probably going to happen, right? Like, come on now.
If a reunion ever happens, it will happen on home turf, benefiting yours truly, not me pulling up to somebody else's fucking hangout where they kick it. That's not happening. But anyway, if they want to repent to their sins for their sins, they're welcome anytime. But
AD told me this. AD told me this, and I'm wondering what you think about it. He said he knew it was over at No Jumper the moment him and T-Rail did a live show, and they did like, I don't know, maybe like 1,000 people, like without you. And I was like, oh, shit,
they did the exact same venue that No Jumper did our first live show at, but it was like a couple months later.
Well, I mean, that's still impressive. So it shows that they have some cachet that didn't rely on the No Jumper brand. That's important, right?
Yeah, but it was like it kind of relied on the No Jumper brand because I don't think that they're. I mean, I'm not saying that they won't have success on their upcoming live shows or anything, but you know, the live stream that they announced at the Novo or whatever, that didn't sell out. That's like still they have tickets available, which in comparison, those other shows that they did while they were at No Jumper sold out immediately. So, I mean, I feel like they're kind of feeling some of those growing pains of sort of being away from the place that put them on in the first place.
You're trying to say be away from the plantation, man. That's what you're trying to say, man. Be away from the plantation. That's what you're trying to say.
I would never make a metaphor like that. But what I am saying is that when you look at how it actually played out, is that when they left No Jumper, I said like next to nothing about them for a long ass time. And then the Jason Love storyline, aka Cutgate, that plays out. And then I start kind of doing like more media and stuff, but it's with people who don't want to ask me about the Figmunity exit. And then Bootleg Kev hits me up. He wants to do an interview because that's why I wasn't talking to you or whatever on stream, is because after they left, I was just like, I have no reason to go on other people's platforms and kind of like ruminate about the last couple months. I just want to focus on what I'm doing on my channel. So I was saying no to everybody who was trying to have me on. But then I did Bootleg Kev, and I took some like extremely light jabs, if you want to go back and look at it, where basically he says, don't you think that they're making more money on their own platforms than they were making with you? And I said, fuck no. And went into a little bit of detail about the economics of what they're making off of their shared platform. Because, you know, back on Fig and Community, we're already going before all this shit. Figmunity World, the channel, is basically the thing that they started when they left No Jumper. It's not exactly setting the world on fire from my perspective. The content is doing like significantly worse than it was doing when it was on No Jumper.
That's unfair, though. That's unfair.
I was honest about that.
It's unfair for you to say that because you were at the point where they couldn't continue to do Back on Fig and Community, so they had to make a change, or you were going to make some type of change.
I never told them that I wanted them to stop streaming or that I had any kind of issue with them streaming.
But you were feeling that way.
Me taking AD off the Tuesday show was me trying to get a grip on what was going on at my own business and basically like get something going on that felt like it was a little bit more under my control. But I mean, they left to start that channel. And so you have to compare what they were making on No Jumper to what they make off that channel. I can do the math in my head. I know it's probably not great.
AD showed his pay stubs. You say you were paying him $300 a week.
Talking about how rich they're getting off Figmunity World either, because it's just obviously it's not pulling in numbers that would suggest that they're killing it or anything like that.
Hey, AD showed his space. He said he was getting $300 a week. By the way, I will say that I think YouTube viewership just
an episode, and that wasn't for him. He had a set salary plus additional bonuses on top of it. So and that's why my attitude on him and my attitude on T-Rail is a little bit different, because AD dipped out and kind of like put hella pressure on everybody to leave on the way out. I feel like T-Rail got tricked up out his spot, because we now know, and I'm not going to get super in depth with it, but he's in the hole for millions of dollars. He's in debt. So he probably needed that money a lot more than AD, who maybe could have afforded to take a risk. But I mean, when you look at AD lost No Jumper and Caffeine in the same month. So he's definitely like not exactly on top of the world. He was probably expecting the Caffeine check to keep him going while they did the Figmunity thing. And then that shit got yoinked as soon as he left No Jumper. So, I mean, it is what it is. But I was just honest with Bootleg Kev when he asked me some questions. And then AD basically like went on a rant, had some of his homies talk crazy, act like they were going to beat me up or whatever. And then instead of doing the thing that I would typically do, which is kind of take the high road and ignore them or whatever, I got in the trenches and I made it clear that I wasn't scared. I wasn't worried about them. They could do whatever the fuck they want. And then that is basically what encouraged them to stop talking about me, because I fucking took aim at them and told them I didn't give a fuck about all that tough guy rah-rah shit, which I appreciated when I was seeing you do it about some other people too. But I think in general, as journalists, as media people, you can't back down when you have the tough guys of the world telling you that they're going to turn you into a pack. You got to let them know, hey, I don't give a fuck. I'm not scared of you, and I'm moving right. So if you want to try something, go ahead. Do
you think you crossed the line when you mentioned his girl, though? You kind of mentioned his girl. What's his girl? Heather?
Leather?
You call her Leather? Yo,
It's a word. It's a worm.
Yo,
but not.
Yo, this guy.
She showed up in my DMs. She showed up in my DMs, inviting me on her mixed drink show, which is doing an impressive 10,000 views per episode. And she invited me on her fucking podcast. And I basically acted interested at first, and then I hit her with the boom, psych. That shit, what did I say? Psych, that shit is ass, something like that. And I posted on my story, and then she blocked me. So I haven't been up on what Leather is up to since then. But keep in mind, the only reason why I had any kind of animosity towards Leather is the fact that she kept having her little fucking opinions about me on Back on Fig every single week, like worse than T-Rel was. She's sitting there acting all high and mighty, talking about, we got swag, I'm lit. Oh, I'm lit. She started a YouTube channel. It has 1,000 subscribers. You're not lit. You're riding on T-Rel's coattails, and he was nice enough to let you on your show, but now she gave his homie COVID, so that shit is all fucked up. The fan base turned on her. So I'm just over here reading their Reddit here from time to time and just sort of, making observations. But from my perspective,
are you obsessed with them?
They fucked up. They fucked up. They left. They're making a lot less money, and they have way less of a platform, way less of an audience that they're talking to. And so that's my real opinion. But after this, I'll go back to being nice and not saying shit.
Hold on. How much energy? Because how much energy do you think you spend on them as opposed to they spend on you?
I mean, they're limited to their group chat, whereas I have freedom of speech and I can kind of just say whatever I want when people like you ask me about it. On my platform, for the past couple of weeks, we have not discussed them on the No Jumper Show. I'm happy to be in that space. It might only have been like one episode since I last talked about them, but that's just, I'm trying to leave it in the past. But you got to understand that I was mortally wounded when they chose to leave and when they chose the path of disloyalty as opposed to, staying down with the person that gave them an audience in the first place. So the fact that like the No Jumper Show is doing better than the Figmunity podcast or Back on Fig at this point, does that make me feel happy? Yes, it does. I'm not going to lie about that, but I'm just using it for energy. It's like you see the Michael Jordan documentary where they're talking about how he would like make up beefs in his head with certain players because he would use that as fuel. I'm not saying that I'm making these beefs up in my head because I actually have a real reason to be aggrieved about the way that things went down. But in my head, I am harnessing that. In my head, when I'm listening to King Von, he's talking about them. So I'm rocking with it. The 22ster is using that energy, but I'm trying to like tame myself and not just constantly go in because I feel like it's kind of like, and especially like I thought of Big Ak when I found out about a bunch of different stuff, like the fact that T-Rel's millions of dollars in debt and that his girl has a sordid past that I won't speak on. But when I found out about that, I thought, what would academics do? Academics would have done a fucking 4-hour rant on YouTube and had 10,000 viewers and be going crazy and everybody would have loved it. But I'm not you. Like I just, there's a certain part of me that doesn't want to bring that sort of like aggression into my life. And I just chose to kind of take the high road. But yeah, I'm definitely down to go there if I feel like I need to.
Damn. Hey, listen, I hope y'all figure it out some way, somehow. But anyway, what else haven't we covered? I know you probably got some questions for me.
I definitely wrote some stuff down. Let me take a look. Oh, so, okay. Give me your overall impression of the Trap Lord Ross Youngboy documentary, because it really sent me into a Youngboy and Quando spiral where I've just been listening to them like crazy. And they really got some of the best music of the last few years. I'm going to be real.
So I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought it was a good Youngboy documentary. I don't think it was necessarily the documentary that would be the Youngboy crime documentary. And I think some people watched it to kind of get what they got from the King Von documentary, to be like, hey, we're gonna find out if this guy has been putting money on people's heads to get them killed. We want to, like, that's what the audience kind of wants. Like, unfortunately, they want to know, like, hey, is he responsible for those guys dying?
And unless Von is just one of a kind, like you might never find another person who has the combination of being a big rap star and then also having all these bodies. Like with Youngboy, yeah, you have all this death around him, but I mean, it's totally plausible that people from his gang or from his label or from like around him were doing this and that he didn't even have any fucking clue. So it's kind of like it can only be so interesting. I still thought it was pretty fucking phenomenal, but yeah, definitely like. I don't know if Trap Lord Ross will ever have source material like that again.
No, I think he will. I think after this one, and if I could give him like some real constructive advice, is that, listen, first of all, you're already in that space where you're gonna get so much criticism because you're doing these documentaries that's getting so much, so much energy and attention. You have to start going a little bit into investigative. I'm gonna be honest with you, which means you have to unearth shit that isn't public, because right now he's really good at compiling the publicly available shit. And I think other than Vaughn, who literally put it all in publicly available places, his documentaries, I think we want to see him almost. It's kind of like you ever heard of Chicago Crime Scene 88 or something? Or Chicago? Yeah. Yo, that dude was saying some shit that I remember watching his channel with my mouth open like, what the fuck? Like, no way this is true. He was saying new information that I had no idea. Years come to pass, he was all right. The motherfucker was right all the way. And I think, obviously that's very dangerous, number one. That's why, like, he always had, like, a voice changer. We don't even know what he looks like. But I think fans have this insatiable appetite for that. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, because at a certain point, you're going to get to the point where, just like all these dudes that Vlad interviews who are they feel comfortable, they're gangsters, they're solid, whatever, but they feel comfortable talking about shit that happened in Tupac's era in terms of murders and shootings and shit like that, because it just seems so implausible that a case could be put together against them. I mean, there are bodies that I know about from off-camera conversations that I can never say on camera that I'm like secretly thinking in the back of my head, like, oh, that is the fucking documentary to make right there.
Yes.
But I mean, I can never bring that kind of thing to the table.
Exactly. And I think,
but that's the future of this shit, is that shit being so old. And some of this shit is 10 years old. It's fucking 12 years old or whatever. When you talk about people that died in the whole Chicago shit, that at some point, maybe even like 10 years from now, I mean, you already have a Jay Maine who's comfortable. And we've confirmed this story with multiple people that Fredo Santana walked up shooting at Jay Maine or whatever, and that he used an Oblakian female as a human shield. I don't think the bullets actually hit her, but he was holding her up. I mean, multiple people have fucking confirmed that, and that's just like, that's the craziest shit in the world, that within like 10 years of it happening, we got to actually hear that shit on camera. It's probably bad for the future of humanity that we even know about that, but I mean, that's pretty crazy. Dude.
Hey, right before I get to Gunna, because I want to ask you about Gunna. What do you, because I know Van also asked you about this. No Jumper seems to be very entrenched in gang politics. Like, when I go on your channel and I see the gay Crip speaks, like, I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I'm like, I look at him like, yo, I could never do an interview. By the way, the dude, he emailed me too. He said, hey, I did it. He sent me a picture with you and him, and I guess he has like a publicist. And I was just like, I can't get it off that I'm interviewing a gay Crip. Like, I can't get it off. Not on my channel. Like,
sure you could. Why not? Everybody interviewing him.
No. But hear what I'm saying. Like, your channel has turned into, like, there's a lot of gang entrenched politics. Like, for example, like, a lot of stuff will stay, not said. But, like, even when AD came and I'm talking to AD about a bunch of shit, he started bringing out certain politics to me. And I was fucking mind blown. I was like, what? All this shit's going down in LA? And then I start putting like this one and one together, kind of making it two. And I start looking at the content slate that you also put up. Because I would always look at certain people like, who the fuck is this guy? Where does Adam get this motherfucker to put him on camera? And you do know, you're stirring, I'm not saying you're like telling people to do dumb shit, but you do know No Jumper is very in tune with what's happening in the gang ecosphere in LA.
I mean, if you're going to be tuned in to what's popping in any rap scene in any city in America, I feel like you're basically going to end up having conversations about gangs and street shit. Like, that's just where you end up, especially if you're in LA like us. It's just, that's the shit that's going on. Like, it's pretty tough to talk about LA rappers without pretty quickly arriving at where they're from and what they represent, because of the fact that so many people don't get along and you can't have them around each other and whatnot. I mean, so from our perspective, like, if you look at No Jumper pre-AD, was I doing gangster ass interviews? Yes, but not nearly as much and I didn't understand as much, like I remember even the first time I got into it with Wack was pre-AD. That was like 2019. And I'm sitting there having a conversation with Wack with Blueface right next to him. And we're talking about Nipsey dying. And Wack, for some reason, he's forever down to die on a weird hill. And his hill that he was down to die on that day was basically saying that Nipsey wasn't a legend because he didn't sell enough records. Or whatever, which, okay, he wasn't exactly like, Kendrick or Cole in terms of how many albums he sold. But to call him a legend seems prudent from LA, and especially when you see how big the specter of his life still looms over Los Angeles all these years later. But in the middle of it, Blueface is sitting there just munching on chips, just fucking like not a care in the world. And I'm thinking in my head, like, what the fuck is this? You're a Crip, and I'm talking about the most famous dead Crip of the last 20 years. And you're sitting there munching on pretzels or some shit like nothing's going on. And then I figure it out later on that where he's from doesn't necessarily get along with where Nipsey's coming from or whatever. And like, I was so oblivious and blind to how serious that shit is at that time. And Wack ends up getting mad at me around that time because of the fact that I was doing podcasts with people like BH and Jay Stone and all these guys who are close to Nipsey. And I was talking to them and they were, just talking about shit. And I'm saying, well, how you feel about Wax saying that Nipsey ain't a legend? And they're all saying basically fuck him or like, insinuating that they were going to do something to him. That's why Wack got mad at me in the first place. But
do you ever feel like you're flying too close to the sun in the sense of maybe a conversation or maybe something that happens at No Jumper might turn into some shit that happens obviously outside of No Jumper, but then they're going to reference it back to, well, it started because he said this on No Jumper. Like, that's why I kind of stay away from certain of those things right now because I'm like, you know what? Like, I'm still getting, like, the remnants of the Warren Chirac kind of off. I mean, it's kind of, like, I feel like I'll never shed it, but...
About that. Don't you wish you kept doing the Warren Chirac?
Not necessarily the Warren Chirac. I wish I kept doing...
So badass. If you had just been doing that channel for an extra 10 years, you would have made millions of dollars and it would have been fucking sick. And you never would have got a Spotify deal, but it wouldn't matter. It would be badass.
No, well, I wish I could still or kept doing like really raw content that like put like this. The shit that I'm innately, and I think you too, drawn to is not the shit you see on Twitter all the time and plastered across every headline. Like at times I act oblivious to shit, but like I'll know the real shit going on, and that's where the real story is. But like you almost kind of get criticized in my position and be like, hey, out of everything you could put your platform on, they almost make it, they're going to tie the rope around your neck in a sense and blame it on you. But anyway,
Gunna. The door for people like 1090 Jake to be out here just telling any disgusting tale that happened between any gang ever. Like if you had doubled down and said, fuck the war on Chirac, I'm doing the war on America, and just hired a bunch of little people to help you write scripts and talk about the worst shit that was happening in all these different cities, it would have been a very different past
by the way,
10 years.
I love 1090 Jake just because, and I told him this too. I said, yo, you're the new guy. And I've always said, I say, yo, you're going to have to make decisions that I made. You're going to get cool with rappers. People are going to try to make you their friends because they know they got dirty shit against them. How honest are you going to keep it? And then how are you going to react when people really hate you? Because they're all going to turn on you. At first, they're going to love you, be like, oh, this is cool because you're not talking about them. And then when you eventually talk about them, they're all going to hate you. And yeah, you could say, yeah, you made your money, but like now you're going to kind of almost feel shitty about what you're doing because, yeah, the fans like you, but like now everybody's is going to reimagine what you're doing and make it really negative. Like you're the reason why crime exists and why, you know, like, oh, you did a video on this rapper who snitched. He couldn't rap anymore, so he killed someone. If you didn't do, they're not going to blame him for the killing. If you didn't do if you didn't do the video on the rapper that killed his career, he would have never killed somebody. That's how they were doing to me in the War of Chirac.
This is the whole thing, is that you basically have to choose as a content creator, do you want to be a great interviewer or do you want to be a great commentator? Because as soon as you start commentating a little bit too much, then you're not going to be able to get the interviews with the really important people. If you're willing to sit and have an honest conversation about Nicki Minaj, you're ensuring that Nicki Minaj is never going to fucking sit down with you. And when you look at people who really like win long-term as interviewers independently, because obviously you have a huge advantage if you're at a radio station or something, but take somebody like Nardwuar. Nardwuar will never sit and have a conversation about YoungBoy fucking beefing with Vaughn. He'll never like tell you anything about it. Like if you watch his interviews and stuff, I'm sure you can figure out stuff about him, but his content is not personal at all. And as a result, you have every pop star, every rapper, etc., who's down to talk to Nardwuar because there's like no reason that you can come up with to dislike him. Whereas for an Academics or an Adam 22, there's a whole list of reasons to not fuck with us. And if you fuck with us, you are very much choosing to kind of like ignore a bunch of shit because almost everybody that you could interview probably you shit on somebody that they're super cool with, and you just kind of have to navigate that. But I mean, from my perspective, it's like I'm kind of like playing both sides of it where I end up having honest conversations on the podcast, and I want to be better at just having takes and talking about shit honestly. But if you're really willing to go all the way in on commentary, you're just not going to be able to rub shoulders with the A-listers in the game, you know? And people like Big Boy are able to like interview the biggest names in the game because you just don't know Big Boy to have an offensive thing to say about celebrities. That's just not really his game. And he uses that perfectly.
I remember seeing you in the same room. I don't know if you were interviewing Thug, and then Future walks in, and I was like, I think both of these guys fucking hate me. Like I was like, at least Adam gets to be there. I think I've given commentary about, like one time I heard like someone was like, yo, yeah, Future don't really fuck with you. I'm like, why not? And I'm like, yo, probably big this guy up out of everybody, but it's like, yo, I might have made a commentary one time about one particular thing, and I might have went in hard on and paused. And you know what I mean? Obviously, don't like me from that. But yo, what do you think about Gunna? Who's getting that first interview, man?
Like I don't know what I said wrong about Soulja Boy. You know, it's like I just like at some point we've just all said enough about Soulja Boy, and I feel like I've really avoided it because I mean, Teddy Riley, or I hope I'm not fucking it up. I think it was Teddy Riley, right? He was on fucking Vlad talking about Soulja Boy beating his daughter and shit like that. Like I never talked about that on camera. So for me, it's like Soulja Boy should be my homie because I never jumped on the most obvious conversation in the world, which is like act holier than thou about somebody who got caught up beating their girl, whatever. But in terms of Gunna, who's getting the first interview? I mean, it's probably like who's going to throw the hardest softballs? Who's going to be the friendliest? Who's going to be the nicest? I feel like a lot of the like down south circuit I feel like they, like Big Facts might be accommodating to him, or
nah, they can't do that.
I don't know, like somebody who's going to ask some questions but really not dig in at all.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm at the point where I'm done. Like Gunna has like this legion of fans, and they've now casted me as a hater. But Thug's father came out and was like, "Yo, what he said? He said, hey, we don't got no problem with Gunna." So now everybody's like, "Wait, I thought you said." Listen, at this point, I'm like, "Yo, listen," because you talk to rappers behind the scenes. Every rapper I talk to behind the scenes that's cool with Thug, like they're not gonna say it, but they're all saying we're not fucking with them, and they're not fucking with them for clear reason, right? It's not like they're like, oh,
like, do we know how close Thug is to his dad? Because what are the odds that his dad is just hella tweaked out, saying shit for the clout and doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about? He could be a drunk motherfucker who's just really kind of like standing around outside the crib talking about shit, and he just said something that Thug would never agree to, which to me seems obvious when you see how coordinated shit was of rappers dropping their projects or whatever around the time of Gunna dropping his project and all the unfollows and shit. Like Dirk is just not thinking that up without fucking Thug at some point co-signing this as the movement, right?
Yo, put it like this. I personally got this. I obviously I'm not gonna snitch on my source, but I personally got this. Don't ask me how I got it. From the only person who would have or should have got it from. That voice note that Thug, which by the way, it's on the jail calls. Like that's not no secret cell phone he has. He literally called a bunch of artists and said, "Yo," and it was supposed to be a whole thing. Anyway, I put it out, at least the one that was meant for Dirk. And you know what people say? Yo, that's AI. That's when I realized there's a legion of fans that just want to believe somehow Young Thug is in jail, just rooting for Gunna. Like, yo, we love him. Now I'm not picking sides here, but clearly, dude, he doesn't feel that way.
Well, it's like the way also what I assume happened with his dad. Like, you know how like there'll always be a headline that is like Fredo Bang says he does not have beef with NBA YoungBoy, and it's like, okay, yeah, he said that. He was obviously fucking with you, and you're just not smart enough to get it. but people will just roll with it and just act like it's a real thing. The same way that, like, I mean, you remember when FBG Cash was saying, "Oh, Lil Durk told me to go take a photo at the King Von Memorial," and people were reporting on it like this is a real thing. It's like they're trolling the media to piss off their ops, and you guys are too fucking stupid to get it. Which is the problem with when it was just us interviewing rappers and talking about rappers. It was a lot easier to get to the real thing that was going on, and now you got so many fucking.
I got even fooled though. I got even fooled. Like when I interviewed, I did the King Von's like last interview. And he literally, when I asked him about Duck, he's like, yo, we squashed the beef. We squashed the beef before he died. And then all of a sudden, he put the camera up and I hear snickering, but I'm not connecting it. But I was like, no, his mom said y'all didn't squash the beef. He's like, how's the mom gonna know? I really squashed the beef with him. And I believed it for 2 seconds. And I felt stupid believing that because in the moment, just being so caught up in the interview, I'm like, maybe he really did. Then I realized Von's the biggest troll ever.
Yeah. The whole cereal thing, I wasn't up on that. I wish I knew about all that shit when I fucking interviewed him. It would have been so sick.
Yeah, no, of course. What else is going on in hip hop? Hey, do you get into these girls beef or not? Like the girls, they're all going at each other. Nicki and Cardi.
I mean, a little bit. I seen you reporting on the fucking Cardi Meg war. I mean, it's cool, but I don't know. I kind of have a hard time like getting like super invested in it. I'm more into the pop star wars. Olivia Rodrigo and Taylor Swift. I heard they don't fuck with each other. That's like the new Young Boy and Dirt.
Hey, speaking of which, because I know clearly you obviously, I don't even think people, obviously you have a root in hip hop, but I think No Jumper is not just a hip hop podcast. Like for example, I could see like you getting like with Destiny. Like I love when Destiny gets on your channel this and third. You know, it's more open. Anyway, Tate.
No, okay. I want to say this is that. So I think like when you came into podcasting, you sort of thought you were only going to talk to the top rappers or whatever. And I think you kind of got like a reality check that there's not that many top rappers.
Yeah. That's
and that a lot of these like you kind of have to end up interviewing a J Mane or a John Zerka or whatever, because I mean, really at the end of the day, if you ask me or you, we're kind of limiting ourselves by thinking about ourselves as like hip hop commentators or hip hop content creators, because we've seen with Speed and Kai and Aiden that it's not really about hip hop. It's about just making entertaining content, and people want to see that shit. And the more that you like focus in and make yourself like super hip hop specific, I mean, I think you're kind of like limiting yourself, because the fans just want to have a good time. They want to see entertaining content. And I think just like really committing yourself to only talking about hip hop will kind of limit you in that way, right?
Yeah, so I like with me, like there's definitely a strong foothold in hip hop, because like I kind of branded myself as, yo, I'm gonna give you like the insider shit. It's like, you remember ESPN Insiders? They're gonna tell you what's really going on in the locker room. So like that's why I always like beyond the story, I'm gonna always let people know what the fuck is going on behind the scenes. I might not give up the names, but I'm gonna give you the relevant conversations. I think that kind of gets a lot of people like, yo, we really fuck with him for that. But there's definitely a ceiling to it, right? Like there's like, I feel like I've hit my head on that ceiling multiple times to say, hey, as a hip hop platform, is there any more growth, realistic growth to be had? Or do I have to kind of expand outside of hip hop? I mean, I've kind of turned into like the pivot in sense to say, well, you got all the dudes that like music, right? But there's women that also like music, even if they don't like music as much. You need to also cater to women a bit. But yeah, like I just feel like there's a ceiling though.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I think about that a lot too. Like at this point, the biggest rapper interview I get is still like gonna gain us like probably a couple thousand subscribers or whatever. Whereas like I think we got like the most subscribers we ever got in a day from the day that Blueface fucking got his bitch thrown out of here with Sharp or whatever, like, because that actually like expands and goes into a different category, you know. And it's like at a certain point, whether it's me, you, like, and I always see like younger creators talking about like, oh yeah, like doing content isn't about money or whatever, it's about getting a new audience. And it's like, I remember when I felt that way. I remember when I was still optimistic about growing my audience, because at a certain point it's like you just kind of feel like, oh, everybody in this space already fucking knows who I am. And so it's just, the world doesn't seem as open and infinite at a certain point once you really like.
At this point, I feel like we all have these waves. So it's like, oh, okay, like if I drop like a fire interview, right? Like after the Dirk shit, everybody's like, yo, we want to, like right now is very so Dirk YoungBoy centric. We're all going to act. And then when you have something pop off, it could be with like anything that's viral. It could be with YBJ Maine or anything else that happens. People are going to you a lot to say, oh, okay, we want to kind of like, but there's nobody in the space that knows me that I don't think knows you. You get what I mean?
Yeah. And that's why it's kind of pointless to like beef and shit at a certain point, because it's just not really going to do anything for you. Whereas like if YoungBoy said, fuck Adam 22 or put my name in a song or whatever, like Baby did with you, that's huge. That's like fucking making it part of the conversation in a way that is way, way, way different.
Yo, that's why I stopped going back and forth with your co-host. Like, bro, I felt stupid. Like, I'm very emotional with like my responses. And I don't really care about the size or whatever of like who I'm responding to. And I think I responded once, they responded, then I responded again. And then all of a sudden I could feel it was gonna be like, oh no, we're doing this tit for tat thing like long term wise, and you're about to just like build this person up. And I only ever did that, even though it wasn't a back and forth, it was just pure hate with Ruri and Millie Mall. And I really dislike them motherfuckers. Like
I don't feel like they
them.
ever really like appreciated being part of your narrative in a way that like you saw with Brick Baby when they told him on the news that Ack had a clip up about you or whatever. He's like, oh hell yeah, Ack clout boost, yeah, or some shit like that. Which I don't think Rory or Maul were ever happy that you were talking about him.
Yeah, but they don't understand like the space like that. Like they're supposed to want to take part in that. They're supposed to want to. Like, those dudes were so, and that's what I was even telling AD, I'm like, you can't lay down and die. Like, I'm like, yo, all right, cool. You might feel like you guys are doing other things, but once Adam now has finally responded, you got to defend yourself a little bit because the audience wants to, it's still kind of like the gladiator type of wave. But here's the thing. You can't kill an Adam 22. You can't kill a Vlad. You can't kill academics. If you're not those people, you could have these drastic spikes because you're not synonymous with what's going on the daily or weekly occurrence of how the news cycle is, right? So it's like, you got to, like, if you're trying to really make it and you're not them, you got to make your name be heard consistently in the cycle. Shit, I remember, like, yo, these days, I really like beefing with rappers. Like, sometimes I'm like, damn, I'm friends with too many of these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? And I'm like, when Baby dissed me, I was like, great. When Meg dissed me, I was like, lovely. When Erykah Badu, Erykah Badu, I just went crazy on. But
that's one thing that I really appreciated or, thought was kind of fascinating because I had never really thought about like the origins of the Vaughn and YoungBoy thing. Mm-hmm. And when you really go back to it, and Chapo Ross's documentary kind of made this point, it's like, yes, there was shit with girls that caused tension, but really at the end of the day, I think Vaughn was cynical and devious enough to realize that you're only going to get so far beefing with FBG Duck. Like Duck is just not a national artist to the extent that somebody like YoungBoy is. And Vaughn realized like, well, I'm a real killer. This guy is to whatever extent not as serious about the street life as me. I might as well just beef with YoungBoy. And yeah, it's going to make a bunch of people hate me, but fuck it. I could just do it. Like, who gives a shit? And nothing's better than Chicago. I'm going crazy on him. So like, I mean, that's like evil as fuck, but also genius as fuck because you're really like, but then at the same time, I feel like, I don't think Loon has got a great reception from basically trying to YoungBoy you out the game. Like he thinks he's Vaughn and he thinks you're YoungBoy. That's no. It doesn't look like it's really working out.
I thought that was a misstep. I thought it was a misstep by him, but also I still think it's a misstep by Charlemagne as well. I think Charlemagne is kind of putting a horse bet on him being maybe close to what Taxstone is, except like he's not nowhere close to being a great orator like Taxstone. He has zero real organic energy. Like Taxstone was the guy on Twitter that was so aggressive, that was so on it, and so much had like this audience that even if you wanted to ignore him, you kind of couldn't. And when he came to the podcast game, he was one of those first Twitter people that it transcended. So like that guy, like, I mean, I realized like actually Joe taught me this, and that's why I stopped responding to your co-host as well though. It was just like, hey, listen, some of these guys, you could just weed out, like obviously get your shit off, right? Like, what I mean? Like drop 30 on them or drop 60, but after that, let them sit with your voice being louder and then let them now fight those narratives while you don't respond. Like that loon nigga, I will never respond to him again. But you kind of did that. I think you were kind of doing that. Well, you bombed on it a little bit. What's the dude on Joe Budden's podcast? And by the way, what's up with you and Joe? There's something going on there.
Yeah, there's something going on. I mean, I could get into it a little bit. I mean, I just felt like I didn't appreciate the fact that Joe basically, like, I always appreciated you and respected the fact that in 2018, when I first got Me Too'd, that I hit you up and you gave me a sympathetic platform in the sense that, yes, you were fucking with me a little bit and asking me questions and you were repeating shit that was being said in the chat.
I was fair,
and stuff.
though. I was fair.
Trying to get you were being fair while still keeping it a little bit entertaining. But, you know, when all that shit was going down, when people trying to like re-cancel me, I had multiple different people in the industry hit me up because it was being advertised that I was going to be on Joe Budden's AMP show. I had multiple different people in the industry telling me, don't do it because Joe Budden is a fucking scumbag and he's just going to, you know, fuck with you and like make the shit entertaining or whatever. And over here, I'm a fucking idiot thinking that Joe's a decent guy. And I think, oh, I'm going to go on this podcast with him and he's going to be, you know, at least help me. You could say whatever, repeat whatever shit that's been in the media. Because keep in mind, nothing new was coming to the table at this point. It was just a rehash of shit that had already been said about me. And Joe instead gave me like the shittiest, most annoying fucking answers to like everything and totally like, you know, basically screwed me over. And the reason why I did that is because of the fact that I showed up solo dolo to his fucking basement and did that podcast with all of them, cooked them, won the battle. His Reddit voted that I won the battle. And I kind of like took a little victory lap and had multiple clips about it where I was, you know, celebrating the fact that I washed a bunch of old ass men in a basement. And I think Joe like really kind of took that personal and decided to kind of intentionally try to inflict pain upon me during the course of that piece of content. And I really didn't appreciate it. And, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I do have so much respect for Joe as a content creator and everything that he's brought to the table. Like, I can't ignore that.
Just to interject.
I felt like I saw his true colors in that piece of content.
Just to interject.
Basically just makes me like, oh, why didn't I? It's like when you're fucking with a girl and everybody telling you she's a piece of shit. And then at some point you figure out she's a piece of shit. It's like, oh, why the fuck was I not listening to all these people who told me like that I was crazy for fucking with Joe like that?
The only thing I was really surprised by, I had heard that interview, which I thought was going to be very sympathetic, because I heard that was supposed to be an introduction to you having an AMP show. And I was like, okay, so this is the, hey, welcome to AMP thing, and it turned into, you're a piece of shit, crush him. And,
because Joe is a jealous motherfucker who, of course, he sees somebody else getting some money. He's probably getting way more at that time. But he sees somebody else gonna get some, and somebody who just watched him on his own platform. Obviously, Joe's gonna want to do something about that, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't seen him handle many people in the media like you, and I don't know if that energy only comes from what you're saying in terms of when you went there the first time. I think it was almost like, hey, listen, you know what? Like, this is kind of like Vlad Jr., and we could just say fuck. Because I think if it was anybody else, I think he would have dealt with it a little bit different. Like you've seen, he went with Gillian Wallo. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they had a couple little jabs here and there, but they all sat down and shit. If anything, that shit was really like constructive and it was really respectful. You know what I mean? Your shit was kind of like, yo, drop the guillotine on this motherfucker's neck, man.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Like Joe's channel gets like 10 million views a month. No Jumper last month I think got like 45 million. So he said something to AD about how we were irrelevant. So I'm still trying to figure out how we're doing like 5 times as many views as you and we're irrelevant. But I guess there are certain things that we'll never know. I also just wanted to say this. I have to go after this because I have to do an interview. But I have a huge amount of respect for Tony Yayo. You want to know why?
Wow.
Because Tony Yayo, when G-Unit blew up and 50 was, you know, at the helm of that shit, he knew that no matter what, even if he had to deal with some ups and downs, some bumps on the road, he knew that he had to hold 50 down because 50 was the superstar. And everything good that came to him in his career was as a result of the fact that 50 was a superstar and he was 50's boy from back in the day. Now, this is all respect due to Yayo because I always loved him and I love him on Vlad, and I'm glad to see him back in the public eye more. But I say all that to say, I think AD lost sight of the fact that I'm 50.
Oh, man.
I'm just saying, like that really is what happened.
Nah, stop.
So,
did you call AD Tony Ayo? No due respect, man.
Ayo never tried to start H unit. You know, he never tried to start Q unit. I don't know. But like AD at a certain point, he believed that he really was that guy. And that was not, you know, and he found out that he wasn't in a very painful way.
You gotta stop. Nah, Adam, you gotta stop, bro. You gotta stop. Yo, I understand Lloyd Banks.
When he's ready to go to come back, I'll be here. 50
No.
If you violate 50 one time, you're never coming back. So I guess it is a little different.
Nah, man, he not know. I can understand if you say the game or Lloyd Banks. You can't say. Nah, come on. Yo, eventually y'all gonna squash that, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a beautiful time. I do think you're poking at AD. I don't even think does he respond? He doesn't respond, right? I think one time though he's going to let loose, and this is the only thing. And you know we can wrap after this. This is the only thing I've always thought about you doing that with people that have ever been around me. Not like there are like fucking really secrets to be held, but sometimes you don't want to get in a war of words with them. You know what I mean? Like he's probably seen shit or known things about you. You don't want him to be like I know a person like me. When it's there, it's there. So it's like, all right, fuck it. We about to just if you're gonna pour the gasoline, I'm gonna start the dynamite.
Everything AD got to say, he already said a long time ago. So I mean, I don't think he got anything left in the tank.
No more skeletons.
What are you going to say about me? Oh, you're going to call me a rapist and a pedophile. You're going to point out that a guy fucked my wife. You're going to say you're a pussy. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a pussy. You're going to say you're tough. Okay. Yeah, you're tough. I mean, like, what are we really, what's still on the table that's going to be so devastating and career ending for me that hasn't already been said?
Hey, listen, this is why you always got to have something in the tuck. You know what I mean? Because Adam done 8 Mile himself. Yo,
I've been called racist by Better. I'm gonna be real. Like, no offense to him, but like, I've had the best in the business call me racist, and I'm still out here.
Yo,
black dude background.
Yo. First of all, you've 8 Miled yourself. I still think that there's ways, but anyway, listen. Hopefully everything goes good, man. Yo, last thing. Last thing. I don't know when you're coming on this coast next. I know I'll be on the West Coast. Either I gotta actually really lock down the time because we have a bunch of things we gotta get done over there. You will have Brick Baby at the crib, right? Sitting there watching on the flip phone.
Away from the Brick, just like we keep Brick away from the Whack and Whack away from the Crip Mac and all this shit. But hey, we also got to work on the end of the year awards because
we gotta do that. That's facts.
We are going to take over. We don't have a name yet. We don't have an LLC yet, but
I agree.
Adam, Vlad, Academics, and Sean Cotton.
Yeah, I like that.
Coming together because all these award shows suck ass and dog dick. We cannot let these motherfuckers tell the story of who's doing the best shit in this community at this point in time. We need a panel of real motherfuckers who know what's going on.
I heard you comment on the hip hop platform like nominees. Like I couldn't even give that energy. I couldn't even waste breath on it. Like, yo, BT is so trash. And you know what? Like I feel like every time I go off on them, it almost gives them type of energy. But man, yeah, I agree with you. Let's do our own shit and let's keep that shit going.
That's why I thought the funniest shit was as soon as T-Rail leaves No Jumper, he clicks up with BET. I'm like, oh, all right, here we go. Ops clicking up. Here we go.
Yo, you guys stop taking shots at these guys, man. But hold on, who you interviewing?
No comment. I don't want to put their safety at risk. But
I thought you were gonna say the gay Crip again.
No,
do you sign these guys to reoccurring contracts?
Huh?
Do you sign these guys to reoccurring contracts? Like for example, J Mane's been on the platform like 10 times.
J-Man only been on the platform like 3 or 4 times, so it's not that serious.
Oh, y'all looking at clips. Do you at least give him like a little 10-day contract?
Anybody who's seeing motion, you got to get him in a contract for sure. But, I mean, try to avoid it until you got to do it.
Hey, by the way, last question. I got to, you threw your little joints. I got to throw my joints. Hey, I remember the whole conversation I was having with Sharp when he said he was not a worker. That was when he was saying he was a partner with the Sharp Tank. I see that nigga on the news. I see that nigga everywhere. I see that nigga sweeping up the place one time. Could you admit now? Could you admit now here? Could you come on.
Academics, plantation, or whatever you call it, and whoever you got working on your farm. But Sharp fucking kills it. He's a great guy. We have incentivized him to take part in things with money by coming and doing shit like the news. People love Sharp. Yes, he's got bad breath. He smokes Parliaments all day. It is what it is. But I'm just kidding. He don't got bad breath. But he's got like intense cigarette breath sometimes. But so shout out to the Sharp Tank. Coolest, sharpest, most academic podcast in the world. Ha ha.
Is he the best janitor at No Jumper?
I've never seen his sweeping skills, but if you've
it's mopping. It's mopping.
Make money at a truck stop. I think he could definitely take care of you.
All right, man. All right, Adam. All right, this is good, man. Hey, listen. We got to get up a couple more times before the end of the year, but of course we're gonna get that together. If you guys didn't realize what we kind of already told you was coming, some more content, man. Salute to Adam for being. Salute to Adam for being a good sport, and I'm pretty sure he'll keep taking those undercover shots, and I'll keep finding bitches back. Anyway, all right, I gotta disconnect this call. He probably gonna interview some gangbanger. Okay, here we go. Oh, did I leak his shit? Pause. All right, chat. Why do I feel so fucking tired? Or not tired, but like, feel like we were streaming for a while. Let me put my camera back on. Where is it? All right, people. By the way, thank y'all for the donations. I am sorry I didn't get to read them as I was trying to. Let me see. Kevin Williams, he says, thank you for the $10. He says, reminiscing about Takeoff and hoping nothing happens in the so-called beef that Offset's involved with. Also, Black and Orange Family says, backtrack is crazy. Just say you're scared of whack. Nah, we went in. Somebody says, Ak, as much as you talk about Adam's wife, don't you think he want to end you? Nah, I think I don't think I go beyond the scope of, bro, he got his wife fucked. Like, and I think he kind of understand, like, if that's the only commentary you say about her, like, it is what it is. Now, if you're going in on her, like, you know, her as a person, her as a human, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you could probably say and call her out her name, but yeah, I guess he probably would feel a type of way. But I don't think he kind of, you know. Now, I do think that because he's into that cuckery, like, he probably wants others to be seen as such, and that's why, you know, I think he would entertain that lie that Wack told. Fresh Jones, somebody says, when I watch you around my girl, she asks why he always yelling. Oh, man. Well, you must be watching me when I'm mad. I don't be yelling all the time, but I be going in sometimes. I be mad. I was upset. When I seen that shit earlier, I couldn't even think. Like, I was listening to music starting up the stream, and then I seen the clip, and I just started to black out. I'm good now, though. Aurelius Iralis, thank you for the $2. You say, yo, Rush Hour, man, clean your nose. You're bleeding. Oh, yeah, that's that line from Rush Hour. Maury, he says, yo, Offset, where you at? Then the dude pans the camera to a dirty-ass street. Somebody said, this nigga looks sleepy in the video. And he says, he left the door crack. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Somebody said, go listen to the Blueface diss. What's the Blueface diss? Who dissed Blueface? Are you talking about Lil Baby dissing Blueface? Is it out? I don't know. Pressa, thank you for the $10 in New Zealand money? How much is that? So anyone over 40 that calls himself Big Zoo needs an intervention. Family First Vest says, yo, Nicki smoking a cig right now like Monique off Precious. Told my, that's my man. I'm sticking with him. Rich Zoe, thank you, brother. He says, they sound like the Big Blood went viral in the back of the cab at the Wendy's drive-thru. And Walk the Talk, he says, salute Cuck 22. Is that orange emoji thing? Is that the tangerine emoji? That's for like the back home fig like emoji, right? Hood Vines, thank you. He just said 16. I guess people still getting at Adam about like that 16-year-old thing, right? David Jones, thank you as well. Candy, thank you for the 5. She said Psychology 214 with academics. This is good. Angelica was my fave. P-Funk, he gave $10. He says, Ak, may I please get a shout out? You're getting a shout out now. And he also said he's a comedian, so thank you as well, brother. All right. Yeah, Blueface just dissed Lil Baby? When? It's one of them situations, man. Blueface drops a song, doesn't even make a noise. Let's see. Blueface. By the way, we got to play the 6ix9ine interview where he was talking about that thing. Oh, is this a song?
Alright.
Skunk tail, uno loaded up, now I'm locked in.
In and out the drive, 2 cars and diversion. Bitch, I'm drunk, just give me a burger. If you don't take it far, it won't go further. I got baby mama drama, problems unheard of. I signed both my baby mamas, I must be the problem. Supreme gasoline, you know that I'm toxic. My house big as jail, I had to cop it. Bitch, hurt my nerves, put her up for adoption. Bitch, I'm getting bread, your man got a bald head. Oh my God, that's what they all say. She can't unsee it, I stay on the bitch forehead. Who you know before had these bitches in bunk beds. This is not a coke, keep a bitch in a headlock. Before you go to bed, rock, you better make this bed rock. BBC, all I got is big black cock. Came to shoot a porn, I ain't fucking with no TikTok. I ain't come to chill, baby, this is just a piss stop. Baby better screw me, group full of groupies. Little baby thought he knew me. How you let another grown man fill up on your booty? Couldn't be me, boy, I am not a hoochie. You niggas really in the street, I ain't really in the street. Squabble up, line it up, still beefing with enemies. Squabble up, line it up. Run a fade in Balenci, shot a nigga last week. I shot a nigga last week. On schoolyard. On schoolyard, dead homies. I really shot a nigga last week, though. No kizzy. I keep killers all around and they with me. Socked a nigga last week and he stabbed me. You better grab him, don't grab me. Every time I catch a body, I'm happy. I don't gotta go to jail cause he grabbed me. At nighttime, all these hoes look like grannies. I'd rather get you than a Grammy. I'm really on that. Bitch, give me my phone back. Breaking down the door cause it's murders on that phone jack. In and out the drive, 2 cars and diversion. Bitch, I'm drunk, just give me a burger. If you don't take it far,
where did this little baby at?
It won't go further. I got baby mama drama, problems unheard of. I signed both my baby mamas, I must be the problem. Supreme gasoline. Run a fade in Balenci. Shot a nigga last week. I shot a nigga last week. On schoolyard. On schoolyard, dead homies. I really shot a nigga last week, though. No kids.
Wait, where the fuck is this? Did I miss it?
Just give me a burger. If you don't take it far, it won't go further. I got baby mama drama, problems unheard of. I signed both my baby mamas, I must be the problem. Supreme gasoline, you know that I'm toxic. My house big as jail, I had to cop it. Bitch, hurt my nerves, put her up for adoption. Bitch, I'm getting bread, your man got a bald head. Oh my God, that's what they all say. She can't unsee it, I stay on the bitch forehead. Who you know before had these bitches in bunk beds. This is not a coke, keep a bitch in a headlock. Before you go to bed, rock, you better make this bed rock. BBC, all I got is big black cock. Came to shoot a porn, I ain't fucking with no TikTok. I ain't come to chill, baby, this is just a piss stop. Baby better screw me, group full of groupies. Little baby thought he knew me. How you let another grown man fill up on your booty? Couldn't be me, boy, I am not a hoochie. You nigga.
Oh, that?
How you let another grown man fill up? Baby thought he knew me.
Oh, okay, my bad, I'm slow.
This is just a piss stop. Baby better screw me. Group full of groupies. Little baby thought he knew me.
Oh, little baby thought he knew me. Oh, okay.
Baby thought he knew me. How you let another grown man fill up on your booty? Couldn't be me, boy, I am not a hoochie. You niggas really in the street, I ain't really in the street. Squabble up, line it up, still beefing with enemies. Squabble up, line it up. Run a fade in Balenci. Shot a nigga last week. I shot a nigga last week. On schoolyard. On schoolyard, dead homies. I really shot a nigga last week, though. No kizzy. I keep killers all around and they with me. Socked a nigga last week and he stabbed me. You better grab him, don't grab me. Every time I catch a body, I'm happy. I don't gotta go to jail cause he grabbed me. At nighttime, all these hoes look like grannies. I'd rather get you than a Grammy. I'm really on that. Bitch, give me my phone back. Breaking down the door cause it's murders on that phone jack. In and out the drive, 2 cars and diversion. Bitch, I'm drunk, just give me a burger. If you don't take it far, it won't go further. I got baby mama drama, problems unheard of. I signed both my baby mamas, I must be the problem. Supreme gasoline, you know that I'm toxic. My house big as jail, I had to cop it. Bitch, hurt my nerves, put her up for adoption.
I ain't gonna lie, Blueface is fucking hilarious. I think Blueface can do comedy too. Somebody says, is Black Hulk is your brother or family? Nah, but salute to him. This is kind of what I expect from Blueface. Clever bar. Is it too hard? Nah. You kind of make the somebody said, well, it's a line after. I said, yeah.
I must be the problem. Diversion.
They say you niggas is industry and I'm ministries or some shit like that. this is as much as Blueface does, bro. Like, again, I don't even think Blueface music is whack. I've never even really said it's whack. Sometimes it be a little mid, sometimes it's hit or miss because like he's like a clever rapper. But like this is kind of sliding. Is it a hit? Nah. But you know what I mean? I don't think Blueface is trying to drop hit songs. I think Blueface is he's such an interesting thing because he's a 360 entertainer, I think. All of his life is in real time. If him and his baby mama beef, you're going to see it in a reality you're going to see it on Instagram first in real time, then a reality show in real time. If he's beefing with somebody or if something happened, he's going to rap about it. He just raps about exactly what's going on. He's like the ultimate reality rapper, if that makes sense at all. Like he keeps everything current and whatever you're seeing him tweet about, him talk about, he's kind of just reacting to. Guess it works. All right. Yo, shit, I ain't gonna lie. I gotta go look this shit up real quick, chat. Man, this shit is hilarious. So, chat, if you guys haven't seen, chat, tell me what I gotta type in. Remy Ma. So, there's this whole rumor that Remy Ma cheated on Papoose, okay? Just to keep it beat. So, Remy Ma, her husband is Papoose. Everybody know Papoose, you know, really a lit rapper or a rapper who's really respected, like out of New York. He's been rapping forever. She was locked up for 7 years for like shooting a woman or something of the sort. And essentially, he married her and he waited for all 7 years and held her down. Okay? Now, after she's out, and she's been out a few years now, people are now having this rumor. I don't know if it's true, by the way. People have this rumor that essentially she cheated on Papoose with some guy. I don't even know who the guy is. Which channel could I watch this on? Could y'all tell me where? I gotta find the battle rap video. Yeah, somebody said, yeah, she shot her friend over $1,000. Yeah. By the way, again, I don't know if the rumor is true. And by the way, I would not even mention, I've heard this rumor, I would not ever mention it. But apparently a battle rapper was battling another dude. And Remy Ma was either the judge or she was standing right there. And the battle rapper just outed it. It just like basically just started going on. Somebody said hip hop is real. Hip hop is real. Okay, thank you. And let me see.
Yeah, you already know.
Let me see. Something Geechee. That's what the guy's name is. Here we go.
Fucking this nigga, just tell him stop spewing the business. If niggas found out you was fucking the help, that could really ruin your image. We talking Rock and Michelle, Pap and Rim. Nigga, that's us. Y'all the poster child symbol for black love.
Go.
Nigga wouldn't even think that y'all married.
I ain't gonna lie. Rem looked like she panicking.
Go.
Nigga wouldn't even think that y'all marriage still had to go through them stages. Every interview, he show his admiration and tell the world how he think his woman the greatest. That nigga held you down in prison for 6 years.
Go.
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 Oh, let me see if I can find it on different sites.
Nigga, felt that.
Okay, let me see if is it here?
15 minutes. Y'all the poster child symbol.
All right.
If niggas found out you was fucking the help, that could really ruin your image. We talking Rock and Michelle, Pap and Rim. Nigga, that's us. Y'all the poster child symbol for black love.
Yo, Remy's face just says it all. This is crazy.
Niggas wouldn't even think that y'all marriage still had to go through them stages. Every interview, he show his admiration and tell the world how he think his woman the greatest. That nigga held you down in prison for 6 years.
Yo, I've never seen Remy look like this. I've never seen Remy look like this.
Every interview, he show his admiration and tell the world how his woman the greatest. Nigga, he held you down in prison for 6 6 years. I know it was nice, he cried big tears. He still by you by your biggest accomplishment, front row giving you big tears. Now y'all got a beautiful baby girl who oh so amazing. He'd be damned if he lose you to this bozo with braces. Hey, the world ain't never supposed to know what you and me going through. Hey, the world ain't never supposed to know what you and me going through. But this nigga behind closed doors running his mouth like a hoe supposed to do. Got niggas making blogs and YouTubes. People arguing in the comments if those posts is true. Cause them TMZ and Shade Room outlets, they only know you. Listen, hey.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, I never seen Remy like this. Wait. So somebody put me on game. Is Remy accused of sleeping with this guy? No way. Nah, right? Nah, no way. Is this a guy? No way. Where's Pap at, by the way? Is Pap back here? I'm looking for Pap to come hit this thing with a flying punch. Oh, this is the guy? Wait, hold on. You're telling me that the rumor is that this guy is Remy Ma's side nigga? I know y'all saying yes, but like, nah, that's not true. What?
They only know you. Listen, he took you out to the best rooms. When you ain't feeling good, he put you back in the best rooms. And he be damn to see you get stepped to by a nigga he socked out and stood over like a step stool.
Nah, Remy trying to kill this nigga. Holy shit. Why everybody acting like this is the truth? I thought it was a rumor though. Okay, this is rumor. This is Remy Ma addressing it after the thing happened. She's finally smiling here. Let's go. Salute the 15 minutes of fame.
All right, yo, man, 15 minutes of fame. I got Remy right after this crazy battle.
What? 3 seconds over the stage. I'm still sweating.
It was hot in there. And I know the air conditioner was so loud and it would have messed up the mics and everything. So, Easy versus Geechee.
Easy versus Geechee.
It just happened. And let's start off on a good note. It might be battle of the year.
Thank you.
It might be battle of the year.
I agree.
It might be.
Why she say thank you? She in the battle?
Battle of the year. We'll see what people are saying. You know, my opinion ain't that crazy, but I'm trying to, leave some cushion there. But oh my God, this was a great back and forth. Even the crowd was debating whether it was 2-1 one way or the other. So, how you feeling?
I'm good. I feel good. At the end, I was like, hold on. You don't want me to go into a little spin back then? Nigga must have thought he.
Yo, chat. Who's watching the baby?
He's up there talking to smack. Then I started out in battle rap. You know what I mean? I've been at 15 years. I don't recall Geechee being one of the Pat friends. You call me a bitch one more time, nigga might not have got his back in.
Oh shit! Remy got bars.
Smacked and I started out in battle rap. You know what I mean? I've been at 15 years. I don't recall Geechee being one of the Pat friends. You call me a bitch one more time, nigga might not have got his back in. It would have been different though. They'd been like I was cheating.
I ain't even know, that was actually fire off the top of the head. I don't know. That was fire. Fire.
I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, again, I want to make sure we talk about this first. The battle, incredible battle.
Thank you.
How is it for you standing there? You can't react to nothing. And there was so much fire shit going on. Like, how?
I mean, you gotta be unbiased. Both parties. Hold on a second.
Where was I at? Shit, I lost my train of thought. Great back and forth. How the hell were you sitting there not reacting? That's got to be difficult.
It's really not. I've been doing this for a little while now. I'm a professional stone face. So I think that battle was amazing. I like it.
Yeah.
I'm happy. I'm great at it.
But this is the first time you actually, not at all. Yeah. Okay. And.
I don't know what you're talking about. The whole crowd didn't say that. I'll let you guys decide.
I'm playing with you. The crowd was saying it was either way, so.
Yeah, I'm not biased.
Not at all. Yeah. Okay. And how'd you give this event?
What you mean? Everybody came.
You're not supposed to say that. You weren't supposed to say that.
Now.
Oh, and the jacket is so fire.
Hold on. Did that nigga do an interview afterwards? I don't really watch battle rap, so I only came for the drama. I'll be keeping it a bean with y'all. Okay, let me see. Here we go.
All right, yo, man, 15 minutes of fame. Uncle Rob versus Geechee Gotti. Nigga, you ain't shit. What up, man?
What's going on, man? Put a
Yo.
mask on, man. Talking about murderers outside. They trying to get saved.
Oh, my God.
They trying to get saved. These niggas out there killing niggas, man.
Yo,
don't smoke,
first
man.
off, man, this was a great night, man.
Nah, thank you.
If I told you this was 2-1 either way, would you be mad at me?
Yeah.
You would be?
Sure.
Okay. Why would you be mad at me?
Because it wasn't even close for real.
Not
He
even
did great.
close?
He did great, but it was clear. Niggas don't do, but that's how bad that you had nothing on me because I'm too real. You had to dig deep. Y'all trying your best, trying. And people up there listening like, who give a fuck about, you feel me? If I was on some sucker time, nigga, like I said, nothing. Like I was on some sucker time, I would have been up there crying and complaining about it. But you ain't saying nothing that they ain't even already, like what? Of course I got baby mamas. And I done had baby mama drama. You feel me? You saying all this shit, I'm a real street nigga, man. I got 3 of them and a wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, come on, like, so all that, your whole angles got debunked early. You did good with the drug talking. I think you just drug out your rounds too long. Long ass rounds, and then you at home. So they tried to gas you enough as they could, but eventually as I'm talking to you, they shifted. Like, nah, you getting talked to. You in the crowd, we just gotta keep it honest. They in there going 2-0, he emotional, acting like they not. They saying 3-0 at the end, nigga, even when you tried and asked Remy, violent if we need to be. We non-violent, but we will take action.
No way.
You know what I'm saying?
They gonna park over there.
We'll branch off them Black Panthers if you know the history. You feel me? No, we at home. Them little bullshit battles. I'm not bringing the homies to that shit. Nigga, I'm about to smoke for days, and the first niggas I call these niggas that's from Philly and from Camden. I gotta do that. It's the same my hood. Wasn't up in that motherfucker saying, yeah, man, I got this and this and this, and I seen that. I didn't do it in no messy, catty way and no weird shit. I kept it like that, so she had to get it, man. Love you, Rim, love Pap, they know what it is. Hey, you know what I'm saying? But listen, easy too. He know, hey, man, don't get it, hey, it's up.
Well, you got to see my interview with Rim because she did a rebuttal on you.
I know, she told me one in my ear. It might have been the now, look, let's see if it's the same one. She said something like, how long you that friend? Let's just, man, keep calling me bitch, we'll get you back in. Come on. Look, Remy, you my dog, so I know you hear me? I ain't even mad at Rim, you know what I'm saying? Glad I went second because she probably would have jumped in saying that. You know what I'm saying? But you emotional. I'm like, no, don't try to make that. I just made the whole crowd because you heard them. They like, ooh, like it's over.
I don't know if it's true. Anyway, damn. Let me go to Papoose Instagram page. I love drama, don't I? I think it's like Papoose online. All right, let me just look up Papoose. Is it not loaded? Damn, I ain't even see this nigga posting her no more. Maybe this is all cap though. I don't know, man. This gotta be all cap. Ain't no way she cheated on Papoose. Papoose seemed like one of the most loyal niggas, man. You know, I think he loyal, and I don't know if he be doing his thing on the side, but shit. Oh, look at him right here.
Born Day. Right now, I got with me her favorite rapper. We about to fucking surprise the shit out of her, nigga. Real people do real things.
Surprises. That's right. And you make our birthdays very, very special. So tonight, I want a birthday special. And also, it's only 2 people you told me in your lifetime was your favorite rappers. So I got one of them here tonight for you. Hold on.
It's taking me forever to get the...
Is it Mason?
Happy birthday.
I ain't gonna lie, man. Salute to Papoose. Anyway. All right, moving on. Yo, hey, did you see, I thought this was kind of, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna agree with YK Osiris on this. YK Osiris has been taking a bad rap for a lot of shit recently, right? And What happened was that Julio Fulio went on his Instagram live and he was just talking a whole bunch of shit, but like he was like kind of giving the real stories behind a lot of things, his relationship with a lot of people. And while he was doing that, he actually said this.
He was some little shit eaters, man. He was some little shit eaters in Jacksonville. And guess who else like new type shit? Who sent us to like the room number? Osiris. Osiris, hey, bro, Osiris sent one of my dogs to the room numbers. He like, man, this the room, young boy. And I'm like, no, Osiris, what the fuck shit? Oh, bro, he said the room number. He said one of my dogs the room number and the little holes up there too. So we already know the little holes. So we hop on the elevator. We going up. He was some little shit eaters, man. He.
Okay. Anyway, YK Osiris, who's having clearly a bad month, he's been accused of scamming his barber. Another YouTuber accused him of scamming 10 grand. Apparently another person is accused him of scamming some other shit. And now you get this situation where he's now being like dogpiled upon, saying that he was the one who gave the location away for NBA YoungBoy's hotel room when Fulio pulled up on trying to like confront YoungBoy at a hotel in Jacksonville. So this was YK Osiris. This was YK Osiris' response. And by the way, I don't know why YK Osiris would even be involved in this. Is he from Jacksonville? How would he know the hotel? How would he know the hotel room? Did YB talk to him? Was he there hanging out with YB? It's a lot of questions. But anyway, this was the response.
It's so lame, bro. I got to get on here and defend myself every freaking time. I be chilling, drinking my margarita. And nigga want to come up here and cap and get clickbaits. Man, leave me the fuck out of that, nigga. You know damn well ain't got nothing to do with that. Stand on your own. You a man, bro. Stand on your own. I'm not with none of that, bro. They ain't no real nigga shit. Why the hell you even talking like that on the internet? Like, nigga, like, what you got going on? Like, what you smoking, dope? Like, nigga, like, get on, bro. Like, get me out of that situation, bro. I don't get in niggas' beefs. I never have beef with niggas. I don't beef. Stand in your own lane, bro, and relax. Like, get me out of that shit, bro. You got people DMing me and talking to me like nigga, I don't do none of that. I don't involve myself with that shit, nigga. Like, come on, bro. You violent. It's so lame, bro. I gotta get on here and defend myself every freaking time. I be chilling.
Okay. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I agree. I do agree with, I think this one YK Osiris is completely innocent on. And by the way, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I want to send some love to YK Osiris. Unfortunately, you are the guy who I feel like everybody don't mind offending or don't mind calling out. And it sucks for you because now it's a narrative running against you. And just even looking at this picture, man, it looked like you've been going through it. You know, I met you. I don't think this guy's I don't think he has a bad heart or whatever. Obviously you could be like, well, if he doesn't, why does he keep getting some of these situations where people saying he's scamming? I can't explain that neither. But I could tell when somebody's going through it, and he do look like he's going through it here, man. Now, as far as the situation, Fulio, you dead wrong, bro. You dead wrong. You dead wrong. Like, first and foremost, you and YoungBoy beefing. By the way, I'll address, like, the whole dropping somebody location shit. I think that's dead wrong, too. So if YK Osiris did do that, I think he's dead wrong, too. But here's why I believe that Fulio is wrong for both of those things is that, bro, if you and this man into it, why are you now putting a middle person into the situation, right? Even if he did give you the location, which, by the way, again, I don't support that type of shit, but why are you putting that person into the beef now when you retelling the story? You get what I mean? Now, granted, if YoungBoy had found out or somehow, some way, he now knew that it was YK Osiris, of course, if he want to do something to YK Osiris off of that, that's legit and valid too. Because, nigga, you should not be giving no niggas location to no ops. That's just a fact. And to keep it real, I can't have too much sympathy for that. But I just got to say, Fulio just saying it, like, you can't snitch on the fucking person who's snitching on somebody else's location. Like, come on, man. Like, yo, you guys supposed to be gangsters, man. Like, you know, that's the situation. Like, yeah, fortunately, it ain't go left, but it could have went left. And you mentioned his name casually on the gram tells me that if something had gone down too crazy, maybe you would be mentioning his name casually to the cops, right? I'm just saying. I know nothing ain't go down, but like that type of shit, you're not supposed to give the inner workings, the ins and outs, and be naming other niggas. I don't know, but I'm not a gangster, so maybe that's like gangsters do that. But I would expect that he wouldn't be doing, like, dropping the nigga's name who gave the location, especially if the nigga's not a gangster or the nigga's not in beef with the other nigga too. Now, Fulio did respond afterwards, and he responded by posting up on the story. He says, Osiris so damn lame. That shit happened almost 4 years ago. Ain't nothing happened. Ain't nothing happened to nobody in the situation. And fans asked me a question on the live. What's the full story with the YoungBoy situation? I told him what it is. It ain't serious. Bro, you could tell him what it is, right? Even if you say, yo, another artist gave me the location, cool. YK Osiris gave me the location. Here's the thing. You and YB probably never gonna bump heads, but who knows? YK Osiris could have been a nigga who may be around YB later in the future. And, you know, and by the way, here's the thing too. Because even though I'm saying dropping the nigga's location, that's definitely foul. Who knows if that was on some even, like, malicious shit or on some accidental shit? You get what I mean? Who knows? He could have probably told a chick. He didn't know the chick linked in with Fulio. The chick told Fulio. Yeah, did he mean to give YoungBoy's op his location? Nah, but so I don't really agree with Fulio kind of dropping his name. But, you know, for YK Osiris, like, if you're definitely not into that beef and stuff, you want to, like, you know, with me, like, for example, I deal with people who be into it. Man, I be almost damn near taking personal responsibility until people get up out of my vicinity. Shit, I interviewed Dirk. Dirk came in there. Man, it wasn't a bunch of niggas. Maybe they were downstairs. It's around the corner. You know, people be acting like, you know, some of these artists, they're always with Secret Service. He came in one security. Stylist, manager, he was kicking it. Shit. Remember, even though, yeah, me and Dirk, we've talked a lot. Shit, me and YoungBoy used to be talking on the phone. For me personally, I felt like I had to. Listen, nothing can happen to Dirk on, like, that day, period. Because he going to look back and blame me. Right? And you know how niggas is. It's like Tupac going up to Quad Studio. He's going to, like, it might not, the first thing that going to come in the nigga's mind if something happened is, oh, shit, who's the only nigga I know that knew I was going to be here? They're going to think it's you. So I treat it that way if I'm linking up with anybody. Shit, I treat it that way if people come to my studio. I remember, and, you know, even though, yo, Wack, I'm still mad at you, Wack. Wack, I'm still mad. You texted me just like 15 minutes ago. I'm still mad at you. Trust me, I'm still mad at you. Wack had said some shit, like when he first was meeting up with 6ix9ine, when we were all first meeting up, he wanted to do the interview in his hotel room. It was at the Fontainebleau. And I remember I was like, yeah, I don't know, 6ix9ine, I don't trust you like that. I think I got to pick the neutral place. He ain't going to just come to your hotel room. But he was saying, well, listen, I got my fam with me. I'm moving light. I don't want, because 6ix9ine's meeting up with me, if anything happened to him on the way to meet up with me or him leaving, he gonna think I did something to him. Now, if he meet up with me in my hotel, I'm gonna meet him up front. I'm gonna make sure he go back out. But 6ix9ine ain't know him, so it's like, yeah, that's not happening. But that's also acceptable. You get what I mean? That's actually acceptable. Okay. Somebody said what? Caleb says, I have a photo with YK Osiris at the airport. No security. He just had a cute girl with him. Okay. Shout out to my boy. Yeah, I want people to, let me tell you this. I think we're going to have a YK Osiris Appreciation Day. Y'all see how everybody's now, like, wondering what went wrong with Designer? I could see shit getting to that point. Maybe not him jerking off on a plane, but, you know, sometimes you don't know when a nigga really crying out for help, or sometimes when, you know, shit, his career isn't like where it was when he dropped his first hot song. Like, he's getting back on his music grind, but he probably also feels a little bit, like, defeated. Like, every time he's trying to get some momentum, trying to put music out, shit, he probably barely even get people to support the music. But, of course, let there be a story about him doing some fuck shit viral. You know what I mean? So, like, that's definitely discouraging. So I can understand that with him, too. So, you know, I'm going to pray for him, but still, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not into nobody dropping locations. I don't like no setup thing. If you drop somebody's location, but I'm not going to just jump out the window and just say what Fulio was saying is true. All right? All right, people. Okay. I feel like there's a few more things we definitely got to get to. Shit, we've been streaming for 6 goddamn hours. What else been going on in the world today? Sha'Carri Richardson, I watched that race. What else? Blueface, I watched that shit. Let me see what else. What happened? Hey, salute to my boy Money Man. He says he got offered $40 million for his catalog. He says he's cool right now. That number $40 million seems kind of high. I know there's some companies that's buying a lot of these catalogs. I haven't really looked at his catalog yet, but $40 million, that seems kind of high. I wonder if that means $40 million for past catalogs and maybe the rights to the next few. Right? Like, there are deals being done. You know, obviously, like, I know him for I think his biggest song might be 24 with Lil Baby. But $40 million for a catalog. Granted, he is independent, so he owns his catalog, unlike certain other people. Like, certain people, they only own portions of their catalog. Like, they'll own, who knows, they'll own like 30%, 40%. Like, the label might own the rest, or the label, or like two labels own like the rest of it. You get what I mean? Somebody said, you mean $4 million, not $40 million. Yeah, I'm wondering what the deal was. I think everybody's talking about the deal they're being offered. They're not telling you what the terms of the deal was. So Duval actually said, so he got offered as much as Nelly. Did Nelly get offered that? Offered catalog. Let me search. Oh, they said Nelly sold a 50% stake in his catalog for $50 million. Here's the difference with like Nelly though. Nelly don't own his catalog. That's the big difference though. That's the big difference, which I don't think Duval's realizing. Nelly came from an era where you probably like the percentage of your catalog that you own, or even like masters, is probably not like the current artists. The current artists now own way more of their stuff because they're getting signed with much more leverage. So when Nelly was popping, labels were giving out these big ass deals. They could generate and manufacture hits, and they could really like influence radio play to another level. They could create stars and superstars. So because of all of that, they would take a lot more of the percentage of what they would own in your catalog. Yes, the labels a lot of times own pieces of your catalog. As time goes by in a contract, usually they kind of delegate where you kind of get some of your catalog back. Okay. Yeah, somebody says, pray for Russell Brand. Okay. I'll get into that. Cult of Masculinity, thank you for the £5. I appreciate that. So, I saw this on Rumble, and I think Russell Brand is on Rumble, so I'll pull it up on here. I see everybody talking about it. So Russell Brand, who, you know, I think we all remember him from, like, Pirate of the Caribbean, right? Like, yeah, Pirate of the Caribbean. He's gotten to be, like, a political type of person in the last few years. However, what's been really interesting is that, like, I think because of, like, how he leans politically, he's came under fire for a lot of different reasons, okay? Now, he's came out today, randomly, and he said that something is happening, and he's going to go into it, but apparently there is about to be an expose of him where they're claiming that he had inappropriate sexual contact with multiple women. So all of a sudden, like 4 women are coming out saying they got raped by him, okay? This is something that they probably already hit him up about, and because he knows that it's going to come out eventually, he's jumped ahead of it to let you know, and this is the video he made.
Hello there, you Awakening Wonders. Now, this isn't the usual type of video we make on this channel where we critique, attack, and undermine the news in all its corruption, because in this story, I am the news. I've received 2 extremely disturbing letters, or a letter and an email, one from a mainstream media TV company, one from a newspaper, listing a litany of extremely egregious and aggressive attacks, as well as some pretty stupid stuff, like my community festival should be stopped, that I shouldn't be able to attack mainstream media narratives on this channel. But amidst this litany of astonishing, rather baroque attacks are some very serious allegations that I absolutely refute. These allegations pertain to the time when I was working in the mainstream, when I was in the newspapers all the time, when I was in the movies, and as I've written about extensively in my books, I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual. I was always transparent about that then, almost too transparent. And I'm being transparent about it now as well. And to see that transparency metastasized into something criminal that I absolutely deny makes me question, is there another agenda at play? Particularly when we've seen coordinated media attacks before, like with Joe Rogan when he dared to take a medicine that the mainstream media didn't approve of, and we saw a spate of headlines from media outlets across the world using the same language. I'm aware that you guys have been saying in the comments for a while, watch out Russell, they're coming for you, you're getting too close to the truth, Russell Brand did not kill himself. I know that a year ago there was a spate of articles, Russell Brand's a conspiracy theorist, Russell Brand's right wing. I'm aware of news media making phone calls, sending letters to people I know for ages and ages. It's been clear to me, or at least it feels to me like there's a serious and concerted agenda to control these kind of spaces and these kind of voices. And I mean my voice along with your voice. I don't mind them using my books and my stand-up to talk about my promiscuous consensual conduct in the past. What I seriously refute are these very, very serious criminal allegations. Also, it's worth mentioning that there are witnesses whose evidence directly contradicts the narratives that these two mainstream media outlets are trying to construct, apparently in what seems to me to be a coordinated attack. Now, I don't want to get into this any further because of the serious nature of the allegations, but I feel like I'm being attacked, and plainly they are working very closely together. We are obviously going to look into this matter because it's very, very serious. In the meantime, I want you to stay close, stay awake, but more important than any of that, if you can, please stay free.
Wow. That's why it was an amazing actor. That was like a fucking great speech. Hey, I'm not too familiar with exactly. I'm not too exactly sure fully, so I'm gonna do some research while I'm speaking about this. So first and foremost, he's been accused by multiple women of look like sexual assault. Right? They're all coming out now. Now, the first thing I want to figure out before I even speak on this, Russell Brand, is if this is a criminal matter. Now, here is the thing, right? If this is something that police are investigating, I would probably say, hey, we should probably fall back, let the criminal proceedings and the justice system take its course. If there's probable cause that he did anything, he'll probably have to stand charges of sexual assault. That's what it is. Now, that's completely different if there is no investigation or the police ain't looking into this, or they've already looked into these things and he ain't do nothing, okay? Or nothing that they could charge him or convict him of. If that's the case, this would most likely be an media attack. And that's where it is. Now, granted, it's a media attack either way, but this media attack probably for him has to be treated very differently. Like, okay, you know, I don't know. I do know he's very political and he's edgy and, you know, he definitely has the audience of a lot of people. And maybe there is people that want to silence him. So these media attacks happen all the time. Remember, again, it wasn't going to be a media attack necessarily when it came to me. But I told you, BuzzFeed at a point, it wasn't it started because I'm getting sued by a woman for what I had a conversation with like somebody else on my stream. She said I slandered her, right? They wanted me to pay, so it's a shakedown, right? So they wanted me to pay $300,000, right? They say if you don't pay it in 3 days, we're going to the media. My lawyer calls me. I said, what the fuck? I'm not paying shit. $300,000? Oh, you crazy? Let them go to the media. They said, but the way they're going to go to the media is they have tagged on this false thing on the lawsuit saying that you were either complicit or engaged in revenge porn. Now, that was only put in the lawsuit to force my hand to pay $300,000. If not, that was the salacious thing that when they sent it to the media would pick up. Hey, you have a guy, revenge porn just sounds like, oh my God, this is a monster, right? So, you know, I looked at it. Obviously, I kind of did what he did. I came on stream. I told y'all, like, listen, the girl's suing me. Like, you know, I don't want to, like, I pretty much can tell you what it is. She claims, I'll tell you what the lawsuit. She claims that I defamed her. She's an OnlyFans model. She claims I defamed her by calling her a prostitute. It's the most ridiculous lawsuit of all time. She claimed I defamed her by calling her a prostitute. If you actually go back to the stream is probably still up somewhere. If you go back to the stream, I was having a conversation with someone. I never met her in life. I was having a conversation with someone who met her, and the person said she charged him to fuck. So the only thing I said was, damn. I said, that sounds like a prostitute, right? That's what I'm being sued for. They wanted to get $300,000 for that. So that's why it's very important when I'm looking or I'm hearing about some of these things, I get to initially figure out, are these shakedowns or are these being routed through the proper parameters? Because if you claim this guy has sexually assaulted, and by the way, what I'm accused of is defamation, right? A chick who's an OnlyFans model who has videos out there of her performing sexual acts says I have defamed her by calling her a prostitute and referring to her as a hoe. That's what, listen, that would be a historic lawsuit. Hey, you cannot call, that would be a historic lawsuit, chat. Think about it. Hey, we're here to litigate the case of DJ Academics versus OnlyFans model. What are the accusations? He called her a hoe. Come on. Anyway, that's what I'm being sued for. Nevertheless, I have to pay legal fees. I don't do bullshit lawyers. I got good lawyers. So I'm paying a good amount for legal fees. Now, I am like pretty much assured that once this shit is settled in, we get the bullshit thrown out. I'm countersuing. And by the way, I get to go back, at least in the state that I'm being sued in, which is New York. I get to go at the motherfucker for all my legal fees. So at this point, I was paid $70,000 in legal fees. I need my $70,000 back. I swear, I need it back. And so I've told him we ain't settling, we ain't bending, we ain't folding. This is fucking Treyway. Let's bring it to the top. But after that, I hope she's doing good on OnlyFans because we need that bread back. That's a fact. Anyway, again, I say this to say there's many shakedowns that exist. Let me read a little bit of this Russell Brand thing to understand what he's going through. Apparently, he's postponed the remaining dates of his comedy tour on Monday, 2 days after British news organization published an investigation. Okay, what type of investigation? Criminal or what? In which several women accused him of sexual assault. Mr. Brand was, okay. Let me see if I could, okay, here we go. 3 British organizations. Okay, so this is a concerted media thing. With my case, only BuzzFeed actually published it. With this, it looks like a bunch of them did. Let me see. Okay. But in a statement, he denied what he calls serious criminal allegations. Yeah, he said that. Amidst this litany of astonishment, blah, blah, blah. Let me see. Since 2 newspapers, blah, blah, blah. Let me see. Okay. And this is why people usually settle, right? Because before people could see the dust settling, or before people could wait for the dust to settle and for the facts to come out, people start backing up. It says several organizations associated with Mr. Brand have distanced themselves from the comedian and actor who had prominent roles in the 2008 rom-com Forgetting Sarah Marshall and a 2011 remake of the movie Arthur. Why did I think that nigga was like in Pirates of the Caribbean? Oh, I'm tweaking. No, that's Johnny Depp. I'm tweaking. Anyway, on Monday, the book said blah, 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 blah. Okay. Later on Monday, London's police force said that it had received a report of sexual assault, which was alleged to have taken place, blah, blah. They have never... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. So this is a little bit different. So it appears that there might be a criminal inquiry into what's going on. I thought this was all like, okay, word of mouth type shit. So they're just trying to get some bread. They're definitely probably trying to do that, right? Because they've approached the media. But it looks like maybe the police haven't ever looked into these things before, and they're now going to look at it now. So, yeah, if you're Russell Brand, you can't speak about it. So, yeah, him being quiet. Again, I don't know necessarily where his politics lie or what, like, he says or, how edgy he gets that could have people pissed off. But also, I'm not going to discount the fact that maybe these things have a little bit of merit to them. We don't know. But I think we got to wait and see. I hate the fact that people and companies instantly back up from a nigga when shit like this happen, because also it probably takes a while for his name to get cleared. And once his name is cleared in the situation, if it does, usually the damage is already too far gone and his life is like completely altered. Let me see if I can read some more articles trying to understand what the fuck is going on. Okay, so they say Russell Brand, Met Police, is that Met Police? Met Police receive report of alleged assault. Okay. The Metropolitan Police have received a report of an alleged assault in 2003 in the wake of immediate allegation about Russell Brand. Officers did not name Brand, but they said they were in contact with the woman and were providing her with support. Over the weekend, the comedian and actor was accused of, between 2006 and 2013. So this would be a new one if they received a report of 2003. Let me make sure I can see it. Okay, so he was accused of doing shit between 2006 and 2013, but the new report that the police got is 2003. Following the allegations, upcoming shows have been postponed. One of the women whose allegations against Brand were part of the investigation by the Times. They told the BBC the comedian's behavior had been an open secret and described his denials as laughable. Okay, so there's some shit to this. Okay, I don't know. You see, again, it's also hard because he can't say shit, and I'm reading this report that kind of already, like, once you have these investigative platforms, like, put shit out, they're already, like, kind of angling towards this nigga did it, right? They're not kind of like, yo, hey, he's guilty until proven innocent, and this is all alleged. Like, they're kind of worded in a way like, yo, he did it. So they're quoting shit like, hey, according to the people who investigated it, the comedian behavior has been an open secret, and it describes his denials as laughable. In a statement, the Metropolitan Police said it was aware of the media allegations and continued. On Sunday, September 17th, they received a report of an assault which was allegedly have taken place in Soho in central London in 2003. The force first spoke to the Times. It said that it has made further approaches to the newspaper, blah, blah, to ensure anyone who believes they're a victim of sexual offense. Okay. No matter how long it's reported police. They said they have not begun any criminal investigation or that any arrests have been made. He's denied all claims of this, saying he's the subject of a coordinated attack, right? My bad. Coordinated attack. They're given refunds. So during the time of the alleged sexual assaults by 4 women reported, blah, blah, he'd been working for the BBC, Channel 4, and whatever. Sunday they each announced they had launched investigations of their own. So I'm wondering if these women probably worked at the job with them. The Times said it's received more allegations since the investigation was revealed, but has yet to verify them. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, spokesperson, described the allegation against him as very serious. Said there should never be any space for harassment. Okay. One of the women who has accused the entertainer of sexual assault when she was 16, told the BBC Radio's 4 Woman Hour on Monday that the allegation against him had been a long time coming. Speaking for the first time since the accusation became public, the woman known as Alice said his denial was laughable and insulting. It feels quite honestly surreal at this moment to see my story everywhere and even elements of my story on the front pages of publications that I hadn't spoke to. And it feels like it was a long time in the coming. Alice went on to say her mother did everything in her power to warn her daughter, then still at school, of the entertainer, then in his 30s. She followed all the motherly impulses, took away the phone. Okay. Alice said she felt like she'd been groomed and felt cheapened, developed an eating disorder, and that her experience had affected her future relationships. Is the biggest open secret going. You don't have to be an investigative journalism to have conversations with someone who has had an awful experience with him or someone who knows something. She's now calling for an introduction of legal staggered ages of consent, suggesting people over 18 should not be allowed to have sex with people 16 and 17-year-olds. Okay, so there's some interesting shit going on here. Obviously, I don't know what the age of consent is in the UK. Age of consent, United Kingdom. Apparently it is 16. Oh no, under 16. The age of consent in England and Wales is 16. This is the age when young people, blah, blah, can legally consent to partake in sexual activity. I'm wondering, the thing about staggered, sometimes they'll be like, yeah, you could consent to 16, but only if the person is like a year or two older than you. And that's to like get rid of people who would be grooming and shit like that. Okay, all right. Regardless, maybe it's not pedophilia charges then, but I guess these people are saying it was non-consensual. I'm wondering if all these people worked with him. Somebody said he was in his 30s? That's odd. Where was he meeting these 16-year-olds if he's in his 30s? Where was he meeting these women? The 16-year-old sound like, again, usually people meet women like in their vicinity. Obviously, when you become a celebrity or, whatever, you get bigger reach. But if you're in your 30s, like, for example, I'm in my 30s, like, I'm pretty sure it's illegal anyway, but like if I'm having contact with a 16-year-old, that would be fucking weird, right? Yeah, if he knew she was 16, you sure he was in his 30s? How old is he now? He looks older right here. Yeah, if he was in his 30s, whoa, this is taking a new turn. Now, I would say this is taking a new turn because I don't know the age of the other women, but I don't know if he has some type of perverse, likening or lust for women who are teenagers. Right? I don't know. I think, regardless of what country you're in, even if it's legal in that country or that province or wherever you're at, I think we would probably all agree if you're 30 and you're fucking with a 16-year-old, it's creepy, brother. It's fucking creepy. Now, he hasn't spoke individually on any of these relationships, right? Okay, I'm going to play that after, Grant. He hasn't spoke anything about these relationships, but the 16-year-old thing kind of caught me off guard. Now, if these other women are, let's say 21 plus, I also don't know the nature of these conversations, of how they're saying that he took advantage of them, right? Is he on some Cosby shit? Is he just fucking, using his power and fame to kind of like coerce them and like, yo, hey, you don't suck this dick, you don't get this role. I don't know. More would have to be investigated on, and I'm going to be honest with you, just because we're never going to hear his side until him and his attorneys at least figure out what the fuck is going on legally, right? Because, of coming you don't want somebody coming and saying something, then they're going to be in court later on, and then they'll be like, well, you said this on, whatever. So we're not going to hear his side. So what we're seeing right now looks incredibly bad. But I'm going to say I don't want to give any type of comment on this. Truth be told. I could comment on the general act if a guy is 30 and he fucked a 16-year-old. That's weird. That's fucking weird. Okay? Do people in the industry abuse their power or whatever? And, are there some creeps? Yes. Did he do everything they're saying he did? I can't say that. And I think it's important that we stop short of convicting somebody just off of allegations. But apparently he has, he has drawn a lot of criticisms or, people paying attention to him more. Apparently he exposed Big Pharma. Let me see. Exposed Big Pharma. Russell. I might have to watch that on Rumble. Okay.
We do. We love facts. I love facts.
I wouldn't have mentioned it. I'm English, and you know that politeness is our fundamental religion. But they do pertain to this issue, so may I say some of them? If they inconvenience you, I'll stop saying them. The pandemic created at least 40 new big pharma billionaires. Pharmaceutical corporations like Moderna and Pfizer made $1,000 of profit every second from the COVID-19 vaccine. More than two-thirds of Congress received campaign funding from pharmaceutical companies in the 2020 election. Pfizer chairman Albert Bourla told Time magazine in July 2020 that his company was developing a COVID vaccine for the good of humanity, not for money. And of course, Pfizer made $100 billion in profit in 2022. And may I just mention that finally, and this is also a fact, that you, the American public, funded the development of that. The German public funded the BioNTech vaccine. When it came to the profits, they took the profits. When it came to the funding, you paid for the funding. It's difficult not to...
But I will just add one thing. It is possible that these are greedy capitalists who made a lot of money, and also there are a lot of people who did need the vaccine.
Yes.
There are a lot of people who did need the vaccine. I never wanted to be told I was one of them. Who had to take. But there are lots of people who needed that vaccine and would be dead without it. That is true, too.
Bill.
That is true, too. More facts.
All I'm querying is this.
Yes.
Is if you have an economic system in which pharmaceutical companies benefit hugely from medical emergencies, where a military-industrial complex benefits from war, where energy companies benefit from energy crises, you are going to generate states of perpetual crisis, where the interests of ordinary people...
I think he's right. He's right on that. He's definitely right on that. That's
The FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, is the agency that regulates big pharmaceutical companies.
Chat, let me take a piss. You know, I've been here streaming without drinking a lick of water or anything for 6 hours and 32 minutes. Let me take a piss, all right?
Companies. And it's funded by those same big pharmaceutical companies. Can you see any potential problems in the FDA being funded by the big pharma companies that it's regulating? The FDA used to be funded entirely by taxpayers, meaning it was sort of a public-funded body, and I'm sure there was some room for corruption or whatever, but ultimately the FDA sort of was housed within governmental authority. Now it is increasingly funded by the institutions and corporations that it regulates. What kind of problems could you imagine that might lead to? The FDA has moved from an entirely taxpayer-funded entity, a one increasingly funded by user fees paid by manufacturers that are being regulated. User fees! This is our fee for using you. Today, close to 45% of its budget comes from these user fees that companies pay when they apply for approval of a medical device or drug. Isn't it mental? Like when people say this, there's no way we can improve our systems of government. Yes, you can. Here's a few things. Don't have the FDA funded by the people it's regulating. Ban lobbying right now, immediately. Oh, shit, all right, that would definitely be better. That would definitely... Yeah, when we say it couldn't be improved, we mean we'd prefer you didn't improve it because it's perfectly good for us the way it is now because we can all make loads of money from it, even if it causes tremendous, unimaginable suffering for ordinary people. That is, in fact, irrelevant. Oh, aren't those ordinary people meant to be who the government represents? Yeah, that is what it's meant to be, but it ain't that, so shut up. Changes in more recent years have also increased the number of standard new drug applications approved the first time round by the FDA from 38% in 2005 to 61% in 2018. What could have changed? In diseases where there are not many medication options for patients, 89% of new drug applications were approved the first time round. So it seems that there is an impact when the FDA is funded by the people that make the product that it is meant to be assessing and regulating, just based on, data. Most recently, the COVID-19 pandemic has seen the FDA provide emergency use authorization for potential treatments in a matter of weeks, not months. The infrastructure and capacity to review the available information so rapidly is due, in large part, to the funding from user fees. While the number and speed of drug approvals have been increasing over time, so have the number of drugs that end up having serious safety issues coming to light after FDA approval. Wow! That's amazing. So there's a consequence to that. When you approve things quickly because of economic reasons, profit-driven reasons, down the line, there are problems.
I don't even think we got to watch the whole thing. I think I fundamentally agree with him. For example, there is a funneling of, funds that are meant to be like, no one would say that we shouldn't fund our military, but if most of the military spending are going to these private contractors that provide weapons and arms to either these governments, and they're selling to sometimes different countries as well. And they're also being wasteful in that. It kind of almost, it kind of perpetuates the thing that, because we're spending on these things not because we love war, it's because it's a necessity. But when there's an industrial complex of this, it kind of does perpetuate that you should just exploit it more, and it becomes wasteful for the American people. Like, for example, when now Pfizer and these other drug companies, of course, when they're getting all this money and funding because the people need, right, these vaccines to like open back up the country, and government and law are supporting these companies, you're going to get 15 booster shots, right? Because it's going to run the bottom line up. They're going to have to keep producing these things. They're going to tax the government taxes you. That's just kind of how it goes. It's business, right? Like at the end of the day, it's business. That makes sense. So what he's saying here is completely right. You get what I mean? I don't know how we defeat that, because it's just kind of baked into the whole pie already. But what he's saying is 100% right, okay? Okay, we don't have to go over that all the way. 6ix9ine did an interview recently. Did an interview, I believe, with like a
True, like it's so.
Okay, here we go. He spoke about a lot in this interview. He spoke about getting jumped, spoke about him going to jail, spoke about him going to the Nipsey mural. He spoke about a lot of things. He also spoke about the $1 million that had to be given to Kodak Black for him to do that song Shakalaka. Let me see if I can find it where he says that.
Approaching you, the LA Fitness, right?
Here we go.
Of like how it played out, but I've nothing.
All right, so real quick, these guys just walk into LA Fitness.
By these guys, you come, right? And this is facts. Let's just talk facts. A boogie that did nothing to do with, and tell your followers these are the facts this week. You have to know that there's repercussions. You understand? He's a douchebag, right? So you're viewing it and saying,
Okay,
damn,
my
this
bad.
fucking kid sucks. He's sensing shit like, yo, take a seat. You know what I mean? Because she's brand new from Dominican Republic.
Oh, here we go.
When Fume's like, if we're going to pay the...
You paid $1 million to Kodak Black to be on that record.
it was, yeah, I didn't pay. I think that's what another thing, like people have to do their research. There's a whole company called Fume, right? Like, literally the
Got it
owners.
right here.
Yeah, oh, so you're smoking Fume.
Yes, sir.
I believe you met with Fume, right? So there's a whole videos, pictures, bank statements. Like literally there's videos online of this company saying, listen, this is a collab song for our vapes, right? Right? It's clear as day. They're holding the check, taking a picture with them. It's everywhere. Right? And they're like, yo, 6ix9ine paid $1 million for Kodak. No, it was their song. Right? It was their song. They paid the $1 million. We did the video. We shot it. And that was that. Remember, I'm signed to 10K, Elliot. So when Fume was like, if we're going to pay the $1 million, if we're going to pay the $1 million, we want the ownership of the record, because how are we going to recoup on that money? Like we want to own. So back 10K was like, you know what? I guess there's a deal we could work out. And I don't know all the business behind it. I don't know if they did 50-50 profit on like not the master or the distribution side. I don't know. But the facts is literally there, but we're not gonna go on the facts. They're gonna be like, yo, Danny, you gave him $1 million and this how it went. No, it was a company. The company wanted to work. This is when I first met the person I'm with. And I said, it will make sense to move her over to the American market because she's brand new from Dominican Republic, and to jump her on the song with Fume, because I don't have a deal with Fume. You know what I mean? Yailin has a deal of vapes with Fume.
Okay, he's saying a lot to say a little. Pretty much, Kodak did get paid $1 million. He's saying it didn't technically come from me. This was a huge promotion for a vape company. Now, again, listen, you say tomato, I say tomato, same shit. Kodak got paid. I mean, if someone said you paid it, who cares, right? Like, you paid it, my nigga, because if Kodak didn't get paid that $1 million, you would have probably had an extra $1 million that they would have paid you. So again, Kodak got paid, whether it came from your pocket or someone else's pocket. That would have probably been money that would be for you if you didn't need that feature. Again, it's already done. I think the song is a cool song. It didn't break records or anything like that, and maybe this is why it didn't break records. 6ix9ine did the song that was literally for a brand deal. By the way, the last couple songs 6ix9ine's done has kind of been for a brand deal. Like the song before was a brand deal song too. It was to promote some energy drinks. I don't know where he found these companies, honestly. Like, these companies are just like giving him wild amount of money, and they're saying, "Hey, just make a song for us." It's kind of like what Lil Baby did with what's it called? With what do you call it? Lil Baby did it with Fanatics. So what's that song called? Which I love this song, by the way, but still, it's not boring. What's it called? Yeah, Gene. Yeah, this Gene song. You see Gene Energy. Like, this is an energy drink. So really, this is a whole play for a energy drink. So this whole thing was probably paid for by an energy drink. 6ix9ine made out like a fat cow. This is why you see he's not dying to drop music no more. He's just kind of like doing what he want to do. He's in the DR. He's with whatever, doing whatever. But because he's getting these companies to pay for it, you know, and I guess for him, as long as he has the influence, they'll cut those checks. Like let me Google Gene Energy drink. Gene Energy drink. Like, look, it says coming soon. Oh, this is a new flavor? Okay, wholesale. Yeah, there's not really much about it. I'm wondering where the hell are they getting all these millions of dollars to pay 6ix9ine to do a song? Like, that's a big ass promo. Now, granted, you know 6ix9ine is getting the bread, right? You know he's definitely getting the bread. Look, their whole thing, 6ix9ine dropped the whole thing, and all you hear is coming soon. I don't know where all this money's coming from, honestly. Truth be told. If I did a big-ass video for some people, and they still saying coming soon months later, I don't know. If you look at following, they might follow 6ix9ine. Oh, actually, they follow Steve will do it. 6ix9ine. I guess this might not be on the up and up no more. Let's look at this Fume vape. Let's look at them. This is their website. Y'all do vapes? Do y'all do vapes? I don't do vapes, no, like that. RE21, yeah. So apparently, I think the thing with this vape company is that they have like all these cool flavors. They have like a lot of cool flavors, and apparently it's like digital or some shit like that. I don't know what the fuck, but apparently people really like it. I don't know if you could buy it online. Don't look like it. Look like people could get it in their stores. Yeah. Okay. Let's see their Instagram. I know they got an Instagram somewhere. Oh no. No, they got. Where's the Instagram at? Fume. Oh yeah, I know what it is. Fume Vapes Instagram. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Okay. I don't know. Like, see, sometimes I'm just like, this company with 4,500 followers had $1 million to give Kodak Black. I don't know how they get, like, are these things selling like that? I heard the vape business is really good, like the fucking the profit you get on one of these compared to the expense, like on a wholesale level, you make a killing. It's like 10x type shit. Like, you take 10x, like what you spend to get this manufactured versus what you could sell it for is like 10x or some crazy Probably even more than that. Somebody said these are 20 a pop. Somebody said paid promo, you ain't slick. I wish. Chat, y'all would probably be mad if I promoted. I don't smoke, so that would be kind of fake, right? If I promoted a vape company, that'll be. But I ain't gonna lie. 6ix9ine, I ain't gonna tell you his business. He told me he's getting a disgusting bag. Like I see why that nigga don't be rapping from like one of these vape companies. I just don't. I'll be wondering like where they get the money from. That's my only thing. I'm like, where the fuck they get the money from? But they don't look like they're popping like that. How are they cutting these big ass checks? Somebody said, shout out to Heavyweight, Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson's a vape? Really? Nah, I wish it was a sneaky promo. I ain't getting no money from these niggas, man. Oh, it's Dummy Vape. Oh, yeah. He has this other brand, Dummy Vapes. So this is like 6ix9ine's company? Age restriction. What? Oh, no. Should I click yes? Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, this was what 6ix9ine was telling me about. Yeah, this is like digital. This is like, I don't know. Yeah. Dummy Vapes. Dummy Classic by 6ix9ine. Like, you could buy it on the site? Oh, you could buy them on the site. Oh, they got these flavors. Banana, ice, grape. What? 8,000 puffs? I don't know. Anyway. Did I click off the interview? No. Let me get back to the interview. Sorry.
True. Like, it's so true. Like, this wasn't on parole, right? What led me into my federal case that I'm on parole, the reason I'm on parole is that when I beefed when we beefed, I was trying to shoot up the show. I was trying to shoot at your car. I was trying to get to you. I can't do that now. So my thing is, there's no beef.
That's them asking if he has beef with Dirk.
I did it just in a state of mind where it's just like, I curse on this?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, like, nigga, you ass. Like, you really pussy. Like, I called you, like, I told you already. I wanted to fight, me and you, like, we could just do it.
You talking about Dirk?
Nobody gotta know. You're gonna be cell phone shit. Just, don't make it obvious. Like, don't make it just, if it happens, it happens. Like, you call your people, you come, through a mutual guy that has your contact, has my contact, be like, yo, y'all just come meet up, fight, whatever. Y'all don't like each other, fight. Like men, get off and then.
So were you actually trying to provoke a fight?
I wasn't trying to provoke a fight. I just said I did it in the state of mind where it's just like, nigga, you ass, you pussy. Like, if this was you, I would have did it to you. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I did. I didn't do it to provoke anything. I don't need to provoke. A man, you don't need to provoke. If you want to fight, you tell the guy, yo, like, let's throw down. You know what I mean?
Who do you think would win?
Bro, I'm not going to call you out to fight, and I'm like, all right, so I'm not going to call Ronaldo knowing I'm going to lose. You know what I mean?
All right,
don't
let me
like
see
me.
what
You're not even from New York. Just, like, you shouldn't even.
Oh,
you
you're talking about Nipsey here.
Without knowing the facts. You know what I mean? And even if you know the facts, ignore the facts. And let me just go off of my truth. You know what I mean? So when I was released from prison, just a lot of people having something to say, and him being one of the first people to just say something, knowing that you not like that. Like, you know what I mean? Knowing, if I know that you're not who you say you are, I'm going to pull that card. I'm going to test that. You know what I mean?
100%.
So me knowing you got something to say, you have an opinion on my situation, and you're not in the thing, you're not in the situation, you're not in my shoes, and you're very vocal about it. I think that's what initiated it. Like, him being so vocal about me when it's like, nigga, me and you never met. We not friends, you know what I mean? Just, if you don't like me, just, you're not even from New York. Just, like, you shouldn't even have an opinion on it. But
Is there anybody in the industry that you actually were?
Like I said, I forgot. It was 4 years ago, right? Then you have a Boogie that, right? Not the Bad Baby thing with. I didn't pay us, and obviously the guys who are running.
Knows how to move.
No, it's just a person. I think that's what initiated it. Like him being so vocal, touchable. So the LA Fitness thing happened, and then I get arrested by.
Oh, this is him talking about LA Fitness.
It looked like they knew where you were at. They were just like, all right.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't hide from anybody. I don't be with security. I have federal protection. This is just all lies that's created by people who is like, how can we hate on this guy and make him look like a piece of shit and just continue to lie, right? I get jumped at the gym, right? It's not like, you know, a fair fight. Is just like some like opportunistic shit.
Were they as big as Renardo?
Yeah, one of the guys was as big as Renardo.
Because I saw the video, bro.
But it don't matter. It don't matter the big enough,
dead.
right? It don't matter how big it is. I think if 3 girls walked in here and those 3 girls fought you, I'm pretty sure they'll do some damage, you know what I mean? Because it's hard to get, you know what I mean? It's just, everybody want to play tough, you know what I mean? So they're in the situation. You didn't see me running. I didn't do anything, you know what I mean? I just held my own. But like I said.
You were hospitalized, right?
Yeah. That situation happens. And there's no federal government. So all that this lie, but nobody's going to talk about that subject, right? They're going to talk about the subject of getting jumped at LA Fitness. They forget about all this federal government. The argument, remember the argument before was he's with the federal government. No one's going to touch him because they're scared. But when it happens, they forget about that argument. That was their argument for years. But now when it happened, they don't want to talk about all the shit that they said wouldn't happen. So they were wrong all along. Correct? They were wrong all along, but now they have something to talk about, so now they're going to talk about that. And then when you slime on that, they're going to be like, nigga, you got jumped. So now they have something to talk about. But for years, they were like, nothing is going to happen to you because you're protected. Da, 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 da. So it's now I just keep proving and keep proving my point, right? Every time.
So walk us through, though, what happened at LA Fitness. You were there working out.
Yeah, just simple. Working out, went to a sauna, maybe. I'm not saying these are facts of like how it played out, but obviously probably somebody saw me and was like, yo, this kid is really by himself. Like, it's true. Like, it's so true. Like,
They're
this
just
kid
like on Bias TV, I already talked about the Geechee Gotti and Remy Ma thing. That shit's crazy.
Really just beats by himself. Yo, we got him. Yeah, like he beats by himself. You know what I mean? Like,
did you know any of the 3 guys?
No.
No, they just came out of nowhere?
Yeah, just out of nowhere. Like, literally, I didn't even have time to react. So it's just like...
Was the first hit, like, to the face or something?
No, I don't even know where it came from. Like, I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone. So it's just, I literally, I'm on the phone coming out the thing. So it's just like, you're not...
Were you yelling?
No. I was just on the phone. I was just like... I'm in the sauna. So you've been in the sauna before?
Yeah.
It's boring as fuck. So you're just on the phone... At the time, I'm single. I'm just on the phone, and it just happened quick. You know what I mean? But like I said, everything that people said, oh, he'd be around with 100 security guards. Everything is this lie, but they forget about they forget about all their justifiable arguments, and they're like, yes. And then when it happens, they don't want to talk about, oh shit, we lied about this kid for fucking 3-4 years. We just continually lied, but when it happened, well, just say we never said that, and then just talk about what happened. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Somebody said the video did 15. It came 2 days. Well, I think so. Part of his little vape thingy is, I guess he did like some cannabis summit. I don't know. Like, apparently the weed business is giving niggas mad money. I don't know, bro. I don't know what it is. So I guess this guy has a podcast, so he did the podcast at the Weed Summit. 6ix9ine is probably there because like he's an endorser for one of these companies that's probably gonna give him more millions of dollars. You get what I mean? And they probably be like, yo, you should do an interview, and he probably like, yo, fuck it, right? So it's not like he's doing like an outlet type shit.
Like I said, just take it day by day. That was my thing.
All right, so real quick, these guys just walk into LA Fitness. They know exactly
Like I
where
said,
you're
I don't
at.
know the facts, so I don't want to sit here and paint a picture. Like I don't. So I go to work out.
Nobody helped you at all?
Stairmaster. No, I mean, I'm pretty sure nobody is gonna help. You know what I mean? They're probably scared. Like, you know what I mean? You gotta put yourself in civilian shoes. You know what I mean? Like, you see 3-4 guys jump in one guy. You know, you're like, yo, if I jump in, is somebody gonna help me? Am I gonna be part of the getting jumped too? You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? You just gotta put yourself in civilian shoes, right? Civilians that maybe just got out of work, working UPS, working fucking Seamless, Uber Eats, right? They go to the gym, do their little hour. They're not trying to, you know.
They're not trying to fight.
Yeah, they're not trying to play hero, you know what I mean? So workout, sauna, that happens. I don't know. Like, obviously you see the videos after and you could put one and one, like, you could step 1, step 2, step 3 and just piece it together. But like I said, I don't know the facts. I just know it happened. I know it was drive there.
I remember in the video, he's like calling out the guy who's like filming it too. He's like, bro, you just standing there. Like, as you were walking out, you said something to the guy who was like filming it. And
no, I forgot. It was just so much to go on, like, in my head. Like, it was just like.
You know what else I noticed about anything that happens around you, it's out there immediately. For example, like the other day, was it maybe like 2 weeks ago that you guys were supposed to be coming here and meeting up at my office? And then you were like by your house.
All right. Anyway, y'all can watch a full interview. I just seen it. Somebody said this to my attention. They said there's this NFL player, Sergio Brown. Have y'all heard the story? They said that Sergio Brown apparently, they said he's now, there's news of his disappearance recently after his mother's remains got found. So his mother just got killed. They don't know who killed her. They're still investigating, but they said he's now missing. Okay? Here it is.
A cul-de-sac behind us roped off as they investigate. According to family members, the Melrose Park and Maywood police departments are investigating the death of Myrtle Simmons Brown, the mother of former NFL player Sergio Brown, who loved ones say they have not heard from. Now, earlier today, we talked to Sheila Simmons, who is the sister of Myrtle Simmons Brown, and she told us that she last talked to Myrtle on Thursday. She says early this morning around 3 a.m., she got a call that Myrtle and her nephew, former NFL player Sergio Brown, were missing. Sheila says she came to her sister and nephew's house in Maywood and noticed things around the house were out of the ordinary. Sheila says she and police searched the creek behind the house and initially didn't find anything. But later in the day, she and family members went back to search and discovered her sister's body in the creek. Police have this residential cul-de-sac behind us.
Okay. So let me read a little bit of the story. So they said in a video posted on his personal account, the former NFL player calls out what he says fake news. His video comes amid reports that he's of his disappearance and the remains of his mother being found. Sources tell us that he may be in Mexico at the moment, but he's suffering from some mental health issues. As reported, his 73 mom was confirmed deceased after remains was found in a creek behind a home the two shared. That's kind of interesting. Let me hear this.
Fake news. Fake news. Fake news. It has to be the FBI that came into my house on Bob Marley's death day with the 511 Agent Gas unwarranted. They kidnapped me twice from home, the Maywood Police Department, right? Chris Football did it twice. Aaron Peppers was there the second time that it happened. It had to be the FBI or the Maywood Police. I thought Mama was on vacation in Sinaloa.
You thought your mama was in vacation in Sinaloa, nigga? And you now in Mexico? Is it crack or is it the same shit that Fousey Tube is on, nigga? This nigga killed his mama and is now acting crazy. And he gay too. Like, chat, I solved the fucking crime rate. I told you we solve crime real easy over here. He gay, number one. That's obvious, right? Even a blind man can see that. He killed his mama. His ass is in Mexico. And then now he's just lying like a motherfucker. Let's keep it a bean. We might be able to track his ass down just by the background, the location.
That's fake news. Get the fuck out my goddamn face. She retired. If you want to come to me, the Maywood police got to give me money. FBI had to do it. They got the power to do something like that. What the is going on? That's fake news. Don't come with me.
Your mama died and this how you acting?
Fake.
Let me tell you how this, man. CT is a real thing, man. You see football, man. Football a very dangerous sport, man. They got these niggas acting fucking crazy. Like, I used to say there was a ego thing with certain players. Like, you usually see these wide receivers with this grandiose ego, and sometimes it borders on delusionality. You know, some people accuse AB of that currently. But sometimes it's not mental health, and I don't know if it was mental health at the time. Look at Chad Ochocinco. He was a guy with a big personality, big ego, but that's what you always see with wide receivers. I'm not too sure that was CTE, but certain other behavior, you'd be like, is this nigga all the way there? And this nigga looked like he's off that shit that Fousey Tube is on, okay? They got to put him in the same straight jacket Fousey Tube is in. By the way, has anybody heard from Fousey Tube? They had this nigga locked the fuck down with a straight jacket for the last 30 days. What type of fucking crack was he on? What type of shit was Fousey Tube on, man? It was supposed to be a 48-hour hold. They got this nigga for the whole month. This nigga doesn't look like he crazy, man. Of course, they got to go get this fool. Unfortunately, I'm leaning towards thinking that he killed his mom and ran to Mexico. He's crazy, but he ain't crazy. He might be manic. He might be having an episode, but shit. We need to go get this nigga, and I'm pretty sure they'll find him soon. They'll find him soon. Let's see if we can... Sergio Brown. Let me see if I can find him. Sergio Brown Instagram. Does he have an Instagram? Nah, just saying. Is this him, man? This is him, I think, right? Is this him, chat? Why they say his personal account like he got two different accounts? It's him, right? Let's see if it's him. Usually you can tell by the last couple of messages. This comment section gonna be hot, nigga. Yup. Right in hell, buddy. You're going to jail. You're going to jail. I hope you ain't do what I don't want to assume you did. Bro, turn yourself in. You need help. This is what happened when mental health goes unnoticed or ignored in the black community. No, this is CTE. This is Roger Goodell's problem. Roger Goodell and NFL basically have been, they don't want to really cut checks to give players all the necessary help they need to get after playing that violent sport. And also, they don't want to take the proper precautions to really prevent this because it's making too much money. It's America's favorite pastime. So people like Sergio Brown and others are just basically, they're literally just victims of this. You know what I mean? They're just people who are just disposable. I mean, Aaron Hernandez potentially might have had CTE as well. Or maybe he was just a straight up psychopath. Turn yourself in, bro. Make amends. Don't do anything stupid. Bro killed his mom. What the fuck? Praying for you, my boy. Sergio, might as well go ahead and call your brother Nick. Tell him you love him and get ready to head to Cook County. See, Miss Myrtle's sister not crying. I mean, a tear in her eye. That meant she had a good idea who did it. Now, the neighbor just stated he saw Sergio exiting the home with a bag of clothes and watch him set a bonfire. He saw Miss Myrtle's clothes being burnt up in a bonfire. Maywood is not a unincorporated zone. You cannot burn leaves or garbage. This person knows some shit. Let's get over to the YouTubes and figure out if we can find anybody else with some more testimonies or Sergio Brown. Let me see if we can hear the neighbor. The neighbor got to chime in on this. Damn, why this bitch ass nigga had to play for my favorite team,
Well,
the
a former
Colts?
Patriots player is missing.
Oh, yeah,
as
say
police
Patriots,
investigate
yeah.
His mother's death. Sergio Brown played in New England in 2010 and 2011. Police say his mother was found dead in a creek on Saturday near her suburban Chicago home, and now they're looking for Brown. A neighbor says police saw something suspicious on his doorbell camera.
They seen him taking out the trash, and they seen him had a bonfire where he burnt all her clothes. They said he wasn't himself the past few months. He was.
Wait, hold on.
Doorbell
Nigga, what?
camera.
They seen him taking out the trash, and they seen him had a bonfire where he burnt all her clothes. They said he wasn't himself the past few months. He was out of his mind.
Brown played 7 seasons in the NFL as a member of the Patriots, Indianapolis Colts.
Damn, that bitch ass nigga did it, man. How do you kill your mama, man? How you kill Ma Dukes, man? I ain't even gonna lie, dog. I could tell this boy got some sugar in his fucking tank. Nigga, if you trying to get down there to Cook County to be one of them transmissions that Lil J playing with, you ain't got to kill Ma Dukes to get there. What's wrong with this nigga? You could tell he trying to get down to Cook County to be one of them transmissions or to fuck with a transmission or some shit. He probably on his mechanic shit. You ain't got to kill mama to do it.
News. Fake news. It has to be the FBI that came into my house.
All right, man. Disgusting, bro. This fucking gusting. They'll catch him within the week. I'm pretty sure he'll plead insanity. And actually, that might actually be a viable thing to plead because he does seem like he's out of his fucking mind. Wow. All right, let me see. Damn, I'm pushing 7 hours, man. Okay, cool. I'm probably going to call it a day, bro. Probably going to call it a day. If I ain't covered it yet, I'm going to cover it tomorrow. Okay? Chat, we had a good old day today. If you missed a topic, you missed me reacting to Wack. You know, Wack was trolling me. Missed my conversation with Adam. I talked about Big Zoo. I talked about a lot of things. Please, you guys can watch the VOD. I'm going to make sure I publish it on Twitch. It should be instantly available if you are watching on Rumble, which I suggest you watch on as well. And of course, if you guys watch on other platforms, you know, of course, Drill is going to make sure it's chopped up and you'll get it properly. All right. Now, chat, I just appreciate y'all for rocking with me 7 hours, and y'all niggas is in here rocking with me heavy. You know, again, you heard Adam, like, they've actually removed live streaming from their business model. If anything, we've doubled down on live streaming. Obviously, we have a deal, but of course, you know, I think live streaming is just the way I communicate with y'all. Y'all give me the motivation to sit here for hours on end, you know, fucking watching videos, trying to make y'all laugh, trying to brighten your day. And hopefully, you know, through everything I've done on stream, hopefully brightens your day a little bit, makes your day go by a little bit faster. If I did miss any of your donations, I don't think I did. I'll look here. Sometimes I miss it on the Academy page. But I want to make sure I read everybody's shit before I get the fuck off of here. Good thing I ate. I ate right before I got on, if you're wondering if I did eat, right? I ate a little bit of oxtail before, man. DYB Lifestyle, thank you for your donations, bro. I appreciate you. Okay, let me see. I think everybody else, I should be caught up on YouTube. Oh, that Big Zoo. I guess, what's the name? Put up the Big Zoo clip. Drill, that shit going crazy. Let me see. Is there anything else? I got to go play with my dogs. They probably been looking at me like, word, nigga. 7 hours. You know, it'd be how it is. Sarah, it says, are you going to go over Young Thug's dad's interview? Okay, yeah, let me just, like, I talked about it with Adam real quick, but I'll go over it, like, as a solo clip for me just talking about it. I did post it. I'm not going to play the whole interview, but I'll just post, I'll just go over what I said about it. Or no, I'll go over that specific part. So Young Thug did an interview, and I forgot the name of the woman who is doing the show. I don't know if this is her name. Okay, no. I don't know what her name is, but salute to her. And by the way, if you guys have her name, please send it to me that I could credit her, okay? Salute to her for having this content, and we want to show her some love. Anyway, she had Gunna's Young Thug's father on her show, and someone sent in a message saying, "How do you feel about Gunna?" And this was her response.
Courtney said, "How do you feel about Gunna?"
I love Gunna.
See, that's the thing. People don't understand the relationship. They got this thing saying that Gunna is a rat and he's done this and done that.
But see, let me try to help the attorney clarify that a little simpler.
Okay.
Gunna hasn't done anything whatsoever that can hurt us on this case. Period.
Okay. Courtney said, "How?"
Okay, and listen. I know a lot of y'all, and I seen even some of the Young Thug or even Gunna fan pages like, "Yo, look, I told y'all Act was wrong." Listen, let me tell you this. I am no longer in the business trying to convince y'all of who likes Gunna or who don't. You know, first of all, like, I really don't give a fuck. You get what I mean? If you like Gunna or don't like Gunna, I don't care. I don't know how cool his father is with him. I'm not going to deny nothing his father is saying either. As I said, I don't give a fuck. I will just say this. All of the artists that communicate with Gunna, communicate with Young Thug on a daily basis, they all refuse to show love to Gunna. You tell me why, or just make it up. I don't care either way, right? I seen one YSL page that was grossly incorrect. I never said Gunna got off YSL. There was conversation, and I know this is a top-level executive conversation, that if Gunna was not going to, if his career was going to be held up as it could have by Young Thug because he's on YSL, maybe they should work something out with him getting off of YSL, right? Now, remember the bigger labels 300, there was a possibility that either it just goes to 300 or goes to Warner Main, okay? Warner Main, which by the way, 300 just went over to Warner, he would have probably fell down on the Atlantic ranks. Never said it happened. It was a conversation. He started dropping music. Thug has not blocked him dropping music at all. Thug has approved everything, cleared everything for him. Young Thug, technically, well, the label YSL has to sign off on everything. They're not blocking his music. They're actually even posting it. So if you're going to quote me, you should probably get the correct context of what I'm saying in. But again, I'm also not here to try to prove to y'all who likes Gunna and who don't. Like, you know what I mean? Y'all gotta make up y'all own narratives. Shit, the fucking voice recording, like, just use your fucking brain. Where do you think academics got the voice recording from? Like, do you think I know an AI nigga that could send it to me in 10 minutes? I literally was on stream. There was another one that existed about, it was the one about, I forgot, it was another artist, and I literally got one sent to me, which is, I'm not going to tell you who sent it, but whatever. If you want to still believe that there's zero problems, and by the way, here's another thing too. Young Thug can't really speak on Gunna because Gunna is a witness in the case. Okay? So really, we'll never know his true thoughts. The only time we knew a little bit of his true thoughts is kind of analyzing how his friends are behaving with Gunna and also analyzing what he said on that voice note. And yes, both of those voice notes were real. It was 100% real. Okay? It is what it is. But, you know, if it makes y'all feel better that Young Thug's father said that they're cool, why did it take this long for you to believe that? Didn't his sister say they were cool? Go ahead, believe it. So I don't give two fucks if y'all believe it or not. But, yeah. That's the tail of the tape. Somebody said, Gladiator said, yo, you really gonna roast that Big Zoo VMA pick and not notice the old ass dude in the back? Yeah, I did. There's a guy with all gray beard, of course. Somebody says, did I recoup the $70K attorney fees from Shorty? Right now it's sitting on a magistrate judge table. People file lawsuits all the time. We've been waiting for a month and a half for a judge to look at it, and they're gonna determine if we're going forward or they're gonna dismiss it. And the person could possibly refile, or they could dismiss it where they can't refile. So again, you know, we're at the point of they've drafted anything like put like this, just to tell you how expensive attorney fees are. Like I probably paid like I got billed because they bill you per hours and you have a retainer. I probably paid about like damn near close to $10,000 for them to transcribe. So they took one of my streams. Remember, the stream and what I said on stream is the subject of the lawsuit. So my lawyers have to transcribe, write every single word said in my fucking stream. You know I stream for 6-7 hours. They have to write all that out. Obviously, they have interns and paralegals that probably do it. But yeah, they're billing like 400, like more than 400 an hour, almost like 1,000 an hour to fucking type some shit up. This is your own attorneys. That's when you get good attorneys, it shit be costing, bro. So anyway, hopefully, and we have really good good belief that we believe we'll be successful, and obviously after we're successful, we'll deal with that then. All right, the last thing, and I know y'all want me to look at it now. I'm probably not gonna go and check this out, even though this was supposed to be one of the main things I was supposed to check out today. Was gonna be YNW Melly girlfriend interview. Damn, we wanted to watch this. It's 42 minutes long.
You guys haven't seen or heard from me because I'm currently wanted.
What? Yo, chat. I want to give like a proper reaction to this, like the whole time. So, like, please forgive me. Like, this is 42 minutes. I don't want to skip through it. I don't want to like short take it. It's 42 minutes. I've been streaming for like damn near 7 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah, this would take me to 8 hours. I'll do it tomorrow, okay? I'll start off by reviewing this tomorrow, okay? What type of interview is this? All right. Anyway, chat, love y'all. I will catch y'all tomorrow. Please, if you guys haven't done so yet, make sure you make an account on Rumble. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. That will be our home base, and when you'll be notified as quickly as possible when I get on to stream at any time. I usually play about 30 to 40 minutes of music, and also certain things that we most likely can't discuss on other places, or videos or explicit images we could probably show on Rumble within reason. So make sure you guys hit the follow button and subscribe button over there, and also the people on Twitch, if you can, share a sub. Also use Amazon Prime to sub up. People on YouTube, if you're following the Academy channel, you could become a member, so please do that as well. And if you're following the big King Academics channel, I appreciate you guys. If you wonder why you can't get up in the chat, just make sure you hit the subscribe button. After 10 minutes, it should allow you to do so. If you're following on Facebook, right? We actually do stream on 2 different Facebook accounts. I appreciate you guys, and I'll try to include you guys more in the conversation. I know sometimes, y'all be saying shit over there too. I see it afterwards, all right? Okay, chat, love y'all. Love y'all, love y'all. I am out of here. Have a good night. Have a good rest of the day, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Peace. Love y'all.